Chapter 3169. Damn it, was the other party also a top genius? Thinking of this, the green-robed ancestor's face became incomparably cold. He opened his mouth and spat out a green fan again. This green fan was engraved with runes and carried an extremely terrifying corrosive power. As soon as it appeared, the void shattered, forming a huge black hole. Go to hell! This was a half-step sacred artifact, and at this moment, he was using it to the extreme. Moreover, in addition to the power that was close to the Tao. In an instant, countless green poisonous winds danced rapidly and swept towards Lin Xian, as if they wanted to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian used his movement technique and moved back and forth in space. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he used the heavenly secret divine eye and the plenilen seed to quickly observe. He even took the risk and used his body to resist the power of the poison. It was a terrifying power that could poison everything. Even if there was no life, it could instantly corrode. Lin Xian was greatly enlightened. To be honest, he was now in the stage of comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth, so he would not miss out on every fight with someone who had a power that was close to the Tao. Damn kid, if you have the ability, fight me head on. On the other side, the green-robed ancestor was going crazy with anger. The reason for that was because he discovered that the power he had unleashed had struck empty space, and had not managed to kill his opponent. The other party's speed was too strange. He actually could not hit the other party. This made him roar incomparably. However, Lin Xian did not care at all. This continued for a period of time. The green-robed ancestor was about to collapse. At this moment, Lin Xian retracted his gaze. He had already sensed enough and did not continue to comprehend. Because the power of poison was not what he needed. He only needed to understand it. Next, it was time to understand it. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a biting cold light. With a cold shout, a few black runes rushed out of his body. They were very strange and flew above the poisonous gas. Immediately, the poison gas melted like ice and quickly disappeared. Damn it! How was this possible? The green-robed ancestor was stunned. What was going on? His poison gas could corrode everything. But now, his poison gas was actually corroded. What was this? Could it be that the other party had mastered an even more powerful poison? What kind of poison could be more powerful than the power of the Tao? Annihilation Sword Lotus. Lin Xian struck out with his sword Qi. Combined with the power of annihilation, it formed a sword Qi Lotus and enveloped the area in front of him. Damn it, get out of my sight! The green-robed old ancestor used his semi-sage tool to fight against it. Oh? Half-saint tool? Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder the other party was so arrogant. Not only had he comprehended a power that was close to the Tao, but he also had a powerful half-step sacred tool. Thinking of this, his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of his opponent, throwing out a punch. With a loud boom, the punch landed on his opponent's body. Pun! The green-robed ancestor's body was smashed into pieces. Green blood splattered in all directions, and a miserable cry rang out. The green-robed ancestor hurriedly controlled the half-step sage artifact to protect his body and reassemble it. In the next moment, his face turned incomparably pale. Damn it, I'm going to kill you! As if he had gone mad, he used the half-step sage artifact to the extreme and even burned his spiritual energy. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stretched out a large golden hand and directly grabbed the half-step sage artifact, firmly locking it in place. His other palm struck out with the Annihilation Sword Lotus once again and pushed it forward. Boom! This time, the Annihilation Sword Lotus completely enveloped the green-robed ancestor. Then, the green-robed ancestor disappeared into thin air. He was dead. In the distance, Haiyu looked at this scene and her body trembled. The green-robed ancestor's soul didn't even manage to escape. He was killed just like that. This was impossible. She finally screamed crazily. She was really on the verge of collapse. That was a power that was close to the Tao. How terrifying! It had completely surpassed the king level. But now, He was actually killed so easily. Who was this young man in front of her? Lin Xian turned his head to look at Hai Yu. With a plop, Hai Yu knelt on the ground, her body trembling. Young Master Lin, please spare my life. Hai Yu was really scared. Even a powerful figure like the green-robed ancestor was killed, let alone her. Lin Xian said coldly. Where are the spiritual herbs I want? They're here. They're all here. Hai Yu hurriedly took out a storage ring. Lin Xian stretched out a golden hand. After receiving the storage ring, his soul entered it. Then, he kept it. He glanced at Hai Yu and directly pierced through his forehead with his sword. Puff! Hai Yu fell weakly, her eyes wide open. It seemed that she didn't expect Lin Xian to kill her without saying anything. Next, it was the Wan clan. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He had already sensed that the flame restriction left in Hai Yu and Wan Gang's body was gone. This was also the reason why they dared to resist. Thinking about it, Wan Gang should be the same. But so what? Lin Xian's figure flashed and quickly flew towards the Wan clan. Ever since the flame in Wan Gang's body was removed, he was completely relieved. Now, his life was finally in his hands. However, this made him clench his teeth. As a genius of the Tiangang sect, when had he ever been threatened like this? Therefore, he couldn't wait to tear Lin Xian into pieces. Wan Gang planned to use the power of his family to find Lin Xian, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to take the initiative to come to him. When Wan Gang saw Lin Xian in the Wan clan, he was shocked. But soon, he revealed a sinister expression. Damn brat, you actually dare to come here? Lin Xian looked calm. Where are the spiritual herbs I want? Have you prepared them? Brat, you're courting death. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to gather spiritual herbs for you? How dare you put a flame restriction on me? Today, I'll make sure you don't leave. Wan Gang's expression was sinister. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? It seems that your Wan clan isn't much. You're not well informed at all. If you knew the reaction of the other clans, I'm afraid you wouldn't dare to talk to me like this now. Hearing this, Wan Gang frowned. What's going on? Could it be that the Shin clan and the Hai clan had surrendered? What a joke! Although Lin Xian had some relations with the Bloody Blade monarch, how could he make such a big clan submit? This brat must be playing tricks. Wan Gang snorted coldly. Brat, don't waste your breath. If you dare to come here today, I'll make sure you don't leave. Men, take him down! With a roar, the surrounding martialists of the Wan clan rushed over in a frenzy. Young master, what's going on? Wan Gang's status in the Wan clan was similar to Qin Rufing's. They were both sons of the patriarch. Therefore, his status was very precious. Hearing the order, the martialists of the Wan clan appeared one after another. Wan Gang pointed at the figure in the field and said, Capture him. I want him alive. I want to torture him for 1,000 years. Chapter 3170. They frowned. What's going on? How did this kid get in? They had no idea. However, at this moment, their young master had already spoken, so they had to act. You guys go and take him down, a middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Immediately, 3 martial artists walked up. Their chi and blood surged in their bodies. With a monstrous power, they enveloped Lin Xian. You're courting death. Lin Xian snorted. Dozens of sword chi rushed out from his body and turned into a ray of light that shrouded the entire space. Pung pung pung. The 3 martial artists who attacked were instantly beheaded. Not only that, the surrounding martial artists were all pierced through by the sword chi and nailed to the void. They let out miserable cries as their eyes were filled with horror. An expert. This was a peerless expert. He could pierce through dozens of them in an instant. Such a person was too terrifying. They wanted to scream, but the sword chi still wiped out their lives. The only one who survived was Wan Gang. But Wan Gang was also nailed to the void by 5 sharp swords. Blood flowed out and dyed his body red. Ah! Wan Gang let out a miserable cry. His scalp was about to explode. How could the other party be so terrifying? To be honest, he knew that the other party had some ability to make Bloody Blade Monarch submit, but he did not expect the other party to be so strong. The other party killed dozens of his guards in an instant, and even pierced through him. He cultivated the Heaven Star body. It was so powerful. But in front of the other party, it was as fragile as a piece of paper. Father! Save me! Wan Gong screamed like a madman. He knew that the person in front of him was not someone he could fight against. He had to call for the real experts. Boom, boom, boom. After all, the Wan clan was a large clan. Therefore, the news of what happened here spread throughout the Wan clan. Whoosh! 7 or 8 figures descended. Each of them was extremely old, and brought about a powerful storm. They were the elders of the Wan family. When they came down, they saw dozens of martial artists' corpses on the ground. Their pupils constricted. Damn it! Someone dared to kill people from the Wan family? When they saw Wan Gong being nailed to the void with blood flowing out, they instantly screamed. Young master! Wan Gang's identity was precious. He was the son of the Wan family head. If there were no accidents, he would be the next Wan family head. But now, he was actually beaten to such a state. Nailed to the void. Damn it, who is it? It was this brat. When they saw Lin Xian, the 7 elders were instantly enraged. Go kill him! A large hand, like a purple cloud of fire, covered the sky and enveloped the other party. A black longsword, exuding a biting cold killing intent, shattered the void as soon as it appeared, and pierced toward Lin Xian's head. A long saber cut through the void, as if it was going to cut Lin Xian in half. In an instant, these people attacked as if they had gone crazy. Boom! Lin Xian also made a move. A golden fist punched into the void. With a loud bang, the purple flaming hand was shattered. The black longsword shattered into pieces, and the berserk saber broke into 2 halves. The entire void exploded, and the 7 elders were instantly reduced to a bloody mist. Boom! This strike formed a huge black hole in the sky, as if it was connected to hell. Dead? The 7 elders were all dead. Wan Gong, who was at the side, widened his eyes. His lower body was wet from fear. To be honest, he never thought that the other party would be so powerful. Those were 7 elders. They couldn't even block a single punch from the other party? At this moment, the people who rushed over also saw this scene. They were instantly stunned on the spot, their bodies trembling. Demon! What kind of person is this? Not good. Hurry up and alert the others. Everyone screamed. The Wan family let out a loud bell, which would only be sounded when a life-and-death enemy came. They didn't expect that the Wan family would let out such a bell again after a few hundred years. A few hundred years ago, when a strong enemy came, the Wan family also had such a situation. In the end, the Wan family settled it. They didn't expect it to happen again after a few hundred years. All the experts of the Wan family opened their eyes and rushed over. The surrounding formations lit up, and the killing formations shot into the sky. It could be said that the Wan family had become an impenetrable fortress. The patriarch of the Wan family even rushed over with the 10 elders. Father! When Wan Gong saw the patriarch of the Wan family, he screamed crazily. Father! Save me! Kill him! You must kill him! The patriarch of the Wan family's face instantly turned gloomy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The 10 elders also gasped. Let Wan Gong go! Roars sounded like thunder from the 9 heavens, shattering the void. Buzz! Lin Xian's body emitted a light that suppressed the world. All the energy was blocked by him. Kid, let him go! Kneel down and accept your death. Cold shouts could be heard. How dare you behave atrociously in the Wan family? You're courting death. No one can provoke the Wan family. You'll definitely die. The Wan family can't be humiliated like this. The Wan family can't be humiliated. What about me? Can I be humiliated? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. The strong couldn't be humiliated either. Wan Gong provoked me, so he'll definitely die. Don't tell me you don't understand this logic? Lin Xian looked ahead. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Wan family and the 10 elders' pupils constricted. At the next moment, they snorted. Kid, what kind of expert are you? That's right, in front of the Wan family, you're just an ant. Am I not an expert? Lin Xian sneered. At the next moment, his eyes shone, and his figure disappeared. Not good. These people rushed out of their king domains as if they were facing a great enemy. Men! Kill him! The patriarch of the Wan family roared. However, at the next moment, they screamed. That was because a figure appeared in front of them. The sword she emitted from his body was like a divine sword that pierced through them. Their king domains and battle armors were like pieces of paper. They couldn't withstand it at all. In an instant, the thousands of experts of the Wan family were all pierced through. As for the 10 elders, they were all killed by Lin Xian with a single punch. Bang! Ah! Half of the patriarch of the Wan family's body was shattered. He gritted his teeth and used a secret technique to dodge. After one attack, Lin Xian stood in the field. There was no one around him. Thousands of experts and 10 elders had all turned into a bloody mist. In the distance, more cultivators saw this scene and trembled. They directly knelt on the ground. The Wan family still had people, but they were much weaker than the thousands of experts from before. Even the 10 elders were killed in an instant, let alone them. Therefore, in an instant, everyone felt despair. Wan Gong was even more dumbfounded. His brain felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Impossible! Damn it! Impossible! The 10 elders? Where are you? The patriarch of the Wan family roared crazily. He discovered that the 10 elders were dead. Thousands of experts of the Wan family had died. How could he bear this? The Wan family relied on these people to support them. But now they were all gone. What would happen to the Wan family in the future? Damn it, how could this kid be so terrifying? The patriarch of the Wan family looked at Lin Xian, his body trembling. In the next moment, his expression became ferocious. Kid, I want you to die. Chapter 3171. A small red cauldron rushed out from the top of his head and shook in the sky. Endless runes enveloped the entire Wan family. In the next moment, in the depths of the Wan family, there was a loud bang and 2 thunderous roars. Then, a terrifying power, like a vast ocean, came from afar. Feeling this power, the Wan family warriors kneeling in the distance all raised their heads. The Grand Elders had come out of seclusion. The Grand Elders were coming. That kid was definitely dead. Wan Gong also came back to his senses and became excited. Kid, just wait for your death. Our Grand Elders have comprehended the power that is close to the Tao. You definitely won't be able to resist them. The Wan family's patriarch shouted and welcomed the 2 Grand Elders. The 2 Grand Elders, one tall and one short, their clothes fluttered in the wind, carrying a powerful and mysterious power. As soon as they appeared, they bent the void. They looked at the mess below, and were instantly enraged. Their aura erupted like a volcano, shooting into the sky. Damn it, who is it? How dare you kill the experts of my Wan family? Naturally, he could sense that over 1,000 experts had been wiped out. The surrounding blood carried a monstrous aura, causing the 2 Grand Elders to tremble all over. It's him. It's this kid. 2 Grand Elders, please make your move. The Wan family's patriarch pointed forward. What, a young man? In the sky, the 2 Grand Elders of the Wan family stared at Lin Xian, and their pupils shrank to the size of needles. They thought that a top old monster had come to their Wan family, but they didn't expect it to be a young man. Kid, go to hell! One of the Grand Elders roared. Kid, go to hell! The taller Supreme Elder let out a furious roar, shattering the void in all directions. Above his head, a star appeared. It floated up and down like the moon, and as soon as it appeared, it crushed the sky. The Wan family's patriarch retreated frantically and set up a formation to envelop the remaining people of the Wan family. He wanted to save Wan Gong, but he couldn't get close at all, so he could only give up. Now, he could only place his hopes on the two Grand Elders. He wasn't particularly worried. The two Grand Supreme Elders had both comprehended powers that were close to the Tao. One of them was the tall Grand Supreme Elder, who had comprehended the power of the stars. The other short Grand Elder is also very terrifying. He has comprehended the power of ice. At this moment, the stars in the sky flickered as if it was a real world of stars. It was incomparably vast, and a terrifying power surged towards Lin Xian. Die, brat! The tall Supreme Elder revealed a ferocious expression. Even a Peking would not be able to withstand such power. Only a half-saint would be able to withstand it. Boom! The space where Lin Xian was standing instantly shattered, forming an incomparably deep black abyss. It was over! The short Grand Elder sneered. The others all let out a sigh of relief. Was this the power of a Grand Elder? Too frightening. Even such a terrifying Devil King was crushed in one move. Well, he was already dead. The Wan clan suffered heavy losses and needed to be reorganized. The tall Supreme Elder said in a clear voice. His body slowly descended, but as soon as he landed on the ground, he was stunned. All the hair on his body stood on end. Because a figure walked out of the black hole in front of him. Was this your power that was close to the Tao? It was just SOSO. What? He wasn't injured? How was this possible? The tall Supreme Elder instantly soared into the sky, his eyes filled with shock. The other short Grand Elder was the same. The two of them were completely stunned. The faces of the Wan clan members in the distance were ashen, and they fell into despair once again. Was he still human? After being smashed by a star that was close to the Tao, his body and soul should have been destroyed long ago. But there wasn't even a single crack on his body. What kind of physique was this? Perhaps even the top Big Dipper body of the Big Dipper sect couldn't compare to him. Brat, who are you? The tall Supreme Elder asked in shock. He realized that the other party was too strong. It was beyond his expectations. Such a person must have an extraordinary background. Lin Xian said arrogantly. You don't have the right to know my name. Now you should feel my power that is close to the Tao. He clenched his fist and punched out with the power of annihilation. Boom! 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 Wherever it passed, the void was quickly annihilated. Not good. Feeling this power, the tall Supreme Elder's pupils constricted. He quickly blocked the star in front of him. At the same time, he frantically retreated. With a boom, the power of the star was directly turned into nothingness and disappeared in the void. What kind of power was this? It could actually dissolve my star power. The tall Supreme Elder was stunned. This brat had also comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. And it was very strong. It was very strange. Boss, let's attack together. He looked at the short Supreme Elder. The short Supreme Elder nodded. In the next moment, the two of them stood out. One was the power of the stars, the other was the power of ice. Two powers that were close to the Tao spread in the void and then attacked Lin Xian. Go to hell for me. This time, they were full of confidence. Sword! Lin Xian shouted coldly. The power of annihilation formed a pitch-black demonic sword that emitted a monstrous light. With a slash of the sword, the power of the stars was destroyed. With another slash, the power of ice also quickly faded away. Buzz! At the same time, a red light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. With a boom, the two Supreme Elders screamed. Their bodies burned fiercely as the flames engulfed them. Ah! Damn it! Increase the pressure. The short Supreme Elder screamed crazily and urged the power of ice to suppress the flames. But he realized that he could not do it at all. How was this possible? His power of ice was close to the Tao. What kind of flames could not extinguish? Unless it was a flame that was close to the Tao. Moreover, that power was even more terrifying than his power of ice. Damn it, who was this brat? They were stunned. Boom! With a loud bang, the tall Supreme Elder self-detonated. He wanted to escape the flames, but he was still unable to do so. Lin Xian's power of fire was close to the law fragment. It was far from what the two supreme elders could resist. Therefore, in the endless screams, the two supreme elders turned into ashes. Dead? The Wan family head's eyes were about to pop out. The other warriors of the Wan family fainted from shock. Wan Gong was trembling all over. He was once again killed to the point of peeing his pants. Those were two supreme elders. They had mastered two powers that were close to the Tao. How powerful! But now, they were easily killed by the other party. Who was this person? He actually provoked such a demon king. Thinking of this, Wan Gong was extremely regretful. The Wan family head's face was also filled with despair. Now, he wished he could kick his son to death. This was an extremely terrifying demon king. It was very likely that the entire Wan family would be destroyed. Chapter 3172. No! The patriarch of the Wan family roared crazily. He wanted to beg for mercy. But he knew that the chances were slim. Experts had dignity. If someone came to the Wan family to behave atrociously, he would definitely destroy their entire family. Therefore, the other party would not spare them either. Just as the Wan family was in despair, the jade pendant on Wan Gang's body suddenly shone. In the next moment, Wan Gong cried out excitedly. Eldest senior brother is nearby. This jade pendant was the communication treasure of the Tiangang sect's core disciples. The eldest senior brother that Wan Gong mentioned was the top disciple of the Tiangang sect, the number one genius, Gao Ping. Therefore, when he sensed the jade pendant's reaction, Wan Gong sent a voice transmission crazily. Eldest senior brother, save me! Someone wants to kill me! Wan Gong was very nervous. He looked at Lin Xian, afraid that Lin Xian would kill him at this time. However, he was stunned because Lin Xian did not kill him at all, nor did he stop him. He seemed to have tacitly approved of this. Damn it, what's going on? Isn't this kid afraid? Humph! How is that possible? No matter how strong he is, he can't beat eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother is someone who can contend with the Nether King. Is Gao Peng coming? The patriarch of the Wan family and the other warriors of the Wan family regained hope in their eyes. Gao Peng was the number one genius of the Tiangang sect. How powerful was he? Although he had lost the battle at Tianqiong Peak, it was a glorious defeat. His reputation also swept across the entire Return Cloud planet very quickly. Although Wan Gong was young, only 500 years old, his strength might be even more powerful than the two Grand Elders. Thinking of this, the Wan family members became excited. As expected, not long after, a figure descended from the sky. It was a young man with a tall figure and a strong physique. There was a mysterious aura on his body. He descended on the Wan family like a god fiend. But after landing, he frowned. The Wan family was too tragic. The entire Wan family was torn apart. There was blood everywhere, and it was still surging in the sky, emitting ghostly wails and wolf howls. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here. Eldest senior brother, you're here! Save me! When Wan Gong saw that figure, he immediately shouted excitedly. The head of the Wan family hurried over to greet young Master Gao. Please save my Wan family, young Master Gao. Gao Peng frowned. Who is it? How dare he be so presumptuous? To be honest, Wan Gang's identity was really not ordinary. Speaking of which, he was Gao Peng's junior brother. He was also the closed-door disciple of the Tiangang sect's sect leader. The sect master of the Heavenly Dipper sect was very fond of him. Therefore, as the eldest senior brother, Gao Peng naturally had to take care of him. Seeing Wan Gong nailed to the ground and the Wan clan in ruins, Gao Peng was enraged. Not to mention the Wan clan's identity, just the fact that Wan Gong was a member of the Heavenly Dipper sect was enough for him to not interfere. In the next moment, he turned his head and stared at the figure in front of him. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It's you. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lin Xian's face in the next moment. He was stunned, and the murderous aura that filled the air quickly disappeared. It's you! This time, Gao Peng's voice had changed. What? You want to attack me? Lin Xian said indifferently. I wouldn't dare. Gao Peng hurriedly lowered his head and greeted young Master Lin. What? Seeing this, the head of the Wan family and Wan Gong were all stunned. What's going on? They felt as if they were dreaming. Their hope, Gao Peng, was actually bowing to Lin Xian. How could this be? They felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Oh, you know me? Lin Xian smiled faintly. Gao Peng lowered his head even more. Naturally, after the battle at Tianqiong Peak, young Master's name had spread throughout the entire cloud-returning planet. Who didn't know him? To be honest, Gao Peng was a proud and confident person. However, in front of Lin Xian, he couldn't raise his head at all. He had no choice. The scene at Tianqiong Peak was still deeply imprinted in his mind. He probably wouldn't be able to escape from Lin Xian's shadow for the next 1,000 years. Lin Xian was someone who could easily defeat the Nether King. If he wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. How dare Wan Gong and the Wan family provoke such a person? They even wanted to drag him down with them? Thinking of this, Gao Peng was furious. Young Master Gao. The head of the Wan family said softly. Gao Peng shouted coldly. Shut up! The head of the Wan family was shocked. He shuddered and quickly shut up. Wan Gong, who was beside him, said, Eldest senior brother, what's going on? Help me take revenge! He's the murderer! Humph! Gao Peng stood up and directly slapped Wan Gong to the ground. Half of Wan Gang's body was smashed. He fell to the ground with a dumbfounded expression. Eldest senior brother, why did you hit me? Help me take revenge. I'm your junior brother. Shut up. I don't have a junior brother like you. Gao Peng shouted coldly. How dare you offend young Master Lin? It wouldn't be too much even if you died 100 times. Who is he? Who exactly is he? Eldest senior brother, why are you afraid of him? You're a top genius! Wan Gong screamed crazily, but soon, he was slapped again. Gao Peng said coldly, If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Young Master Lin is so powerful. I'm naturally not his opponent, and I don't dare to be his enemy. Gao Peng snorted coldly when he saw the head of the Wan family and Wan Gang's blank faces. They were indeed a small family. They didn't even know who the other party was. If the two of them knew, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Gao Peng said coldly, Do you know about the battle at Tianqiong Peak? The two of them nodded silently. Gao Peng continued, In the battle at Tianqiong Peak, young Master Lin defeated the Nether King and became famous. How dare you offend young Master Lin? Hurry up and kowtow and admit your mistake. What? The head of the Wan family and Wan Gong were stunned. In the battle at Tianqiong Peak, the other party defeated the Nether King? How could this be? The one who defeated the Nether King was Lin Woody. Wait! Young Master Lin? Lin Woody? In the next moment, the two of them shuddered. You're Lin Woody! Now, even if they were stupid, they knew. Thinking of this, their faces were filled with despair. Lin Woody! They actually offended Lin Woody. No wonder the other party was so powerful. He killed most of the Wan family's elites with a raise of his hand. No wonder Gao Peng had to be careful when he saw the other party. This was Lin Woody. He was the supreme being who defeated the Nether King. The Nether King was so terrifying. He appeared for a few days and suppressed the Cloud Return planet's elites until they couldn't breathe. Even Gao Peng was defeated by him. That was such a powerful genius, but he was easily defeated by Lin Woody. One could imagine how terrifying Lin Woody was. In the next moment, the two of them hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed non-stop. Lord Lin Woody, we were wrong. Please spare the Wan family. Yes, I'm not Mount Tai. I deserve to die. Wan Gong also kowtowed non-stop. His head was bleeding. However, he still didn't dare to raise his head. Chapter 3173. Lin Xian said calmly with his hands behind his back. I can spare the rest of the Wan clan, but the two of you will definitely die. Hearing this, the people in the distance heaved a sigh of relief. The head of the Wan clan and Wan Gong trembled, and their eyes were filled with despair. Gao Peng kept his head down, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. Lin Xian waved his hand, and two balls of flames enveloped the two of them, burning them to ashes. Wan Gong and the head of the Wan clan didn't even have the time to scream before they were killed. At this time, Lin Xian said coldly, the Wan clan can be spared from death, but they can't escape punishment. I'll take all your clan's savings. Do you have any objections? In the distance, the warriors of the Wan clan knelt on the ground and said respectfully, no. How could they resist? The fact that Lin Xian didn't kill them was already the greatest kindness to them. As for the resources, they didn't dare to think about it now. Good. Lin Xian nodded. Then, countless golden hands rushed out of his body and took away all the resources and elixirs collected by the Wan clan. Then, Lin Xian flew up and left the Wan clan. After Lin Xian left, Gao Peng heaved a sigh of relief. It was too scary. Facing Lin Xian was like facing the ancestors of the Tiangang sect. Lin Xian was unfathomable, and he couldn't even breathe. But fortunately, this malefic star was finally gone. In the next moment, he also flew up, not even looking at the Wan clan. The remaining people of the Wan clan heaved a sigh of relief. They felt like they had just survived a disaster. However, no one noticed that the endless blood in the ruins of the Wan clan had flowed to the ground, leaving nothing behind. Deep in the ground, a shriveled, mummified figure was wrapped in endless blood. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, and a piercing light burst out, piercing through the void. Blood! I need more blood! Not enough! I can feel the screams of my descendants. And the screams! I want revenge! In the next moment, the bodies of those who were still alive in the ruins of the Wan clan suddenly split open and turned into a bloody mist. Then, it sank into the ground. This scene was so sudden that the people of the Wan family didn't even have time to react. They didn't even have time to scream before they were all dead. In the depths of the earth, the shriveled, corpse-like figure let out a devilish laugh. Lin Xian left the Wan family. As he flew, he sent his soul's spirit into the black earth and began to organize the spirit medicines he had obtained. To be honest, he had already collected almost all of them. There were still a few left, and he thought that the Qi clan would be able to help him. After treating the Shi family's old ancestor, he should be able to concoct the breakthrough Saint pill. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt a burst of excitement. He wondered how the Qi clan's collection was going. Lin Xian then returned to Tianfang Pavilion. Tianfang Pavilion. Qi Siyu was still waiting. When she heard that Lin Xian had returned, she heaved a sigh of relief. She thought that Lin Xian had left again. After Lin Xian found her, he asked, "How's the Qi clan's collection going?" "Young Master Lin, I was just about to talk to you about this," Qi Siyu said anxiously. "We've already collected 90% of them. There are still some spirit medicines left, and we should be able to complete it in a month's time." "All right." Lin Xian nodded. "I'll go into seclusion first. Call me when it's time." Lin Xian walked into the depths of Tianfang Pavilion and began his seclusion. This time, he didn't comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. Instead, he cultivated directly to raise his cultivation. The pill sage's notes didn't only contain the breakthrough Saint pill, but also countless other elixirs. Lin Xian found a few that were suitable for him and concocted 10 cauldrons of them. After obtaining the purple abyss cauldron, Lin Xian's success rate and speed in concocting elixirs had increased tremendously. In addition, he had abundant spirit medicines and resources. Hence, concocting elixirs was effortless. Soon, 10 cauldrons of elixirs were concocted. Lin Xian swallowed all the elixirs. Boom! A rumbling power erupted from his body. Lin Xian circulated the longevity incantation and absorbed the elixirs with all his might. A month's time passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Qi Siyu ran into the depths of Tianfang Pavilion excitedly. she sent a voice transmission. Young Master Lin, it's done. My Qi family has collected all the spirit medicines. After receiving the voice transmission, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The surging power in his body was like the waves of the sea. Then, he retracted it. Peak stage. Lin Xian exhaled and stood up. He had absorbed all the elixirs that he had concocted previously. These elixirs were all ancient spirit medicines. In addition, he had used precious spirit medicines to concoct them. The effect was surprisingly good. It actually allowed him to reach the peak stage of the 9-star realm in one go. Now, Lin Xian was only one step away from reaching the half-step saint realm. However, this step was like a natural chasm that stopped countless prodigies. One had to know that there were many peak stage 9-star powerhouses in the world. However, those who could successfully cross this step and reach the half-step saint realm were few and far in between. It could be said that they were rare existences. After all, a large family like the Wan family could dominate a region with 2 people who had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. If they had another half-step saint, their strength would definitely be even more terrifying. However, it was extremely difficult to become a half-step saint. To become a half-step saint, it was not something that could be solved with time. Some people had even used 2,000 years and still failed to successfully cross that step. Now, Lin Xian was finally facing this step. However, he was very confident. Not to mention that he had already comprehended 2 powers that were close to the Tao, one of which was very close to the precept fragment. In addition, his physical body had reached the half-step saint realm. Coupled with the breakthrough sage pill, his cultivation level could increase to the half-step saint realm. At that time, he would have 1 foot in the precept fragment. As long as he comprehended the precept fragment, he would become a true half-step saint. After that, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering increase. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was incomparably excited. Now that Lin Xian used the power of fire and the great dragon sword soul, he was confident that he could fight a half-step saint. When he became a true half-step saint, how terrifying would his power be? He did not dare to imagine. With a wave of his sleeve, Lin Xian removed the array and walked out. Young Master Lin, you're finally out. Qi Siyu was waiting anxiously outside. When she saw Lin Xian come out, she was delighted. The next moment, she exclaimed, Young Master Lin, your aura. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked. No, I feel that you're different. Qi Siyu carefully sensed but found that she still could not see the depth of Lin Xian's aura. However, she felt that Lin Xian's aura was more mysterious than before. Could it be that young Master Lin broke through again? Thinking of this possibility, she was extremely surprised and then shook her head. No way, how long has it been? He can break through again? She had never heard of such a cultivation speed. Lin Xian said. Since the collection was completed, let's go. He put his hands behind his back and walked out. Chapter 3174. The Tianfang Pavilion was a subordinate of the Qi family, so there was a teleportation array inside. Soon, the 2 arrived at the Qi family. The elders of the Qi family were waiting anxiously. When they saw Lin Xian and Qi Siyu, they surrounded them. Siyu, you're back. Young Master Lin, can we start now? These people were excited. Young Master Lin, how confident are you? To be honest, they weren't 100% confident until now. Because Lin Xian was too young. He was so young that they couldn't believe it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was extremely calm. Give me the spiritual medicine. Soon, someone brought them over. Lin Xian waved his hand and the spiritual herbs floated in the air. He scanned them with his soul and nodded slightly. That's right, these are the spiritual herbs. Now I'm going to refine the pills. I'll prepare a secret room for young Master Lin. Qi Siyu said. Lin Xian shook his head. There's no need. It's fine here. I'll set up a few arrays. You guys stay far away. No matter what happens, don't disturb me. He's going to refine pills in public? A few people in the crowd exclaimed. Lin Xian turned around and saw Pill King He Tu, Pill King Black Feather, and Pill King Red Lotus. Other than them, there were many alchemists who came because of Lin Xian's reputation. After all, Lin Xian claimed that he could cure the Qi family's patriarch's injury. It had caused a stir in the alchemy world. Countless alchemists rushed over. They couldn't believe it. They had to see it with their own eyes. Pill King He Tu, Pill King Black Feather, and Pill King Red Lotus had arrived long ago. When they heard that Lin Xian was going to refine pills in public, they were very excited. This way, they would be able to see the depth of Lin Xian's alchemy skills. The other alchemists were also discussing. This kid was too young. How old was he? How could he cure the Qi family's patriarch? Could he be a liar? Who cares? If he's going to refine pills in public, we'll be able to see it soon. If he doesn't do it well, the Qi family will teach him a lesson. How could he do it well? This young man must be boasting. One had to know that even a half-step alchemy sage could not refine it well, let alone him. The elders of the Qi family frowned when they heard those words. To be honest, they were also very worried. After all, these spiritual herbs were very precious, and their Qi family had paid a high price for them. If they failed, then not only would their old ancestors' injuries not be healed, they would also have wasted so many precious spirit herbs. However, they had no other choice now. They could only place all their hopes on Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care about what those people were thinking. He ordered Shi Siyu to let the surrounding people quickly retreat and make an empty space. 1. Lin Xian raised his hand and formed a formation that enveloped him. He took a deep breath, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. With a flip of his hand, a purple cauldron appeared in the air. Purple Abyss Cauldron. The surrounding alchemists all cried out in surprise. Their eyes lit up. Was this a pill cauldron that had been used by a half-step saint? He had actually obtained it. For such a precious cauldron to be in his hands, it was truly a waste of God's gift. Some alchemists were extremely unwilling. However, there were also some top alchemy kings who said coldly, "Waste of God's gift?" That wasn't necessarily true. Don't forget that he too, Dan Yu, and Red Lotus, the three of them couldn't defeat him. One could imagine that he was definitely an expert. If you want to snatch the cauldron, think about your own fate first. When those words came out, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over everyone, and they all came to their senses. That's right. 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings couldn't do anything to him. They would be cannon fodder if they went up. Of course, there were also some who were unconvinced. Among them, a few Tier 9 Pill Kings snorted. So what if he's strong? We alchemists compete in alchemy skills. Let's see what qualifications this kid has to dare to say that he can cure the Qi family's old ancestor. When those words came out, everyone was puzzled. That's right, what kind of peerless elixir could he refine? At this moment, everyone was nervously watching. He too, Heiyu, and Red Lotus, the 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings, held their breaths. Inside the formation. After Lin Xian took out the purple abyss cauldron, he raised his head and looked at the spirit herbs in the air. At the same time, he quickly recalled the refining method of the Suyang Golden Crow elixir. After going through it 10 times in his mind, Lin Xian felt that there was no problem. Then, he started. With a wave of his hand, stalks of spirit herbs entered the cauldron. Then, Lin Xian's 9 sons' divine fire danced in his body and enveloped the cauldron. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and started to refine the elixir. The people around him waited patiently. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. A month had passed. Lin Xian still hadn't finished refining. After all, he was refining a sage-level elixir. It wasn't something that could be completed in a short period of time. However, it was about time for him to finish refining the elixir. Lin Xian opened his eyes and took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, he threw a stalk of spirit herb into the cauldron. Buzz! At this moment, the cauldron trembled slightly. Not good. I'm afraid I'm going to fail. The Tier 9 Pill Kings outside gasped. The other alchemists also sneered. The people from the Qi family were extremely nervous. Lin Xian frowned. He reached out his soul and tried his best to control the cauldron. However, in the end, all the spirit herbs turned into ashes with a loud bang. Did he fail? Lin Xian frowned slightly. He started to review the process. The people from the Qi family outside had ugly expressions. Failed. Damn it, how could it be like this? Shi Si's face was also pale. However, at this moment, the Qi family's patriarch said in a low voice. Even the best alchemists didn't have 100% success rate. Failing once wasn't a big deal. When the patriarch said that, the people from the Qi family heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, they knew that some elixirs were very difficult to refine. The elixir that cured the Qi family's patriarch was especially precious. It was impossible to have a 100% success rate. It was estimated that a 10% success rate would be very high. Therefore, failing the first time didn't mean anything. However, they only collected 3 sets of spirit herbs. This meant that Lin Xian had 2 more chances. Could Lin Xian succeed in 2 tries? They didn't know. Their hearts were all in their mouths. The alchemists around them sneered. There was no way this kid could succeed. The elixirs he refined were too difficult. Moreover, they could tell that these were half-step saint-level elixirs. No matter how powerful this kid was, could he be a half-step pill saint? They all shook their heads and sneered. The 3 pill kings, He Tu, Heiyu, and Red Lotus frowned. What do you think? Pill King Heiyu asked in a low voice. Pill King He Tu frowned. We've never seen his alchemy technique before. It's not from Cloud Return Planet. Where did this kid learn alchemy from? Although we've never seen his technique, it's so complicated that even I can't handle it. Pill King Red Lotus smiled bitterly. He might really be refining half-step saint-level elixirs. Chapter 3175. Although he was a top grade 9 pill king, he had no way of refining this kind of pill. Because his strength was not up to par. However, this young man in front of him, who was nearly 1,000 years younger than him, could actually start refining the half-saint pill. Although he failed in the end, he maintained it for nearly a month. This meant that the other party's alchemy skills had far surpassed his. Thinking of this, the 3 pill king's hearts sank. He was really a rising star. No, he was a peerless genius. It turned out that this set of Roman flowers was put in too early. On the other side, Lin Xian finally found the reason for his failure. He took a deep breath again and started refining again. At his level, refining for a month was nothing. He even saw in the pill saint's notes that some pills took hundreds of years to refine. Those pills had spirituality and could fight on their own. For now, Lin Xian could only look at such a mythical pill. Right now, he only needed to refine this pill. The second time, the refining began. Another month had passed, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. Because the last time, it failed at this time. They wondered if he would succeed this time? Many pill refiners were paying close attention. The Qi family members were also extremely nervous. Qi Siyu clenched her fists tightly. Su Chen seemed very calm. After all, he had already found the reason for his failure. Therefore, after putting it in this time, there were no abnormalities. Next, it was almost time to wrap it up. After more than a month, the pill had basically taken shape. Lin Xian was going to do the final condensation. However, he could not let his guard down. After all, there were many pill refiners who failed at the last step. Lin Xian followed the experience provided by the pill saint's notes carefully. Finally, another 10 days passed. With a bang, a rumbling sound came from the pill furnace. Following that, countless rays of light spewed out, and a fragrance wafted over. Even through the array formation, everyone felt refreshed. Many people even felt the power in their bodies boiling. Could it be that he had succeeded? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. The Qi family members were so excited that they almost fainted. Those pill refiners looked as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible! A few top grade 9 pill kings screamed. How could he have succeeded? That was a sage-level pill. Indeed, these alchemists were about to faint from fright. The other party was able to refine a half-saint's pill. Didn't that mean that the other party was a half-step pill saint? Thinking of this, their bodies trembled. Hichu, Heiyu, and Red Lotus, the three pill kings, had a change in expression as well. Half-step pill saints were like seniors in their alchemy world. They had to pay their respects when they saw him. Did he succeed? The old ancestor of the Qi clan held onto his walking stick, his body trembling. A smile appeared on his wrinkled old face. Finally, his injuries could be healed. After 300 years, he was finally going to recover. Thinking of this, the Qi family patriarch smiled. Lin Xian waved his hand and a golden elixir appeared in the void. The golden pill had a mysterious pattern on it that resembled the texture of a tree. From afar, it looked like a golden crow lying on top of it. Success! Lin Xian grabbed the pill in his hand and removed the array formation. In the next moment, he looked at the people of the Qi clan. The other people's eyes were red. They were too excited. They did not expect Lin Xian to succeed. From the discussion of the surrounding pill kings, they already knew that Lin Xian had refined a sage-level pill. He knew how difficult it was to refine it. He estimated that none of the pill kings present could refine it successfully. However, Lin Xian had succeeded. Didn't that mean that the other party was a half-step pill saint? Thinking of this, the people of the Qi clan were shocked. Such a young half-step pill saint was helping them. It seemed that the heavens had opened their eyes. Qi Siyu was also very excited. Young Master Lin, you really succeeded? That's great. She looked at the Qi family patriarch. At this moment, the patriarch threw away his walking stick. His body trembled slightly, and his turbid eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. It was like a divine lamp that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Young Master Lin, are you really done? The Qi family patriarch seemed to be in disbelief. He wanted to confirm it again. Lin Xian nodded. That's right, I'm done. He threw the pill in his hand to the patriarch. Swallow it. This pill can heal your injuries that have lasted for 300 years. The Qi family patriarch's hands trembled when he received it. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a low voice, I'm going into seclusion. Activate the array and don't let anyone disturb me. Whoosh! He turned into a ray of light and rushed into the depths of the Qi clan. The Qi family patriarch's elders moved quickly. One array after another lit up, especially the depths of the Qi clan, which was surrounded by dozens of large arrays. Obviously, they would not allow any accidents to happen to the Qi family patriarch. The area around Lin Xian and the others was also enveloped by the formation. The Qi family patriarch looked at Lin Xian excitedly. They hurried over. Thank you, young Master Lin, for your help. If the patriarch's injuries can really be healed, the Qi family will definitely thank you. Lin Xian nodded. There was a reason why he helped the Qi family patriarch. It was because he needed the Qi family to help him collect the remaining spiritual herbs. However, it was not the time yet. When the Qi family patriarch walked out again and recovered from his injuries, he would make another request. But now, he looked at the surrounding pill kings. The surrounding pill kings felt their scalps go numb. Previously, they were still mocking the other party, thinking that he was too young and would not succeed. However, they did not expect that the other party would really succeed. However, there were also some people who were stubborn. It was just that he had succeeded. He could not be sure that the Qi family patriarch's injuries could be healed. However, the surrounding people hurriedly left when they heard that, afraid that they would be implicated. Some people even sneered. Idiot! That's a half-step pill saint. How dare you be so arrogant? Sure enough, the people who mocked him broke out in cold sweat. That's right, that's a half-step pill saint. Even if he could not be healed, so what? Would they dare to offend him? Thinking of this, their intestines turned green with regret. With a plop, they knelt on the ground and kowtowed non-stop. Most of the surrounding pill masters walked up respectfully and bowed to Lin Xian. Greetings, senior. They had no choice. Although they had lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years, and some had even lived for close to 3,000 years, they were all old monsters. However, in terms of pill Dao, they were far behind Lin Xian. Therefore, even if Lin Xian was very young, they still had to address him as senior and bow to him. Lin Xian naturally knew these rules, so he gladly accepted them. Whether it was martial Dao, pill Dao, or other things, strength was the most important. Age was simply ignored. Lin Xian's gaze swept across the surrounding pill masters and finally landed on the three people in the distance. Chapter 3176. Hearing this, he too, Heiyu, and Hong Lian, the three ninth-grade pill kings, let out a wry smile and hurried over. They said respectfully. They were convinced, sincerely convinced. Young master is far better than us in alchemy. We have already prepared the things that we promise you. Please accept them. As they spoke, the three of them took out the three spiritual herbs that they had prepared. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile when he saw the three spirit herbs. He kept them and nodded slightly. Seeing that Lin Xian had no intention of blaming them, he too and the other two pill kings heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although they had fought with the other party previously, they were not too arrogant. Instead, they had made an agreement today. If they had used their seniority to fight against the other party with their status and strength as pill kings, they would have died. They would have gone to hell. Next, they just had to wait patiently. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. The others also waited quietly. Just like that, 15 days passed. In the depths of the Qi family, there was a sudden burst of energy, like a flash flood, sweeping in all directions. A long roar turned into a thunderclap, piercing through the void. Buzz! A figure rose into the sky, like a demon god, standing in the void. The aura that he exuded was filled with mysterious low runes, making it hard for people to breathe. This was a law fragment. Heavens, the Qi family's patriarch. The Qi family's patriarch's strength had recovered. The alchemists were shocked. The Qi family's elders were overjoyed. They knelt on the ground, cheering loudly. Congratulations to the patriarch! Congratulations to the patriarch! Ha ha! The Qi family's patriarch looked up to the sky and laughed. He was too happy. It had been 300 years, and his vitality was almost depleted. In another 10 years he would have died. But now, he had completely recovered. Not only that, he was confident that he could live for a few thousand years. To him, this was a huge surprise. Finally, he had regained control of that power. The Qi family's patriarch walked forward. He did not remove the law fragment on his body. Instead, he walked in front of everyone like a god. The supreme martial artists trembled, and the alchemists held their breaths. They felt like their scalps were about to explode. Qi Siyu was also kneeling on the ground. The only one left standing was Lin Xian. He clasped his hands behind his back, and a mysterious light flowed around his body, blocking the pressure of the nomological fragment. The Qi family ancestor was stunned. He didn't think that Lin Xian would be able to block the law fragment. Old Master Qi, how do you feel? Has he fully recovered? Lin Xian asked indifferently. Lin Xian did not care about the law fragments released by the other party. His fleshly body was already at the half-step saint level, so the law fragments were still unable to pose a threat to him. Unless it was a true law. Moreover, he wasn't afraid that the other party would go back on his word. If he could cure the other party, he could also take the other party's life. Seeing how calm Lin Xian was, the Qi family's ancestor was shocked. To be honest, from the beginning until now, he still couldn't see through the young man before him. This young man was too mysterious. Perhaps the other party had a shocking background. The old ancestor of the Qi clan kept the law fragment and smiled. He had completely recovered, thanks to Lin Fan's help. Lin Fan, if you have any requests, the Qi family will definitely be able to fulfill them. All right, I won't stand on ceremony then. Lin Xian raised his hand and threw out a jade slip to the Qi family's ancestor. The Qi family's ancestor looked at it and nodded. No problem. The Qi family can help you collect these spiritual herbs. Give me a month's time. With that, the Qi family's ancestor handed the jade slip to the elder beside him. Collect these spiritual herbs within a month's time. After the elder took the jade slip, he probed it with his soul spirit and gasped. Although there weren't many spiritual herbs, they were extremely precious. Its value was comparable to the Crimson Sun Golden Crow pill from before. However, they didn't have any objections. Firstly, the ancestors' orders were unquestionable. Secondly, Lin Xian had cured their ancestors' injuries. No matter what price they had to pay, they were willing to do it. You don't have to worry about the spiritual herbs. Lin Fan, why don't you have a drink with me? The Qi family's ancestor smiled. All right, I'll do as you say. Lin Xian and the Qi family's ancestor walked into the distance side by side. The alchemists outside were extremely shocked. Some of the top pill kings looked at the figure in the distance with envy. At the same time, they decided to wait here. 5 days later, Lin Xian came out from the depths of the Qi family. Seeing that He Tu, He Yu, Red Lotus, and the other pill kings were still there, he was very confused. Is there anything else? Red Lotus, He Tu, and He Yu, the 3 pill kings, knelt on the ground respectfully. When the other elixir kings saw this scene, they also knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. They respectfully said, Senior, please advise us. They had no choice. They had been in the 9th grade pill king realm for a long time. Some had been in it for hundreds of years, while others had been in it for thousands of years. However, they still couldn't take that step. They couldn't even improve. If they couldn't improve, it would be worse than killing them. Therefore, these people were in despair. When they saw that Lin Xian had such attainments in alchemy at such a young age, they naturally looked forward to it. Therefore, they hoped that Lin Xian would be able to teach them a thing or two. Lin Xian nodded slightly. All right, since I have nothing to do, I'll teach you for 2 days. You only have 2 days. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you, Senior. He Tu and the other top pill kings were overjoyed. They hurriedly asked all the questions that had been bothering them for hundreds and thousands of years. Lin Xian answered calmly. Originally, his alchemy attainments were very strong, not weaker than these 9th grade pill kings. In addition, he had studied the pill saint's notes, causing his alchemy attainments to improve by leaps and bounds. Now, he had already reached the half-step pill king realm. Therefore, guiding these 9th grade pill kings was not difficult. 2 days passed very quickly. These 9th grade pill kings were reluctant to leave. In these 2 days, listening to Lin Xian's answers was equivalent to 500 years of hard work. Listening to a gentleman's words was better than reading 100 years of books. Then these pill kings left. However, Qi Siyu came. She accompanied Lin Xian to the nearby mountains, rivers, and scenic spots to play. Just like that, a month passed. The spiritual herbs that Lin Xian needed were also all completed by the mobile phone. When Qi Siyu handed a storage ring to Lin Xian's calm heart also became excited. Until now, all the herbs he needed had been gathered. He could finally start refining the Saint Breakthrough Pill. The Saint Breakthrough Pill was also a half-step Saint Pill. It was not easy to refine. He needed to go into seclusion for a while. However, after refining the Qiang Golden Crow Pill, Lin Xian also had some experience in refining a half-step Saint Pill. After bidding farewell to Qi Siyu, Lin Xian left the Qi family. He rose into the air and flew into the distance. He wanted to find a place with rich spiritual veins to refine pills in seclusion. Chapter 3177. This wasn't the first time he felt this way. He had felt it when Qi Siyu accompanied him on a tour. However, he couldn't find it when he searched. Now, he felt it again. With a cold snort, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and scanned his surroundings. His powerful soul power covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles, but he still couldn't find anything. Buzz! Lin Xian flew again, this time at a faster speed. After 3 days, he stopped again. In these 3 days, he felt someone peeping at him twice. Especially on the 3rd day, the other party seemed to be more and more unscrupulous. Who's sneaking around? Get out here! Lin Xian roared and turned into 9 heavenly lightning, descending in all directions. Ha ha, little kid, I didn't expect you to be so vigilant. You even found out. An old voice sounded. The void shattered and a figure walked out. This person was too strange. He was skinny like a mummy. His clothes were tattered and there were clods of dirt on it. It looked like he had crawled out from an ancient tomb. Lin Xian's pupils shrank when he saw the other party. What a terrifying aura! This person's aura was much stronger than Gao Peng and the Nether King. It was similar to the aura of the Qi family patriarch. Half-step sage. This was a half-step sage. A half-step sage was hiding his head and showing his tail? You're a disgrace to the half-step sage. Lin Xian sneered. Little kid, you know I'm a half-step sage? Why aren't you kneeling and kowtowing to welcome me? The mummified old man revealed a sinister smile. Fragments of precepts rushed out from his body and surrounded him, making him look like a god. Just you? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. You've followed me a few times before, but you didn't dare to come out when I was in the Qi family. Even the Qi family patriarch was afraid of you. What right do you have to threaten me? Lin Xian's guess was right. This mummified old man had followed him before. However, he was in the Qi family's sphere of influence. On the other hand, the Qi family had the Qi family's patriarch, a half-step saint. Therefore, it was inconvenient for this mummy-like figure to make a move. Brat, at that time, I just didn't want to fight with that old ghost from the Qi clan. Do you really think that I'm afraid of him? As for you? You dare to insult a half-saint? You can die now. As he spoke, a huge palm descended from the sky with a terrifying aura. 1. The palm fell and pierced through the void. Lin Xian dodged and went to another space. Old man, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian's sword chi became more and more piercingly cold. Tens of thousands of streams of sword chi were released, causing the entire sky to tremble. How dare a half-saint who is almost at the end of his life be so arrogant in front of me? I'll kill you today! At this point, a terrifying energy suddenly erupted from his body and swept out in all directions. The withered half-saint's face also darkened. Since you dared to behave atrociously at the Wan clan and even killed the experts of the Wan clan, I'll skin you alive today. You're from the Wan clan. This time, Lin Xian was stunned. He had just returned from the Wan clan. He didn't expect the Wan clan to have a half-saint expert. It seemed that the half-saint was in seclusion before this. Moreover, the half-saint didn't have much vitality left. It seemed that the half-saint was an ordinary existence. Did the remaining members of the Wan clan wake you up? Lin Xian frowned. He had spared some of the Wan clan's members. He didn't expect them to be so reckless. They even dared to awaken the half-saint of the Wan clan to kill him? It seemed that there was no need for the Wan clan to remain in this world. There's no need to go to the Wan clan to find them. I'm the only one left in the Wan clan. They've all been absorbed by me. The patriarch of the Wan clan was like a demon. His killing intent was monstrous. Indeed, the remaining members of the Wan clan had all turned into blood mist and were absorbed by him. With me here, I can find one Wan clan, 2 Wan clans, or even countless Wan clans. The patriarch of the Wan clan was very confident. He was a half-saint. With him around, it would be very easy to rebuild a clan. I can feel that your body has powerful blood chi and exuberant vitality. Now it's mine. The patriarch of the Wan clan rushed out. Obviously, his target was Lin Xian. To be precise, it was Lin Xian's body. Boom! The patriarch of the Wan clan charged out like a god of death. Lin Xian let out a long roar. The starry sky trembled. Countless sword chi accompanied by flames descended from the sky. In an instant, Lin Xian activated the power of fire. It was useless. The patriarch of the Wan clan laughed loudly. The clouds in the sky churned, forming a cloud hand that carried the law fragments. The terrifying energy was like a vast ocean. With a slap, all the sword chi in the sky were shattered. A mere power that was close to the Tao was nothing in front of him. Cloud Cave. The patriarch of the Wan clan snorted coldly. The cloud law fragment danced, forming an inexplicable killing intent that instantly blasted onto Lin Xian's body, sending Lin Xian flying. Boom! Lin Xian was sent flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, crashing into the mountains and rivers below. But soon he flew up. His body shone brightly like the sun. A half-step sage? That's all there is to it. He's not injured. This time, the patriarch of the Wan clan was stunned. Your body has already reached the half-step sage realm? Ha ha! I didn't misjudge you. I must obtain your body. He was too excited. He didn't expect the other party to have the body of a half-step sage. However, from the looks of it, the other party hadn't comprehended the law of fragments yet. He could easily kill such a person. Little kid, I don't have time to waste with you, so you can die now. Cloud Fiend! Soul Destruction! The Cloud Law fragment descended and wrapped around Lin Xian. At the half-step sage realm, he could easily pass through the physical body and use the law to kill the other party's soul. The Cloud Law? It's just a fragment. It can't do anything to me. Lin Xian let out a long roar. The dragon sword soul in his body let out a loud dragon roar. Then, it fused with the power of fire. Originally, Lin Xian's power of fire was very close to the law fragment. Now, with the power of the dragon sword soul, its power increased by several times. After all, the dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique. Therefore, at this moment, the power of fire rose infinitely and blocked the Cloud Law fragment. Boom! The two collided, producing tens of thousands of thunderous sounds. The entire sky was destroyed, turning into a zone of destruction. It's useless. You can't block it. The patriarch of the Wan clan walked forward. He wanted to collect Lin Xian's body, but when he got close, the half-step sage of the Wan clan was stunned. Because he realized that Lin Xian wasn't dead. Instead, the aura on his body was becoming more and more terrifying. Impossible! Damn it, how can you block the law fragment? You're clearly only close to the Tao. The patriarch of the Wan clan's expression changed for the first time. Chapter 3178. However, the other party had blocked it. How was that possible? What kind of treasure did he have? Was it a half-saint artifact or a saint artifact? No, a mere half-saint artifact couldn't do anything to a true half-saint unless it was a saint artifact. Kid, it seems like you have a secret in your body. The Wan family's patriarch could clearly feel that there was an extremely terrifying aura emanating from Lin Xian's body. It caused the surrounding power of fire to rise infinitely. Although it wasn't a law fragment, its power was no different from a law fragment. I've said it before, a half-saint at the end of his life is no threat to me. Lin Xian walked over like a god of war. His eyes shone with a cold light. He waved his finger, and countless sword chi interweaved with the power of fire. It quickly formed a flaming lotus and charged forward. Stupid ant, how dare you look down on me? The Wan family's patriarch was also angry. He emitted an extremely terrifying aura. His tattered Taoist robe also trembled rapidly. He was like a ghost, rushing forward quickly. The law of clouds brought with it a powerful force. He slapped out with his palm and collided with the flaming sword. The two exploded with shocking light. At that moment, Lin Xian used the Annihilation Sword Lotus. A black lotus flew out with the power of annihilation. Together with the Dragon Sword Soul, its power doubled. Boom! This time, it directly hit the Wan family's patriarch and sent him flying. Damn it! Two powers that were close to the Tao. The Wan family's patriarch flew back from hundreds of thousands of miles away. His body was trembling with anger. He was a half-saint, but he was sent flying by a junior. If word got out, how was he going to survive? Kid, you've completely angered me. The Wan family's patriarch roared. His originally withered body suddenly expanded. His withered cheeks and gray hair also rapidly changed. Soon, he turned into a middle-aged man with a heroic bearing. Cloud-pushing palm. With a loud shout, heaven and earth trembled. The clouds turned into a huge palm that covered a radius of millions of miles and descended from the sky. After transforming, not only did the Wan family's patriarch become younger, but his power was also more terrifying than before. The law fragment carried a shocking power and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and his blood and qi almost froze. He moved quickly. However, this palm covered an area of several million miles. It was simply too vast, and he couldn't leave it in a short period of time. Therefore, he could only let out an angry roar and push his divine body to the extreme. At the same time, the great dragon sword spirit combined with the power of fire to form the Nine Suns' divine fist and soared into the sky. Boom! The mountains and rivers below shattered the void, turning into a pitch-black space that devoured everything within a radius of a few million li. Moreover, it did not disappear for a long time. He should be dead this time, right? The patriarch of the Wan family slowly descended from the sky. However, he was stunned once again. A touch of coldness appeared on his face, and a deep shock appeared in his eyes. He wasn't dead. He saw a figure below. His qi and blood were like dragons. His body shone with boundless light, like a sun. He stood there, suppressing the heaven and earth. Old fellow, I've said it before. A half-saint like you is unable to do anything to me. Lin Xian's body shone with boundless light. The sword qi around him formed a powerful domain that enveloped him and blocked this astonishing attack. Buzz! With a roar, he waved his fist and struck out with the Nine Suns' divine fist. At this moment, Lin Xian did not hold back. The power of the Nine Suns' divine body, the power of the great dragon sword spirit, and the power of fire all combined. The Nine Suns' divine fist struck out consecutively. It was as if 18 suns were spinning in the sky. It was fighting against the opponent's ethereal cloud law fragments. Lin Xian's power was as strong as Yang, while the power of the Wan family's patriarch was incomparably ethereal. When the two collided, it was as if the world of Yin and Yang was torn apart in the sky. The great void of millions of li had just recovered when it collapsed again. It was too terrifying. Who was it? The kings of the distant cities all lay on the ground when they felt this astonishing power. This was the power of laws. Was it a saint? No, it should be a half-saint. Two half-saints were fighting. Heavens, who was it? Everyone was shocked. However, they could not resist this power at all, let alone investigate. Lin Xian and the Wan family's patriarch fought from the sky to the ground. Everywhere they went, everything turned into ashes. The two of them fought for 3 days and 3 nights, but there was no winner. Lin Xian's qi and blood were like dragons. Although he was not a true half-saint, his strength was not weaker than a half-saint. The Wan family's patriarch was so angry that he vomited blood. What was going on? He could not do anything to the other party. Could it be that his qi and blood were not enough? The Wan family's patriarch's face was cold. He was indeed at the end of his rope. He was able to revive this time because he had absorbed the blood of countless descendants of the Wan family. However, it seemed that the blood he had absorbed was not enough. Otherwise, how could he not defeat the other party? Therefore, they wanted to retreat. On the other side, Lin Xian let out a long roar and became one with his sword. The great dragon sword spirit completely enveloped him and turned into a dragon shadow. It carried 2 types of power that were close to the Tao and kept burning. In an instant, he pierced through the void and directly crashed into the Wan family's patriarch. With a bang, the Wan family's patriarch was torn into pieces. Ah! The Wan family's patriarch screamed and retreated into the distance. His expression was extremely ugly. He was injured. His body was actually shattered by the other party. Ah! He could not accept it. He pulled out a long spear and charged out again. The long spear waved, carrying the nomological fragments. It was incomparably ethereal as it pierced through the 9 Yang divine body. The divine body was extremely terrifying. Although it was pierced by the long spear, it did not shatter. Instead, it clamped the divine spear formed by the nomological fragments. At the same time, the dragon-shaped sword shadow in Lin Xian's hand, coupled with the 2 types of power that were close to the Tao, split the Wan family's patriarch in half. The Wan family's patriarch was scared out of his wits and hurriedly fled. If this continued, he would be the one to lose in the end. After all, the other party's vitality was vigorous and his chi and blood were monstrous. Although he looked powerful, the chi and blood in his body had long withered. Whoosh! He was so frightened that he soared into the sky. Brat, just you wait. I will definitely not let you off. The Wan family's patriarch escaped. He wanted to slaughter millions of living beings to recover his chi and blood. Then, he would kill the other party and seize Lin Xian's body. Seeing the Wan family's patriarch escape, Lin Xian did not stop him. Firstly, he was also injured now. Secondly, he had more important things to do, which was to refine the Breaking Saint pill. As long as he finished refining the Breaking Saint pill and entered the Half-Saint realm, killing the other party would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Fine, I'll let you live for another 2 days. Lin Xian turned around and left. After Lin Xian and the Wan family's patriarch left, countless figures descended from the distance. They looked at the ground that had been destroyed beyond recognition and sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the power of the nomological fragments. This was the blood of half a lifetime. They looked at the scene and their bodies trembled. Buzz. Chapter 3179. An old man descended from the sky with a beautiful woman beside him. It was Chi Siyu and the old man from the Chi family. The Chi family was not far from here, so the battle here finally caught the attention of the Chi family patriarch. Patriarch, are half-saints fighting? Chi Siyu, who was beside him, asked curiously. The Chi family patriarch sensed the power of the nomological fragments, and the half-saint blood in the sky and nodded. Yes, it was indeed a half-saint. However, he did not know which half-saint it was. There was an aura that was familiar. He sensed the remaining sword chi in the sky and immediately narrowed his eyes. Could it be? A figure appeared in his mind. It was a young figure. It was because of this person that he was able to recover. But it should not be. He did not believe that this person had such strength. Could he really fight with a half-saint? When you go back, find out where young Master Lin went. Yes, Patriarch. Chi Siyu was very puzzled, but she still respectfully agreed. On the other side, Lin Xian left. He chose a very secluded place and sank into the ground below. Then, he set up countless arrays. With these arrays, even a half-saint would not be able to detect his tracks. In the next moment, he summoned the black earth and went inside. After all, he could not be disturbed when refining the Saint Breakthrough Pill. Lin Xian spent a month to recover his body and reach the peak. Then, he began to recall the process of refining the Saint Breakthrough Pill. Whoosh! He began to refine the pill. With the experience of refining the half-Saint Breakthrough Pill, Lin Xian was much more proficient this time. But even so, he still failed twice and succeeded on the third try. Then, he swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In this year, many things had happened. After the battle on Tianqiong Peak, Lin Wudi became famous. There was also a storm in the alchemy world. A young half-step alchemy saint cured the Qi family patriarch, shocking the continent. There were also changes in the Qi family. The Qi family patriarch recovered from his injuries 300 years ago and returned to the Jianghu. The Qi family's power increased greatly. They conquered the east and west, and their territory expanded several times. For a time, they were in the limelight. But at the same time, Cloud Returning Planet had another matter that made people's hair stand on end. A remote city was destroyed in one night. The tens of millions of cultivators in the city were massacred. Not even their corpses remained. A total of 77 cities were turned into ghost cities. Countless experts were annihilated. The area where the 77 cities were located also became a ghost region, and no one dared to step into it. This was because anyone who entered would immediately turn into a bloody mist and be absorbed by the mysterious existence. For a moment, everyone was terrified. That place had also become a forbidden area. Even if someone at the consummate level of 9 stars entered, they would instantly shatter, unable to escape. Did you know? It was rumored that there was a demon living there, and its strength was extremely terrifying. King-level cultivators would definitely die if they entered. Damn it, how could such a demon appear? He had heard that the 77 cities were quite good and had countless resources. There were even a few top-grade spirit veins in them. They wouldn't be given away just like that, right? Just wait and see. Those people from the big families will definitely not let this matter rest. Sure enough, there were people who went to attack the areas where the 77 cities were located. But soon the news came. The 6 big families had joined forces, but they were completely annihilated. No, there was still one person who came out alive. He was a Grand Elder who had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. However, at this moment, his entire body was shattered, and he was on the verge of death. He was so thin that he was only skin and bones. He only said 2 words when he came out and fell to the ground dead. A half-step sage. Everyone's scalps went numb. A half-step sage. There was actually a demon-like half-step sage inside. Once the news spread, it swept through the entire continent. Those big families also fell silent. What a joke! They did not dare to provoke a half-step sage. However, they didn't dare to do so, but some of the top families and sects sent their experts. Next, ghosts wailed and wolves howled in that area. Gloomy winds blew, and light shot into the sky as if the world was about to be destroyed. Everyone within tens of millions of kilometers saw it. Everyone knew that it was a battle between half-step sages. The light lasted for 10 days and 10 nights before finally disappearing. No one knew what the outcome was, but everyone only knew that they still could not enter that area. They would die if they entered. It's over. Even a half-step sage can't do anything to the demon inside. What should we do? However, following that, the situation also changed a little. It was just that the ghost realm formed by the 77 cities was no longer so terrifying. Some powerful people could enter. It was just that they did not dare to enter the innermost area. At the same time, some top geniuses from outside the realm came. They heard of this strange place, so they decided to investigate it. These top geniuses from Cloud Return Planet were naturally unwilling to fall behind and entered one after another. Firstly, they could not lose to the geniuses from outside the realm. Secondly, they also wanted to go in and train. After all, from the current intelligence, as long as they did not enter the innermost area, there should not be any danger to their lives. After all, many of those who hurried over were people who had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. For a time, this ghost realm became the focus of everyone's attention. There was a barren mountain endlessly far away from this ghost realm. The spiritual energy here was very sparse. It could be said that there were not even many demonic beasts here. Martial artists would even less come here. However, at this moment, the barren mountain shook violently as if an earthquake had occurred. Huge cracks began to spread in all directions. Eventually, the entire barren mountain was completely torn apart. Following that, a figure appeared. This was a handsome youth dressed in red robes, sitting there cross-legged. At this moment, there were mysterious runes flowing on his body like patches of flames. But that aura was much more terrifying than the flames. Above his head, a large crack opened, forming a black vortex. Endless energy surged into his body wildly. If a king saw this scene, he would definitely be scared silly. If a 9-star great perfection was poured in by this energy, he would probably directly explode and die. But the youth below did not feel anything. It was like an abyss black hole, mercilessly absorbing. This scene lasted for a month before it was completed. Buzz! The youth opened his eyes. 2 piercing beams of light pierced through the void. In the next instant, a surge of terrifying power surged out of his body. This power was much more terrifying than a king's, reaching an inconceivable level. Was this the cultivation of a half-sage? The red-robed youth was none other than Lin Xian. He had successfully refined the Saint Breakthrough Pill and swallowed it. After endless cultivation, he finally completely absorbed the Saint Breakthrough Pill, causing the phenomenon just now. His cultivation had also reached the half-sage level. Whoosh! Too powerful. Lin Xian's current strength was much stronger than before. Chapter 3180. Sure enough, not long after, the black vortex in the sky disappeared. Endless thunder clouds condensed and formed. These thunder and lightning seemed to have descended from the starry sky beyond the sky, very terrifying. With a bang, a bolt of thunder and lightning descended from the sky. Lightning punishment. Carrying the destructive aura of thunder and possessing the power of laws, it finally came. Lin Xian took a deep breath. After making it through this lightning tribulation, he should be able to condense true law fragments. Buzz! He was not afraid, instead, he directly rushed up. Bang! The entire place was drowned as if it was the end of the world. Fortunately, this place was deserted. Otherwise, they would definitely be scared silly. But even if there were few people, this destructive aura and power still attracted the attention of some martial artists. It was just that this thunder and lightning power was too terrifying. They did not dare to approach at all. A few bold ones were struck flying by the thunder before they even approached. Lightning tribulation, someone was transcending tribulation. Everyone was terrified. It wouldn't be some genius powerhouse, right? Many people looked at the space ahead enveloped by thunder and lightning, bewildered and uncertain. But no matter how they guessed, they could not guess who it was. Furthermore, this power was too terrifying, right? Even separated by tens of millions of miles, they still felt a chill run down their spines. So terrifying, it had already lasted for a month, and this lightning tribulation actually had not disappeared yet. Just who was transcending tribulation? Could he have already been struck into ashes? Those young martial artists were puzzled. However, those older generation figures shook their heads and sighed. Impossible, the person was going to die, and the lightning tribulation would have long disappeared. The current situation indicated that the person inside was still transcending tribulation. But just which major figure was it? This thunder and lightning's destructive aura exceeded this old man's several hundred years of cognition. Could it be an immortal manifesting? Many people exclaimed. There were rumors in this world that there were immortals. Perhaps an immortal had descended on Cloud Return Planet. The moment these words came out, many people directly knelt on the ground to worship. A month later, the signs of the lightning tribulation weakened. Another half a month later, it finally disappeared. It was just that everyone still did not dare to go forward. Because just that remnant aura was enough to kill them. Even those at the grand completion of 9 stars did not dare to go forward. However, the horror of this place did not deter these people. Instead, more and more martial artists gathered and knelt here. But on this day, they were all stunned. That was because they saw a figure walking out from the front. It was a young figure. Holy shit! Who is this kid? How dare he go in? Was he not afraid of being killed? Impossible! The residual power of the thunder was so terrifying, how could he be unscathed? These people were stunned. The older generation figures were bewildered. That wasn't right. They had never seen anyone enter before. Who was this person? Could it be that he had walked out from inside? Could it be that he was the one undergoing the tribulation? Impossible! How could such a terrifying lightning tribulation be caused by an old monster that had lived for thousands of years? How could it be caused by a young man? These older generation experts couldn't understand. The person who walked out was Lin Xian. After going through the thunder tribulation, he had finally transformed the power of fire into fragments of the law of fire. He was now a genuine sage to be. Before reaching the half-saint realm, he could already contend with a half-saint. Now, Lin Xian was confident that he could kill the patriarch of the Wan family with one punch. How could there be so many people? After coming out, Lin Xian looked around at the warriors who were kneeling and bowing. He frowned slightly. Kid, how did you get in? Yes, why are you unscathed? Tell me your secret. Many people surrounded him with ferocious expressions. In their opinion, he must have a treasure on him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes darkened, and a terrifying aura surged out. He was now a half-step saint. The aura he released was naturally the aura of half a lifetime. Suddenly, all the warriors were pressed to the ground by the aura, trembling. The few people who had spoken arrogantly earlier were so scared that they fainted. "Senior, please spare us!" everyone exclaimed. The older generation figures were also trembling. In their opinion, this was not a young man. He was definitely an extremely terrifying old monster. Lin Xian withdrew the aura of a half-step saint and asked indifferently, "What happened recently?" "Senior, in the past 2 years, the Qi family had become very powerful. They were several times stronger than before. It was said that the Qi family's patriarch had recovered from his injuries." An old man hurriedly said. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he nodded. This matter was within his expectations. He asked, "Is there anything else?" "Also, recently, many geniuses from outside the domain have arrived on Guiyuan planet. Many of them have comprehended power that is close to the Tao." "Oh?" It seemed that more and more geniuses from outside the domain had arrived. The old man continued. "These geniuses from outside the domain and the local geniuses of Guiyuan planet have all entered the ghost realm." "What is the ghost realm?" Lin Xian asked. He had never heard of the ghost realm before. "Senior, this ghost realm was formed in the past 2 years. A year or 2 ago, the warriors in the 77 cities mysteriously disappeared. The place where the 77 cities were locked formed the ghost realm. Anyone who entered would be turned into ashes. Rumor had it that there was a half-step saint inside. Inside, there was a monstrous bloody light and an extremely strong bloody aura. Later, a half-step saint entered and fought. However, he had no choice but to retreat in the end. However, the demon half-step saints in the movies were not as arrogant as before. They could enter some places. However, they were still unable to enter the core area. Those geniuses from outside the domain had gone to this ghost realm." "Ghost realm? Blood?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He thought of the half-step saint from the Wan family. Moreover, he guessed that it was most likely the doing of this half-step saint from the Wan family. What a reckless thing. He was about to die, yet he still caused so much slaughter. Lin Xian asked in a low voice. "Where was the ghost realm?" "Fly west from here. The place where the bloody light covered thousands of miles was the ghost realm," the old man said. It seemed that it was time to understand. Lin Xian soared into the sky. Previously, when he fought with the Wan family's patriarch, both sides were injured. At that time, he did not chase after the other party in order to break through. He did not expect that the other party would use such cruel methods to recover his strength. Now that he had broken through to become a true half-step saint, he naturally could not let the other party go. Inside the ghost realm, the bloody light overflowed into the sky and the ghost chi was awe-inspiring. On the other hand, it was a peaceful scene outside. This huge contrast made people fearful. However, at the same time, it also attracted countless warriors to come and search for treasures. After all, there were countless experts in each of the 77 cities. After they died, they left behind a large number of cultivation techniques and treasures. It could be said that there were 77 treasure vaults. Therefore, even though they knew the danger, their greed made these people move forward without caring about anything else. Of course, those who were weaker could only search outside. Even 9-star kings did not dare to get too close. They could only search in the outermost cities. Only those who had comprehended the Tao would dare to move forward. Chapter 3181. That should be the ghost realm, right? That figure was Lin Xian. He came to the vicinity of the ghost realm with flickering eyes. Sure enough, the surrounding blood qi was surging, and ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. Obviously, countless creatures had been killed, and their resentment was monstrous. Not only that, but he also sensed a familiar aura from it. The Cloud Law fragment. It was indeed the half-step sage of the Wan family. It seemed that the half-step sage of the Wan family should be cultivating in seclusion. Buzz! Lin Xian walked directly inside. His speed was very fast. He turned into a long rainbow and flew quickly into the distance. The people on both sides of the road were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Who was that kid? How dare he fly so fast? Did he want to die? It seemed that he was a reckless guy. There was a monstrous murderous aura inside, as well as some vengeful spirits and blood demons. Even a perfected 9-star cultivator would not barge in like that. How dare a kid like him do that? Just wait and see, he would definitely die within 3 seconds. However, these people were soon dumbfounded and almost knelt on the ground. That was because they realized that the other party was completely fine. The surrounding blood demons and vengeful spirits were directly torn apart by the other party. Wherever the other party passed, nothing dared to approach. He turned out to be a super expert. A top-notch genius. He must be a top-notch genius. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so powerful. Oh God, did another top-notch genius enter? It was going to be lively inside. These people were no longer looking down on him. Instead, they were amazed. Lin Xian's speed was so fast that there were not many people wherever he passed. Generally, those who were weak would not be able to enter, but suddenly, he made a sound and realized that there were people in front of him. It seemed that those people should be the top geniuses or peerless powerhouses. There were many people in front of him, but they did not move. Instead, they were confronting something. Lin Xian's arrival also attracted the attention of these people. One by one, the figures turned around. When they saw Lin Xian, they were extremely surprised. What a young person! Who was that person? They discussed. Lin Xian also looked over. His gaze stopped on those people for a second, then he no longer paid attention to them and looked ahead. No wonder those people stopped. It turned out that there were many blood demons and vengeful spirits in front of them. It seemed that the half-step sage of the Wan family had not only killed countless powerhouses, but also turned them into blood demons to protect him. He could see that the 77 cities and the ghost realm had formed a 10,000 ghost formation. Another person who didn't know the difference between life and death had come. A blood demon in front of him. He was dressed in blood-red armor and was 5 meters tall. He looked like a demon king. When he spoke, the surrounding space trembled. There was a rune between his eyebrows that emitted a mysterious aura. This was a rune left behind by the Wan family's old ancestor. It caused the blood demon's aura to be no weaker than the peak experts around him. After Lin Xian landed, he frowned. Although the blood demons and vengeful spirits ahead were terrifying, with so many top-notch experts here, would they not be able to defeat them? So he asked, "Why? Are you afraid to make a move? Brat, what do you know? How dare you look down on us?" There was an extremely terrifying formation here, and it was set up by a half-step sage. It could be said that it was the laws of heaven and earth. Under the laws, they could not attack in groups. They could only fight one-on-one. Do you think we won't attack you? Those top prodigies rolled their eyes, as if mocking Lin Xian's ignorance. They did not know that Lin Xian had already seen through it. It was a 1,000 ghost formation. Lin Xian continued, "One-on-one? So what? If you can't even defeat a mere blood demon, you'd better make way for me. This place is not suitable for you. It's too dangerous for you. Hurry up and go back." Lin Xian waved his hand and walked forward. "Damn kid, you're courting death. How dare you? Get lost." Those top prodigies were instantly enraged. Many of them were top prodigies who had rushed over from outside the realm. They had all comprehended power that was close to the Tao. Wherever they went, they were admired by tens of thousands of people. But now they were being looked down upon. How could they endure this? Immediately, a terrifying power surged out and filled the sky. However, Lin Xian did not fear this. He crossed his hands behind his back, not caring at all. The several top prodigies in front coldly snorted. "Boy, if it weren't for the rules of this array formation, then you wouldn't have been able to withstand our pressure. You actually dare to tell me to get lost? I think you should screw off first." A man walked out. This man was tall and his body exuded a blood infernal aura. He was also extremely tyrannical. There was a good show to watch. No one thought that Madman would actually attack. That boy was absolutely dead. Madman was extremely terrifying. He came from blood refining planet and was said to have worshipped a half-step sage as his master. Moreover, what he cultivated was the blood infernal Tao. His aura matched the surrounding aura. Here, not only would he not be suppressed, he could even increase his strength. That boy could have provoked anyone, but he had to provoke a ruthless master like Madman. It was likely that he would die without a corpse remaining. The surrounding prodigies sneered, all of them looking on as if they were watching a play. Lin Xian looked at the figure in front of him, his eyes flashing. He came from blood refining planet? And he also worshipped a half-step sage as his master? This reminded him of not too long ago when he had casually killed a little ant. In the next moment, Lin Xian lightly asked, "What is your relationship with Lone Wolf?" "Lone Wolf? That is my junior apprentice brother. How do you know him?" Madman frowned. Lone Wolf had already left Blood Refining Planet for a long time. He had said that he wanted to come to Cloud Planet to take revenge. However, several years had passed and there had been no news of Lone Wolf. This caused Madman to feel that something was wrong. Now that he heard this from Madman's mouth, he was immediately enraged. "It seems that you know something about my junior apprentice brother. Be a good boy and tell me. I can give you a quick and painless death. He was already killed by me because he provoked me. Just like you are now. So if you want to live, then kneel down, kowtow, and get the hell out of Cloud Planet. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as his." Lin Xian was now a true half-step sage. How could he allow someone close to the Tao to provoke him? "You are courting death. If you want to kill me, then go to hell first." Madman gave a loud shout, and an endless blood-red light bloomed from his body. In the next moment, he instantly turned into a monstrous demon king. A blood-red spear appeared in his hands. The Tao of Slaughter! As this spear thrust out, the entire space trembled. The surrounding sea of blood began to surge towards him. It was over. That boy had really died. Here, Madman's combat strength was far greater than in the outside world. Not only did he comprehend the Tao of Slaughter, but he had also comprehended the power of slaughter. Madman was absolutely a killing god. This was just a trivial power that bordered on the Tao. Lin Xian shook his head and punched out. Chapter 3182. With a bang, all of the blood-red light was completely shattered. Not only that, but the crimson spear was also shattered into pieces. What? How could this boy be so strong? The surrounding proud children of heaven's faces all paled. Madman's pupils shrank. This was bad, he had to hurry and retreat. But it was already too late. Lin Xian's palm stretched out. It was like a five-fingered mountain, firmly locking him in place. "Stop! You cannot kill me! I am Ancestor Shui Pao's disciple. My master is a half-saint. If you kill me, my master will never let you go." "Ancestor Shui Pao? A half-saint? Humph, if he dares to come find me, then I'll kill him too." Lin Xian didn't care. "Damn!" Madman screamed like a madman. He galvanized his strength that was close to the Tao to resist. But he discovered that he simply couldn't resist. Lin Xian had completely surpassed him. He couldn't even block a single move. He knew that he had offended someone that he couldn't afford to provoke. In the next moment, with a thud, he fell to his knees. "I was wrong, please forgive me." The surrounding top proud children of heaven's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This was Madman. Amongst them, he was an extremely powerful existence. But now, such a person was actually kneeling and begging for mercy? Now he knew how to kneel and beg for mercy? Too late. I gave you a chance, but now I won't. A half-saint had the dignity of a half-saint. Not just anyone could provoke them. As Lin Xian spoke, he didn't show any mercy. With a loud bang, Madman was turned into a bloody mist. Ah! Madman's body instantly exploded, but his soul managed to escape. Not just that, but his soul held a blood-red jade pendant. The jade pendant emitted a monstrous aura of a half-saint. Then, a hazy figure appeared. It was an old man in a blood-red robe. His body emitted a monstrous slaughter aura, extremely terrifying. A half-saint phantom. Many proud children of heaven cried out in alarm. They felt their blood freeze. Obviously, this was a half-saint phantom that had been left in Shui Man's body to save his life in a moment of crisis. 1. As this half-saint phantom appeared, it stared at Lin Xian. Who dares to harm my disciple? Kneel and accept your death. He stretched out a monstrous blood-red hand and viciously slapped towards Lin Xian. You want to fight me with a mere phantom of a half-saint? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a wisp of sharp, flaming sword light appeared at the tip of his finger as he slashed forward. Pooh! The blood-red half-saint phantom was slashed into two, and then it was incinerated by monstrous flames and transformed into ash. Impossible! How could you possibly destroy my master's illusion? Shui Man's soul was stunned in the air. His final life-saving method had been destroyed, and it had been easily broken by this opponent. Who was this person? With a swoosh, his soul was destroyed by the sword. Lin Xian turned his head and looked around. Instantly, the surrounding geniuses began to tremble, and many of their faces turned pale. They were done for. They had provoked a god of death. This was a truly terrifying expert. So sorry, we failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive us, young master. A few of the older generation experts hurriedly apologized. They had lived for countless years and knew when to submit and when to stand tall. Now they naturally had to beg for mercy. As the geniuses from other realms heard this, their bodies shook. They quickly said, Sorry, young master, please spare our lives. As they said this, they didn't dare to believe it. How proud were they? But now they had no choice but to bow their heads. I'll spare your lives this time. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Then, he looked ahead at the blood demons and resentful spirits. In the next moment, he walked forwards. The tall blood demon issued a fierce roar. Boy, you're courting death. A saber slashed down. It was like a river of blood, causing the entire vault of heaven to split open. However, Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. As the saber slashed down on his body, it emitted a heaven-shaking sound. Even so, he wasn't injured at all. Whoosh! He arrived in front of the blood demon, his aura capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. Horrifying flames appeared on his body, as if they would burn the entire world. Ah! The blood demon in front of him emitted a miserable cry before it turned into a pool of blood. The surrounding resentful spirits were also affected. They screamed as if they had gone crazy. They had no choice. They were originally Yin creatures, and they were most afraid of the power of Yang. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body was extremely terrifying. In addition, he now had a fragment of the law of fire. The power of Yang was definitely not something that the blood demons and resentful spirits could resist. Who exactly are you? The resentful spirits screamed as if they had gone crazy. They were the souls of the people who had died in the 77 cities. They had been refined by the Wan family's patriarch using a secret technique, and retained their intelligence when they were alive. At this moment, they were screaming as if they had gone crazy. They had never seen such a terrifying person. I'm Lin Wudi. Tell the Wan family's patriarch to come out. Lin Wudi. Hearing this, many of the surrounding people's bodies trembled. Their eyes were filled with shock. He was actually Lin Wudi. Thinking of this, they felt a lingering fear. The geniuses from other realms were puzzled. Who exactly was he? He was an extremely terrifying top genius who had defeated the Nether King in the battle at Tianqiong Peak. The Nether King! The geniuses from other realms were shocked. The Nether King was also a top genius in the outer realms. He was even stronger than them. They did not expect him to be defeated by the other party. However, some people frowned. That was not right. Even if he defeated the Nether King, he could not fight against a half-sage. Where did he get his confidence from? The native powerhouses of Cloud Return Planet were also very puzzled. Could it be that the other party had called their master this time? In their opinion, for Lin Xian to possess such strength, there must be a terrifying family, clan, or holy land behind him. Perhaps this time, it was the Grand Elder or Patriarch of his family's sacred ground who had made a move? You want to see my master? You'll have to get through me first. I don't care if you're Lin Wudi or Zhang Wudi. Go to hell today! A terrifying roar came from ahead. Then, the ground trembled and the void shattered. A terrifying figure walked out. This figure was extremely ferocious. His entire body was formed by resentful spirits. It seemed that he had used millions of resentful spirits. Every head was extremely ferocious and twisted. On the outside, there was a blood-red armor made from endless blood that firmly imprisoned these resentful spirits. On the armor, there were mysterious runes that flickered with a demonic power. The surrounding top geniuses swallowed their saliva. How terrifying! Fortunately, they did not act rashly just now. This new monster was too terrifying. He had far surpassed them and was close to a half-sage. Would this brat be able to withstand it? For a moment, their gazes turned to Lin Xian. Boom! The monster in front of them roared loudly. Endless resentment surged into the sky as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. He struck out with his palm, and monstrous waves of blood erupted with incomparable killing intent. I have a sword that can cut through the 9 heavens. Chapter 3183. In the next moment, endless flames danced on his body, condensing into a flaming long sword in his hand, emitting a brilliant light. This is? The expressions of the surrounding prodigies all changed. The pupils of those older generation figures also constricted abruptly. What a terrifying flame aura! Retreat quickly! They quickly retreated and watched from afar. The monsters and wraiths in front all trembled uneasily, letting out frenzied roars. The surrounding thousand ghost formation also seemed to be enraged, operating crazily. For a time, the front was wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, like demons from hell. Kill! Terrifying monsters, countless blood demons, and wraiths that filled the sky all charged over crazily. The flaming long sword in Lin Xian's hand also slashed down. At this moment, Lin Xian became incomparably terrifying, like a sword god. The long sword in his hand bloomed with resplendent light as it slashed down. The void shattered, and all the wraiths and monsters were reduced to ashes. The entire thousand ghost formation was split open by a sword. A crack appeared in the ground, spreading into the distance. This sword split the entire ghost domain apart. Behind, those outer realm prodigies were almost fainted from fright. Damn it, who the hell was this person? How could there be such a terrifying monster on Cloud Return Planet? If they knew, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. Those powerhouses on Cloud Return Planet were also terrified. They racked their brains but could not figure out which family or sacred ground the other party was from. Outside, those martial artists who were still wandering around the ghost domain also screamed. They discovered that the ghost domain in front of them suddenly split into 2 halves from the middle. Endless flames shot into the sky. The ghost domain was split open. Someone screamed, and everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What? Impossible, right? They had deeply experienced how terrifying the ghost domain was during this period of time. Even a half-sage could not do anything to it. But now, it was actually split open. Who the hell was it? Could it be that a saint made a move? Inside the ghost domain, Lin Xian split open the thousand ghost formation with a sword. Then, his gaze was like a magic lamp, looking ahead. Old ghost of the Wan family, still not coming out? Do you want me to personally drag you out? Damn it, who is it? How dare you disturb my cultivation? A terrifying sound rang out as the void continued to shatter. The surrounding elite sky prides were coughing up mouthfuls of blood as well. The might of a half-step saint. Not good, retreat quickly. They retreated frantically as if they had seen a ghost. Although they were geniuses from outside the realm and local powerhouses, they had only comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. Compared to a half-saint, he was still far from it. Therefore, they were completely unable to contend against a half-saint. No matter how many people there were, it was useless even if they attacked together. They could only keep retreating. However, Lin Xian did not retreat. Instead, he walked forward. With every step he took, a flame would rise from his feet. In the end, the flames in the sky burned all of the ghost chi. What a pretentious prick! You were already at the end of your tether, but in order to increase your strength, you didn't hesitate to slaughter millions of living beings. You truly deserve to die. I let you escape last time, but I won't let you escape this time, Lin Xian said coldly. Hearing the last sentence, the surrounding sky pride's eyes almost popped out. What? He escaped last time? Could it be that this kid had already fought with a half-step saint before? Heavens! They were about to faint from fright. In the depths of the ghost realm, the Wan family's patriarch screamed as if someone had stepped on his tail. Damn kid, it's you! With a boom, he broke through countless voids and appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the Wan family's patriarch had turned into a middle-aged man. His muscles were bulging, and his blood was monstrous. It was obvious that the blood of millions of powerhouses had allowed him to recover. The Wan family's patriarch was surrounded by a sea of blood that turned into armor and enveloped him. A blood-red longsword appeared in his hand as he stepped into the air step by step. Kid, it's really you. Don't worry, this time, I will definitely send you to the 18th level of hell. The current me is no longer at the end of my tether. I have recovered to my peak. As he roared, the void within millions of miles shattered, and the entire world turned into a blood-red sea. In the sky, blood-red clouds appeared and shrouded everyone. This is my world. I am the ruler of this entire world. A king could use a domain, while a saint could use a world. In this world, a saint's laws were the ruler. Although a half-step saint was unable to form their own world, they still far surpassed the domain. What the other party said was right. In this cloud-like space, the Wan family's patriarch was the ruler. The surrounding martial artists were so scared that they shivered. They knelt on the ground, shivering. Even the proud children of heaven from outside the realm were filled with despair. They could feel law fragments dancing between the heavens and earth. They simply couldn't resist. It was over. They might really die here. They were filled with incomparable regret. However, some people said, No, we still have a glimmer of hope. That is the person in front of us, Lin Woody. Yes, he was Lin Woody. He had defeated the Deep King and killed Shuiman. Perhaps he had a way to deal with the Wan family's patriarch. What a joke! He was only from the younger generation. At most, he had comprehended a strength that neared the Tao. How could he possibly contend with a half-step saint? Do you know what the power of a law fragment is? Some people shook their heads, their faces filled with despair. They weren't optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. In front of them, Lin Xian looked up at the sky, at the blood energy that overflowed with blood. He sneered. Had he recovered to his peak? So what? His opponent's strength had risen, but so had he. Now, he had become a true half-step saint. He even had the confidence to contend with a saint, much less his opponent. Ha! Boy, you are too arrogant. I admit that you are strong. Although you are only a perfect king and have comprehended a strength that nears the Tao, you are still able to contend with me. But that is only the weakest me. 2 years ago, I had just awakened and my strength was very weak. But now, I have already reached the peak. Compared to before, my strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. With a single hand, I can slap you to death. Don't worry. Once I grab your soul, I will let you experience 100 reincarnations. And your mortal body will be mine. The Wan family's patriarch had recovered to his peak. His killing intent soared to the heavens, unstoppable. It was as if he could control everything. With a boom, as his voice fell, an incomparably ethereal blood-red palm pressed down from the sky. On the palm, accompanied by the law of clouds fragment, it was as if the real heavens were descending, making it impossible to stop. Boom! 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 As soon as the palm landed, all the cultivators within 1,000,000 miles were sent flying. Regardless of whether it was the older generation experts, or the geniuses from the outer realm, they were all sent flying. They couldn't withstand it at all. Their bodies were shattered, and they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Only after retreating a few million miles did they heave a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. Was this the power of a half-step saint? With just a casual strike, the storm was enough to seriously injure them. If they were hit head-on, they probably wouldn't survive even if they had 100 lives. It's over. That Linwoody is probably dead. Chapter 3184. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Interesting. Today, I'll use you as a test. Endless flames erupted from his body. Each one of them jumped around like a fire dragon, roaring non-stop. There was an extremely terrifying aura on it. With a boom, he punched out with the 9 Suns' divine fist. It was like a golden crow rampaging in the sky. The two collided in the sky, shattering the void for millions of miles. Everyone was sent flying again. There was chaos in front of them, as if the end of the world had happened. Amidst countless terrified screams, the blood-red hand quickly shattered. A golden fist shot into the sky, illuminating millions of miles of mountains and rivers. As for the Wan family's patriarch, he was sent flying like a kite. Blood splattered in the sky. This was the blood of a half-step sage. It easily pierced through everything, causing the ground to sink and endless black holes to appear. Lin Xian's body bloomed with flames. He was like a god of war. He charged forward forcefully, and his cold voice resounded throughout the world. Who said that you're the only half-step sage? Millions of miles away, countless geniuses raised their heads and stared at this scene, dumbfounded. This scene was deeply imprinted in their minds. Even after 1,000 years, they could still remember it clearly. Finally, someone broke the silence. A scream rang out. The half-step sage was sent flying. Heavens, how did he do it? What did he say? Who said that you're the only half-step sage? Could it be that he's also a half-step sage? No way. How could he be a half-step sage at such a young age? He's Linwoody. Wasn't he someone who was close to the Tao? How did he become a half-step sage now? Screams rang out crazily. They weren't familiar with Lin Xian. In fact, they might not even recognize him if they met him face to face. However, they had heard of Linwoody's name. Previously, Linwoody had defeated the Nether King, and his name had shaken the entire cloud-returning planet. However, Linwoody was only a genius who was close to the Tao at that time. Now, he had become a half-step sage. The speed of his advancement was too fast. If news of this spread, it would probably scare a group of grand elders to death. Ah! Damn brat! I'm going to kill you! In the distance, a figure soared into the sky, roaring madly. His body was covered in blood light, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was the Wan clan's ancestor. He was injured. He was actually injured by a young man's punch. Impossible! Damn it, how is this possible? 2 years ago, he had fought with the other party and was injured by the other party at that time. However, at that time, he had just woken up and was like a lamp without oil, so he couldn't use his strength at all. Now, he had already recovered to his peak. However, the outcome was still the same. In fact, the situation was even worse than back then. He was actually injured by a single punch. He couldn't believe that the other party's strength had increased even more than his. How was this possible? No, that's impossible. I don't believe it. How could you possibly be a half-saint? It had only been 2 years since they last met, and he had already become a half-saint? Even the patriarch of the Wan clan had never seen such a cultivation speed before. He guessed that Suchin must have swallowed some medicinal pills to forcefully increase his cultivation. Such a person couldn't be compared to a true half-saint. The next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of mist. Whoosh! The cloud of mist continued to expand, enveloping the entire world. Countless figures of the Wan clan's patriarch appeared in all directions. Each of them was incomparably real. They carried the power of the precept fragments. The people who were watching the battle from afar were terrified. What kind of divine ability was this? How could he create so many clones? Furthermore, each of them was carrying fragments. Which one was the real one? They couldn't see clearly at all. Ha ha, kid, go to hell now. Countless clones moved together in the sky and on the ground, making it impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A golden light appeared in his eyes and swept in all directions. However, in the next moment, he was slightly stunned. He couldn't see through it for a while? So what? No matter how much the other party's secret technique was, it was useless. 9 Yang Divine Sword, illuminate mountains and rivers. With a long roar, boundless flames formed a divine sword in Lin Xian's hand. The long sword swept across, illuminating millions of miles of mountains and rivers. At this moment, every space between heaven and earth was filled with flaming sword chi. Countless half-step sage clones were enveloped by all the sword chi. In the next moment, these clones were completely pierced through. None of them escaped. With a bang, a figure was sent flying. It was the Wan family's patriarch's true body. His face was filled with shock. Damn it, how was this possible? His divine ability had been destroyed by the other party's sword chi again. This was too powerful. With a slash of the sword, there was no way to hide within 1,000,000 miles. Cloud Spear! The Wan family's patriarch roared. A cloud spear appeared in his hand and directly pierced out. Buzz! The cloud spear disappeared without a trace. Kid, the cloud is ethereal and traceless. Let's see how you block it. Indeed, the Wan family's patriarch's cloud law was so ethereal. Not only was his speed extremely fast and his movement technique was strange, but his attacks were also extremely strange. Buzz! On Lin Xian's left, the void shattered and a long spear pierced over. Bang! It sent Lin Xian flying. It hit! Countless people exclaimed. The Wan family's patriarch's lips curled into a smile. Hee hee, kid, I knew it. You can't block my technique. Before he could finish his words, his body began to tremble because he realized that Lin Xian had returned once again without any injuries on his body. How was this possible? It couldn't pierce through? How could your physique be so strong? The Wan family's patriarch was stunned. So what if the other party had the body of a half-step sage? How could he not shatter the other party's attack? Lin Xian sneered. Sorry, you didn't hit at all. Indeed, the moment the long spear was about to pierce him, he directly sent it flying with his sword. Since I've taken so many of your attacks, then you should take one of mine. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. He stared at the other party. In the next moment, he waved the light sword in his hand, and it turned into a golden river of flames that surged out. The terrifying heat wave could melt everything in the world. The sword was like a fire dragon, roaring incomparably. Everyone was shocked. That was because Lin Xian's sword strike was simply too terrifying. The Wan family's patriarch's body went numb. He felt that he couldn't resist. In the next moment, he used the Cloud Law fragment to the extreme and dodged quickly. The Cloud Law disappeared without a trace. In an instant, the Wan family's patriarch merged into the void and disappeared. It's over. That kid might not be able to catch me. Yes, the Cloud Law was too strange. Moreover, if a half-step sage wanted to escape, it was impossible to stop him. The people in the distance sighed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to escape? Do you think you can escape? The great dragon sword spirit roared, and the power of his sword chi erupted once again. Chapter 3185. With a loud boom, the sword slashed through the void. A figure flew out. The Wan family's ancestor was stunned in midair, unable to believe what had happened. His body slowly split into 2 halves. Then, his blood turned into a sea of blood, roaring in the air. What? The Wan family's ancestor was split in half. How was this possible? How did he do it? The Wan family's ancestor had already turned into a cloud of mist and could not be attacked at all. How did he kill him? Were these people crazy? To be honest, even the Wan family's ancestor did not know how he was injured. He did not know that Lin Xian's dragon sword soul could destroy everything. It could even cut through the void, let alone a cloud of mist. I told you, I won't let you go this time. So, you can go to hell. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm. In the void, a pair of golden eyes appeared. Countless runes flashed, and together with the law of fire, it burned the ancestor's soul. Ah! The Wan family's ancestor was disdainful before, but now he let out a miserable cry. The other party had such a mysterious and terrifying eye technique. He had miscalculated. No! The Wan family's ancestor screamed crazily and spat out countless black mist, surrounding him. The black mist was incomparably cold. Could it be formed by the souls of millions of powerhouses? He did not expect the Wan family's ancestor to be so vicious. Some of the older generation experts in the distance exclaimed, "Don't be enveloped by this dark cloud, it specializes in hurting souls." Indeed, after being enveloped by the dark cloud, the Wan family's ancestor's soul actually survived. Even Lin Xian was shocked by this. It seemed that a half-sage was indeed strong. If he did not have a special ability, it would be difficult to kill him. However, this could not do anything to Lin Xian. No matter how strong the other party was, no matter how many treasures he had, he could send him to hell. Buzz! In Lin Xian's eyes, the Tianji divine eye exploded again. At the same time, the dragon sword soul also entered this mysterious eye. With a boom, the power of the Tianji divine eye multiplied. Instantly, the dark cloud was mercilessly torn apart and burned fiercely, turning into nothingness. Ah! Impossible! How could you possibly break through my dark clouds? The Wan family's old ancestor screamed like a madman. He really couldn't understand how Lin Xian's battle prowess could still increase. This was beyond his imagination. In the next moment, the dark clouds in the sky were torn apart. The soul of the Wan family old ancestor wanted to escape. But in the end, it was burned to ashes. With a boom, his corpse fell from the sky, shattering the mountains and rivers within 1,000,000 miles. The void couldn't bear the body and blood of a half-saint. Dead? The surrounding people were all stunned. They realized that even after a long time, the Wan clan's old ancestor was still unable to revive. This meant that the other party had been completely killed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A dignified sage-to-be had actually died? Oh heavens! How could this be? This was truly too shocking to them. After all, a half-saint was someone who had one foot in the saint realm. That kind of person was about to transcend heaven and earth. Even if he encountered a strong enemy and couldn't defeat them, escaping wouldn't be a problem. But now, a half-saint had died in front of them. Lin Xian took the Wan clan's old ancestor's storage ring, then turned around and soared into the sky, disappearing into the sky. The surrounding people's scalps went numb. They knew that a huge earthquake and a huge storm had occurred again. The death of a half-saint was definitely an endless storm. As expected, the news spread at the speed of light. Soon, the entire cloud-returning planet knew about it. A half-saint had fallen. Moreover, it was killed by a young genius. Lin Woody? Did you say that Lin Woody had already become a half-saint? How could this be? When they learned that it was Lin Woody who had killed the half-saint, they all went crazy. Previously, when Lin Woody and the Nether King fought on Heaven's Peak, he was only a young person who had comprehended the power of the Tao. Only 1 or 2 years had passed, and he had already become a half-saint? How was this possible? How did the Tao do it? These people were all crazy. The older generation figures were also stunned. One had to know that many of the older generation powerhouses had been stuck in the 9-star Grand Garden for 1 or 2,000 years. However, they had never been able to take that step. But now, there was a young man who could take that step in 1 or 2 years. They could not believe it at all. Even the most monstrous genius could not do it. There must be a secret. Damn it, that kid must have a secret. He might have a way to become a half-saint. In an instant, countless people were shocked. Countless large sects and large family clans were burning with passion as they searched for Lin Wudi. However, they had lost track of Lin Wudi. If a half-saint wanted to hide, they would not be able to find him at all. The Qi clan. The Qi clan's old ancestor was shocked. He did not personally go to the demonic realm. However, when he received the news, he personally went to the scene. When he returned, his mood was extremely solemn. That was because he sensed a familiar aura at the scene of the battle. He thought of that person again. However, he could not believe that the other party had already become a half-saint. The other party had become a half-saint at such a young age. His future achievements were limitless. He was a genius who had the potential to become a great emperor. Thinking of this, the Qi clan's old ancestor took a deep breath. At the same time, he asked, "Siyu, have you found any news about young Master Lin?" Qi Siyu shook her head. She could not find anything. Forget it, there was no need to investigate. The old ancestor shook his head. If the other party was really a half-saint, they would not be able to find anything. In an instant, everyone was talking about Lin Wudi. At the same time, a tsunami occurred on Blood Refining Planet. An endless sea of blood surged and the void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. The martial artists on Blood Refining Planet felt their scalps go numb. Damn it, had Patriarch Xue Pao gone mad? What was going on? Wasn't he in seclusion? It was said that he would not wake up for 100 or 200 years. Why had he come out in just a few years? The crowd didn't know. They only saw a blood-red figure rushing into the clouds, arriving above the 9 heavens, letting out endless roars. "Lin Wudi, how dare you kill 2 of my disciples and destroy my soul fragment? I will tear you to pieces!" Patriarch Xue Pao roared at the sky. He could not tolerate it, so he decided to kill Lin Xian. Otherwise, he would not be able to continue cultivating in seclusion. Cloud returning planet, right? Alright, I'll go there personally and kill you. After Lin Xian killed the Wan family's old ancestor, he took his storage ring and left. He came to an uninhabited mountain range, set up an array, and entered. Then, Lin Xian began to search through the Wan family's old ancestor's storage ring. "Let me see the collection of a half-saint. What do you think?" Lin Xian's soul entered. In the next moment, he was extremely shocked. He had to admit that the collection of a half-martial ancestor was too rich. Chapter 3186. Lin Xian took a look at those pills. They were all needed by the half-step sage realm. He could use them. He could also use those spirit herbs for cultivation. What about those martial arts cultivation methods? Lin Xian took a cursory glance. He did not care about these. What he cared about now was the comprehension of the Great Tao. Sure enough, the Wan family's patriarch had the comprehension of the Great Tao. There was a stone tablet with the comprehension of the law of clouds carved on it. Although it was not words and only an aura, Lin Xian could feel it. And he could clearly sense it. Next, Lin Xian sensed the law of clouds. Clouds were formless, shadowless, and traceless. They were very similar to wind, so Lin Xian's comprehension of the law of clouds increased his movement speed again. Not only that, but his comprehension of the law of fire and the power of annihilation also increased. Combined with the plenilun seed and the Great Tao comprehension scripture, Lin Xian's comprehension of the Great Tao deepened. 3 months later, after Lin Xian came out, he received news that Blood Refining Planet's patriarch Xue Pao was coming to Cloud Returning Planet to kill him. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and directly spread the word that he did not need to come. A month later, Blood Refining Planet would personally take the dog's head. Lin Xian's words were executed. Heaven and Earth's spiritual energy automatically condensed, forming a decree that did not dissipate for a long time in the clouds. All the warriors in all directions saw it. They looked up and saw the decree left in the sky. They were extremely shocked. Lin Wude and Patriarch Shui Pao were going to fight. This was big news. In an instant, the news spread throughout the world. Soon, everyone on Cloud Return Planet knew about it. No one expected Lin Wude to be so arrogant and take the initiative to kill his way to their door. This news spread to Blood Refining Planet through the ancient path of the stars. Patriarch Shui Pao was so angry that he vomited blood. This damn brat was too much. Since you dare to come, I'll make sure you don't return. A month later, on the Great Blood Plains, we will fight to the death. Patriarch Shui Pao replied domineeringly. The warriors on Cloud Returning Planet and Blood Refining Planet were all boiling with excitement. 2 half-sages were going to fight to the death. This was definitely a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Countless people were preparing to head to the Scarlet Plains to watch the battle. After all, they absolutely couldn't miss such a battle. One by one, the Grand Elders and sect leaders of the major clans and Holy Lands made their way to Huang Xiaolong. Even the half-saints were alarmed by it. Ancestor Shui Pao had been famous for a long time, and he was extremely powerful. He was well known throughout the Blood Refining Planet, and he was an extremely terrifying existence. He wondered if this Lin Wude would be able to defeat him. It was said that Lin Wude had killed the old ancestor of the Wan clan. He would definitely be able to defeat old ancestor Shui Pao. However, there were also people who snorted coldly. That might not be the case. The Wan family's patriarch was already at the end of his rope. Although he had used a secret technique to forcefully raise his qi and blood, it was still too weak. However, Patriarch Shui Pao was different. He was at his peak and his strength was far from what Patriarch Wan could compare to. The Supreme Elders and sect leaders quickly analyzed the situation. Soon, a half-saint released the news that 500 years ago, Patriarch Shui Pao had made a name for himself. At that time, 2 half-saints had died in his hands, and he had suppressed the other 2 half-saints to the point that they didn't dare to come out of seclusion. One could only imagine how powerful Patriarch Shui Pao was. When the news came out, everyone was in an uproar. Patriarch Shui Pao was actually so powerful. They were all half-saints, but the difference in strength between them was extremely huge. It was obvious that Patriarch Shui Pao was a very powerful half-saint. This time, Lin Wude was really careless. The Blood Refining Planet was extremely lively at this moment. The battle between Lin Wude and Patriarch Shui Pao had caused a huge commotion, causing the surrounding star realms and extraterritorial geniuses to rush over. In the sky, a stalwart man wearing a yellow robe embroidered with a giant dragon descended. He had the aura of a king. So terrifying. Who was that? That was the extraterritorial genius, Jun Wuya. He had comprehended the path of kings. Didn't they see that many of the geniuses around him had submitted to him? What? How could he be so terrifying? Jun Wuya's gaze was calm. There were many geniuses following him. Some of them were willing to submit to him. The other portion had been subdued by his powerful sovereign king's will when he fought with them. In short, Jun Wuya's arrival caused a huge commotion. Countless people looked over in his direction. You're really here? A voice sounded. Jun Wuya turned his head and looked over. His eyes were emitting a piercing light. It's you! It was a gentle and beautiful woman. She was Yu Linglong from the Outstanding Scholar Residence. At this moment, Yu Linglong was even more beautiful than before. Moreover, there was a special aura around her that made the hearts of countless young geniuses flutter. It seems like you're also here for the half-saint battle, Yu Linglong said softly. Jun Wuya nodded. That's right. It was rare to see a half-life battle. Moreover, it was said that one of them was a very young genius. I can't imagine what kind of genius could enter the half-saint realm at such a young age. Yes, I'm afraid even the North Demon can't do it. That's right. I don't think that Lin Xian can defeat the North Demon either. It seemed like there were many geniuses on the ancient path of the stars. While the two of them were talking, another figure appeared. Long time no see, the two of you. As soon as this person appeared, he brought with him a monstrous demonic aura. The surrounding people were so frightened that they quickly retreated. It's so scary. The Demon King is here? It's close to the power of Tao. The demonic aura was familiar. Jun Wuya and Yu Linglong were stunned. Then, they turned their heads to look. Hey Mo! They recognized that the person was Hey Mo from the outstanding scholar residence. However, the current black demon was much stronger than he had been before. He was emitting a piercing aura. It was obvious that he had successfully comprehended the power of Tao. After Hey Mo arrived, he was in high spirits. He looked at Jun Wuya and Yu Linglong with a strong battle intent in his eyes. However, he didn't fight. Instead, he asked, "Are the two of you the only ones here? Where are the others? Is Lin Xian here?" When they were at the outstanding scholar residence, Hey Mo didn't take Lin Xian seriously. However, in the final ranking battle, Lin Xian soared and defeated the North Demon, becoming the number 1 in the outstanding scholar residence. At that time, Hey Mo didn't even comprehend the power of Tao. The gap between them was simply too great. This made Hey Mo feel despair. Later, Hey Mo left the outstanding scholar residence and went to the Fallen Abyss. He painstakingly cultivated there, risking his life in the face of death, and finally comprehended the power of the devil. Now, he was also one of the top experts who had comprehended the power of Tao. In his opinion, his Tao of Demon was absolutely terrifying. He was confident that he could fight Lin Xian. He might even be able to defeat him. Jun Wuya and Yu Linglong frowned. How dare Hey Mo talk to them like that? One had to know that Hey Mo was very respectful in front of them. However, soon, the two of them snorted. Chapter 3187. Yu Linglong said in a sweet voice. Lin Xian hadn't come yet, and the North Demon hadn't come either. Who knew where Han Fei had gone? So far, it should be just a few of us. But don't worry. As long as they are in the nearby planets, they will come. After all, a battle between half-saints was rare. Okay, I will wait for him here. Hey Mo roared, his eyes filled with arrogance. After meeting Lin Xian, he would defeat him with his own hands. More and more people came to the Great Crimson Plains. Many geniuses and experts from the outer regions arrived. The local martial artists of the blood refining planet had arrived early. All of them were discussing intensely. Tell me, what kind of person is Lin Wuyi? Yes, he is too bold. How dare he challenge Patriarch Shui Pao? Patriarch Shui Pao had been a half-saint for hundreds of years. He was a veteran half-saint, and was very powerful. Lin Wuyi is said to be a young man? I don't know what kind of luck he had to become a half-saint. He is very powerful among the younger generation, but compared to a veteran half-saint, he is nothing. I don't know. I heard that he is from the cloud-returning planet. I heard from the people of the cloud-returning planet that Lin Wuyi is not simple. He defeated the Nether King and then killed a half-saint. It seems that he killed both of Patriarch Shui Pao's disciples. What? Lin Wuyi is so powerful. He is too arrogant. He dares to touch Patriarch Shui Pao's people. At this moment, a genius from the cloud-returning planet walked over. He heard the discussion and said calmly, I don't think Lin Wuyi will win. From what I know, the Wan family patriarch he killed was a half-saint at the end of his life. Although he used a secret technique to increase his qi and blood, he was not at his peak. Moreover, the patriarch of the Wan family was only at an ordinary level among the half-saints. That was why he was killed by Lin Wuyi. However, Patriarch Shui Pao is different. As far as I know, Patriarch Shui Pao is at his peak and unfathomable. That Lin Wuyi probably didn't even have a 10% chance of winning. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. He did not expect that Return Cloud Planet's powerhouses would actually bring such news. In an instant, it engulfed the entire Great Scarlet Plains. Was there no chance of winning? Yu Linglong frowned slightly. Hey Mo, who was beside her, sneered. How could a young man defeat an older half-saint? The law's comprehensions that both sides grasped were different. Yes, I have stayed on the blood-refining planet for a long time. Patriarch Shui Pao is infamous throughout the entire blood-refining planet. A flirtatious voice sounded. They turned around and saw Shui Jiyu walking over. At this moment, Shui Jiyu had also comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. You're all here. On the other side, Han Fei also came over. Surprisingly, Huangfu Beitian was with him. Looks like these people from our prodigy warrior manor are basically all gathered together. Only the northern monster and Lin Xian were left. I know a little about the northern monster. He seems to have completely left this star field and gone to another star world. I don't think he will come, Han Fei said in a deep voice. As for Lin Xian? I don't know. He seems to be the last to leave. I don't know where he is now. Humph, that kid is too arrogant. Perhaps he has died outside. Hayamo sneered. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a suppressive force between heaven and earth, causing the surrounding people to tremble and their blood to freeze. Damn it, what's going on? A half-saint is here. A half-saint is here? Where is he? When this news came out, everyone was shocked. It did not appear, so it should be hiding its aura. However, there was still a trace of half-saint's aura. It was likely that more than one half-saint had come to watch this battle. On the great scarlet plains, a few figures descended. One of them was an old man with a red face and a majestic gait. Beside him was a beautiful woman. It was the Qi family's patriarch and Shisiyu. Behind them were two elders of the Qi family, and the top geniuses. The sect master of the Big Dipper sect and the Grand Elder had also come. At the same time, Gao Peng had also come. On the other side, a figure with a pitch-black body like a demon king descended forcefully, causing countless people to exclaim. His aura was very similar to Hei Mo's, but upon closer inspection, it was different. The Nether King was here! Countless people exclaimed. The Nether King was very famous in the starry sky. Even on the blood-refining planet, he was somewhat famous. At this moment, his arrival immediately caused a commotion. In an instant, many people surrounded him. I heard that you fought with Lin Woody and lost to him. Is that true? Was Lin Woody really just a person who had comprehended something close to the Tao at that time? Then 2 years later, how did he become a half-saint? Exclamations of surprise and doubt sounded. Yu Ming shouted coldly. Get lost! A pitch-black moon appeared on his body, crushing the entire void. Its powerful aura made everyone's scalp go numb. They quickly retreated, no longer daring to be arrogant. Previously, they had been too excited to the point that they had forgotten that this was a terrifying powerhouse. There were a few people beside the Nether King. One of them was wearing a black robe embroidered with a few shining stars. His name was Seven Lights, and he came from the same world as the Nether King. However, he was even stronger than the Nether King. At this moment, Seven Lights looked at the Nether King and frowned slightly. Are you sure that the Lin Woody who fought with Patriarch Shui Pao is the young man who defeated you? The Nether King shook his head. I'm not sure, but it should be good. After all, there were not many people who dared to use such an arrogant name. Indeed, this Lin Woody was really arrogant. The ancient path of the stars was so deep, and there were so many geniuses in the universe. Who dared to call himself invincible? This Lin Woody was too arrogant. Seven Lights shook his head slightly. Let's see. If it's that person, then I admit defeat. If it's not that person, then I'll accompany you to Cloud Planet. I'd like to see just how powerful the person who defeated you is. How dare he call himself invincible? At this point, Seven Lights' eyes exploded with a cold light. Forefather, is Lin Woody really young Master Lin? On the other side, Shisiyu asked in a low voice. Until now, she still didn't believe it. If I'm not wrong, it should be him. Because I felt young Master Lin's aura from the ghost realm. However, I'm only 70% sure. Shisiyu was stunned. She didn't expect that young Master Lin who helped the Qi family was a half-saint. Forefather, does that young Master Lin have a chance of winning? Can he defeat Patriarch Shui Pao? It's very difficult. The Qi family's forefather sighed. Chapter 3188. Hearing this, Chisiyu exclaimed. She really did not know about this. The patriarch of the Chi family continued. At that time, I exchanged 900 blows with Xue Pao and lost. At that time, I was at the peak of my power. What? Patriarch, you lost to Xue Pao? Chisiyu was shocked. The patriarch of the Chi family was so powerful that he was like a god in her heart. However, such a person was defeated by Patriarch Xue Pao. She could imagine how terrifying Patriarch Xue Pao was. If Lin Xian were to fight with such a person, his chances of winning would be very slim. The patriarch of the Qi family sighed. It was normal for a young man to show off his abilities. He probably had to suffer a little before he could put away his pride. But don't worry. If he was really a sage to be, even if he was defeated, it should not be a problem for him to escape. Chisiyu heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that his life would not be in danger. The patriarch of the Qi family looked serious because he still could not believe that Lin Wudi was Lin Xian. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Patriarch Xue Pao had arrived. Everyone raised their heads to look. The sky in the distance suddenly turned red, like a sea of blood that kept surging. In the sea of blood, a figure flew quickly and arrived in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Buzz! The monstrous smell of blood and boundless pressure surged in the sky like hundreds of thousands of bloody mountains. Everyone trembled under the pressure and felt their scalps go numb. Heavens, is this Patriarch Xue Pao? Many people exclaimed. It was too terrifying. His aura alone was enough to kill a group of geniuses. No one below the sage-to-be level could compare to him. Damn it, Patriarch Xue Pao's aura has become stronger. The patriarch of the Qi family frowned. He was afraid that Patriarch Xue Pao was much stronger than he was 300 years ago. He originally thought that Lin Xian would have a chance of winning, but now it seemed that he did not even have a chance of winning. Patriarch Xue Pao looked around in the sky, his powerful aura surging in the sky. Suddenly, he was stunned and stared in a direction. His gaze turned into two rivers of blood, surging and roaring. Immediately, the martial artists in that direction were all pressed to the ground, trembling. At the same time, they were terrified. Was Ancestor Xue Pao going to attack them? Chisiyu, the Qi family's elders, and the Sky Brides felt as though they had fallen into an icy abyss. Luckily, the figure of the progenitor beside them flickered, and the aura of a half-martial sacred encapsulated them. Blood Robe, long time no see. It's been more than 300 years. I didn't expect your aura to become so strong again, the ancestor of the Qi family said indifferently. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Heavens, from his tone, could it be that he's also a half-saint? Everyone's expression became incomparably interesting. In the sky, Ancestor Xue Pao narrowed his eyes. I was wondering who it was. So it was you, the old ghost from the Qi clan. I heard that you were injured when you fell into the abyss. Are you about to die? Why is it recovering now? I didn't expect that you would actually inquire about me. The old ancestor of the Qi clan laughed. Oh, recovered? Patriarch Xue Pao was stunned. He had heard of the Qi clan's patriarch's injuries. Even a half-step pill saint was helpless. In his opinion, there was no hope for the other party. But who would have thought that the other party would be able to restore it? From the looks of it, the other party must have had a special opportunity. The two half-saints were talking. Their powerful half-saint aura surrounded the area. The entire Scarlet Plain was silent. Was this the might of a semi-sage? Black Demon, Jun Wuya, and the others trembled and clenched their fists. They yearned for this power too much. In the sky, Ancestor Xue Pao retracted his gaze and asked coldly, Is Lin Wudi not here yet? His voice reverberated throughout the land, but no one responded. Seeing this, Ancestor Xue Pao snorted coldly and sat down cross-legged in the air. The blood sea surrounded him. Everyone else braced themselves and waited here. However, after waiting for a long time, they still didn't find any trace of Lin Wudi, which made everyone a little impatient. Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that the kid wasn't coming? Maybe he was boasting before, but after knowing how powerful ancestor Shui Pao was, he was too scared to come. What's going on? We traveled thousands of miles across the starry sky to come here, but he doesn't dare to accept the challenge? Some people were very dissatisfied. However, there were also some powerful elders who snorted coldly. Young man, don't you have any patience? Let alone a day, even if you wait a year, so what? Yes, didn't you see that ancestor Shui Pao didn't say anything? Everyone looked at the sky and found that ancestor Shui Pao was motionless, as if he was asleep. Well, let's wait a little longer. Many people gritted their teeth. After all, they had put in a lot of effort to come here. They couldn't just leave like that. Young Master Lin, please don't come. Chi Siu prayed in her heart. To be honest, she didn't want Lin Xian to come at all. However, the Qi clan's patriarch raised his eyebrows and looked at the sky in the distance. He's here. As soon as he said that, everyone around was shocked and spread the news in all directions. Everyone knew that the other party was here. In the next moment, countless people widened their eyes. Their gazes were like rainbows that pierced through the void and stared into the distance. Is he here? Is that Lin Wude really coming? Is he really from the younger generation? Could it be that he's an old monster who looks younger? Exclamations came one after another. What? He's here! Chi Siu was stunned. She didn't expect her prayers to be useless. On the other side, Jun Wuya, He Mo, Yu Linglong, and the others also looked over. The Nether King and Seven Lights also looked up. In the sky, a figure descended. He was very fast and arrived in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. It was a handsome young man in a red robe. His black hair was like a waterfall that fluttered in the wind. He didn't emit a sharp aura like ancestor Shui Pao. In fact, no one could even sense his aura. Unfathomable. It's him, it's really him. The Qi clan's patriarch's eyes flickered. The Nether King's side was shocked. Although he already knew that it was Lin Wude, he still couldn't accept it. The most surprised people were Jun Wuya, He Mo, Yu Linglong, and the others. They looked at the figure in the sky with their eyes wide open. Their minds were blank. Isn't that Lin Xian? Like I said, this kid won't not come. That's not right. He's not here to watch the battle, but to accept the challenge. What? That's impossible. Could it be that he's Lin Wude? They were all dumbfounded. Impossible. Mo was the first to scream. What a joke! How could that guy be Lin Wude? Lin Wude is a half-saint. Lin Xian is already a half-saint? How long has it been? Not only Mo, but Yu Linglong, Jun Wuya, and Han Fei also couldn't believe it. Chapter 3189. After Lin Xian descended from the sky, he looked at the blood-red figure in the distance, and said coldly, You are Patriarch Shui Pao? Buzz. Patriarch Shui Pao opened his eyes. As his eyes opened and closed, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. He was also carefully observing Lin Xian and was extremely shocked. He was too young. He couldn't imagine that such a young person would be a half-step sage. But soon, he stopped thinking about it. So what if he was young and a genius? Today, he would kill him with his own hands. Kid, you killed my disciple and destroyed my soul fragment. You must die. Kneel down now and I can leave you a complete corpse. Otherwise, I will turn you into one of the 3,000 rivers of blood. You will never be reincarnated. Just you? I'm afraid you can't do it. Lin Xian took a step forward. The aura on his body suddenly burst out and turned into a shocking divine sword that shot into the sky. The terrifying flames lit up the entire sky. At this moment, Lin Xian was unstoppable. As soon as the aura was released, all the surrounding geniuses trembled again. The power of half a lifetime. The Qi family's patriarch's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. Chi Siu, who was next to him, was stunned. On the other side, the Nether King, 7 luminaries, Yu Linglong, He Mo, and the others were extremely shocked. The power of a half-step sage. Impossible! He had the power of a half-step sage. He was a half-step sage. These people were going crazy. Lin Xian was a half-step sage. This was beyond their understanding. They remembered that when they left the House of Extraordinary Warriors, Lin Xian had only comprehended the power of Tao. But now, he had become a half-step sage. The speed of his improvement was too fast. They had never heard of any monster who could cultivate at such a speed. He Mo's body trembled and his face was extremely pale. This kind of irresistible fear once again shrouded him. Previously, during the ranking competition at the House of Extraordinary Warriors, Lin Xian had grasped the power of Tao. At that time, he had this kind of fear and despair. Since then, he had gone through countless life-and-death battles and finally comprehended the power of Tao. In his opinion, he could finally avenge his humiliation and even defeat his opponent. However, when they met again, he noticed that Yangming had already left him in the dust and became a half-saint. This was a kind of despair. From now on, Mo would live in Lin Xian's shadow for the rest of his life. In the sky, Ancestor Xue Pao's eyes shone brightly. I didn't expect you to really be a half-saint. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Patriarch Xue Pao rose to his feet, and as he did, the 3,000 seas of blood behind him began to roar. However, you really don't know life from death. There are strong and weak half-saints as well. You have no chance of winning against me. Today, I will kill you with my own hands. A terrifying voice resounded throughout the world, causing everyone to tremble. Indeed, they were all semi-sage experts. However, there was a difference in strength between them. There was no doubt that Patriarch Xue Pao was a very powerful half-saint. There's no point in talking anymore. Make your move. Let me see how strong you are, Patriarch Xue Pao. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He could feel his blood boiling. Ever since he became a half-saint, he had not used his full strength. Previously, Patriarch Wan's blood had dried up. Although he had improved his secret technique, he could not reach the peak. Therefore, in that battle, Lin Xian did not use his full strength. Today's battle with Patriarch Xue Pao was something that Lin Xian had been looking forward to for a long time. He wanted to properly test his strength, and see just how strong he was now. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Tens of thousands of rays of blood-red light bloomed from Patriarch Xue Pao's body, sweeping across the entire world. He was like a blood-red demon king, displaying his powerful strength at this moment. Between heaven and earth, the sea of blood roared and engulfed Lin Xian. It's too scary. Retreat quickly. The surrounding geniuses and experts who were watching the battle frantically retreated. They had no choice. They did not expect Patriarch Xue Pao to display such a terrifying aura as soon as he appeared. The precept fragment could easily kill them. Good timing! Lin Xian roared. His black hair danced wildly, and his eyes shone with a cold light. His fist was like a sun, dancing in the sky. Everywhere it passed, the sea of blood burned. Their precept fragments collided in the air. Every strike was like a clap of thunder. With a wave of his hand, everything within 1,000,000 miles turned into chaos. A terrifying black hole appeared, as if it was going to swallow everything. It's too scary! Other than the Qi family's patriarch and a few other hidden half-saints who could remain calm, everyone else was pushed 5,000,000 miles away. The entire Scarlet Plain was overturned in an instant. He was actually this powerful. Nether King was shocked. Beside him, Seven Radiance's face was extremely ugly. Previously, he had been dismissive of Lin Woody, but now that he thought about it, he was so stupid that it was scary. A wisp of Patriarch Xue Pao's aura could probably kill him easily. He's too strong. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up to him in this lifetime. Jun Huiya smiled bitterly. Yu Linglong's mouth also twitched. Lin Xian had now become a mountain in front of them that they would never be able to cross in their lifetime. After one strike, Lin Xian and Patriarch Xue Pao separated. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. Sword light surrounded him, making him look like a sword god. On the other side, Patriarch Shwe-Pao's 3,000 blood seas surged. The terrifying precept of blood suppressed the world. However, his face was a little serious. Kid, you have some skills. You can actually block my strike. However, that was just my probing attack. I'm going to be serious now. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The 3,000 blood rivers behind him, together with the precept of blood, charged forward. They turned into 3,000 blood-colored long blades and exploded in front of him. 9 suns opened the sky. Lin Xian's fist seemed to turn into a divine light. It had the power to split the world apart. The precept of fire burned. It could burn everything in the world. The precept of blood was monstrous. Wherever it passed, everything turned into blood. Even 5 million miles away, the elites felt their blood boil. It was as if they were about to escape from their bodies. They were so frightened that they hurriedly used their power to firmly seal their blood. At the same time, they frantically retreated. On the other hand, the precept of fire was violent and destructive. It could burn everything. The entire world was covered in flames. It seemed that even the precept of blood was about to be burned. Lin Xian struck out with the blazing Qilin sword. Dazzling light burst out from the long sword. It seemed to have turned into a huge blazing Qilin in his hand. The 13 green lotus swords, a sword to the heavens. Lin Xian waved the blazing Qilin sword. The precept of fire danced and turned into an eternal light. When the sword struck out, it could destroy the world. He struck out 13 streaks of sword qi in succession, and collided with the 3,000 blood rivers. Between heaven and earth, terrifying energy surged and surged. It was too terrifying. Everyone closed their eyes. They did not dare to look. Some of the elites who had comprehended Tao wanted to force their eyes to look. As a result, their eyes bled and they screamed. Chapter 3190. Boom! Boom! After a fierce collision, the blood river was destroyed and the 13 swords slashed open a vacuum. Lin Xian struck out with his sword again, and a fire Qilin charged towards Patriarch Shwe-Pao with blazing flames. Get lost! Ancestor Shwe-Pao roared in anger. He did not expect his blood saber to be broken by Lin Xian, which made him furious. In the next moment, his blood river covered the sky as if it could destroy the world. It wanted to refine the fire Qilin alive. Roar! In Lin Xian's body, the great dragon sword soul roared and the fire Qilin's sword seemed to come alive and turned into a divine beast. Buzz! The great dragon sword soul exploded and shone with a cold light. Lin Xian's aura became terrifying again. With a roar, the long sword rushed out and smashed the blood palm, engulfing Ancestor Shwe-Pao. The sword became an eternal immortal light as if it had experienced endless years. There was a deafening sound and a figure flew out. Patriarch Shwe-Pao's body was smashed into smithereens, and his internal organs were all gone. The attack had injured him. With a boom, he flew out 3 million miles and smashed through the void. The blood of a half-saint fell and pierced through the blood plains. Between heaven and earth, there were cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. It was a scene of destruction. What? Ancestor Shwe-Pao was injured? The Qi family's patriarch and the others exclaimed. Hearing this, the others opened their eyes. Indeed, the terrifying light had disappeared and the huge crack between heaven and earth was shocking. Ancestor Shwe-Pao's body was smashed, and he was terrified. When these people saw this scene, they were all scared silly. Shwe-Pao ancestor was actually injured. How was this possible? They were going crazy. They had heard too many legends about Ancestor Shwe-Pao. It was said that he had killed 2 half-saints 500 years ago. Moreover, he had forced the other 2 half-saints to stay put. What a powerful and terrifying existence. 500 years later, the other party's strength would definitely rise to another level, reaching an inconceivable level. Therefore, in their opinion, Lin Wuyi was no match for Ancestor Shwe-Pao. But now, after exchanging a few blows, Patriarch Shwe-Pao was pierced through by the sword. Although this sword strike wasn't enough to kill a half-sage, the impact of this strike was simply too shocking. This Lin Woody was too terrifying. He was a young genius. Who would have thought that he could injure Patriarch Xue Pao? What kind of divine ability law did he cultivate? The law of fire. Furthermore, his sword also appeared to be extraordinary. It was actually able to transform the fire Qilin into something so realistic. That's not all. Why do I even hear a dragon's roar coming from his body? Exclamations rang out one after another. Even the patriarch of the Qi clan and the other half-saints were bewildered. There were simply too many secrets on Lin Xian. Brat, I didn't expect you to be able to injure me. Progenitor Xue Pao arrived from the rift 3 million li away. With every step Mei took, his body recovered a little. Very quickly, he recovered to his original state, without a trace of damage. Not only that, but his aura was even more terrifying. I've underestimated you. The law of fire, the dragon's roar, and the Qilin's sword. I didn't expect you to have so many Dharma treasures. You've achieved so much at such a young age. You're really amazing. However, it's a pity that you're too arrogant. Of all things, you shouldn't have challenged me. You shouldn't have challenged me on the blood-refining planet. If this battle had taken place on the cloud-returning planet, you might have been able to survive. But now, on the blood-refining planet, you'll die without a doubt. Having said that, Patriarch Xue Pao roared into the sky. 3,000 li of blood suddenly rushed into the blood-refining plains below. Strong power and endless crimson light filled the sky. What was going on? The surrounding people were stunned. Why didn't Patriarch Xue Pao attack Lin Woody? Why did he attack the ground below? They couldn't understand. However, the other patriarchs and the other half-saints' expressions changed. Oh no, could the rumor be true? What rumor? Qi Siyu and the others were surprised. The Qi clan patriarch quickly retreated. It was rumored that the blood-refining plains were not simple. It was a pit of tens of thousands of people. In ancient times, an earth-shattering battle had taken place here. Hundreds of millions of people had died here. Even half-saints had fallen here. Their blood had merged with the ground, causing it to be covered in the color of blood from beginning to end. It had never changed. It was said that the souls of hundreds of millions of people had been suppressed in the blood-refining plains. They had thought it was just a rumor. Now, looking at Patriarch Xue Pao, it seemed that the rumor was true. He wanted to trigger the hundreds of millions of people suppressed in the blood-refining plains. As he spoke, the Qi clan patriarch led Qi Siyu and the others a few million miles away. The other half-saints also retreated. They didn't dare to be careless. After all, the rumor was very terrifying. Within 5 million miles, only Patriarch Xue Pao and Lin Xian were left. Kid, it's time to taste the gift I've prepared for you. Patriarch Xue Pao laughed. Come out! 3,000 rivers of blood rushed into the sky, creating a black hole in the blood-refining plains. Countless roars came from below, making people's hair stand on end. Oh my God, what was that? Those who were watching the battle from afar were terrified. The sound of his laughter was simply too terrifying. Buzz! In the next moment, countless blood-red figures rushed out of the pitch-black hole. They all roared at the sky like demons. There were blood-red tubes on their bodies and blood-red runes between their eyebrows. Obviously, they were all controlled by Patriarch Xue Pao. Ha ha ha, kid, did you think I didn't prepare for this when I chose to come to the blood-refining plains? Now you can go to hell. Patriarch Xue Pao formed a seal with his hands. Thousands of blood-red creatures rushed out crazily. These were vengeful spirits that had existed for countless years. They were really vicious. Even those who were close to the Tao would be torn to shreds in an instant. Even a half-saint would die if surrounded by so many vengeful spirits. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded by countless vengeful spirits. The strong and cold aura wanted to tear him to pieces. How can mere vengeful spirits do anything to me? Lin Xian laughed. The flames on his body rushed to the sky and covered all the vengeful spirits. But it didn't work. The vengeful spirits had the law of blood on them. It shone and blocked the law of fire. In front, Patriarch Shui Pao laughed. Kid, these are not ordinary vengeful spirits. Under my control, your law of fire can't hurt them. Chapter 3191. Whoosh! Patriarch Shui Pao's small flame world started to burn. Not only that, cracks started to appear on it, and they were getting bigger and bigger. What? That Lin Woody could still increase his strength. How did he do it? Could it be that he hasn't used his full strength yet? The surrounding people went crazy when they saw this. Do you think that your world of blood still has the right to be arrogant in front of my sword of law? Lin Xian was like a sword emperor, walking in the air. Patriarch Shui Pao's face turned pale. His body started to tremble slightly. How could this be? The blood world that he was so proud of was split apart by his opponent. Suddenly, Patriarch Shui Pao let out a sigh. I didn't expect you to have such strength. It really surprises me. It seems that I've been in seclusion for so many years that I didn't know that a genius like you has appeared. Those who were watching from afar were shocked when they heard Patriarch Shui Pao's words. Was Patriarch Shui Pao praising his opponent? But what time was it? Why would Patriarch Shui Pao say something like that? But soon they understood. Patriarch Shui Pao's words changed. You're strong, but it's impossible for you to defeat me. I didn't want to use some of my divine powers, but they're forbidden arts. Once I use them, I'll be able to kill my opponent, but I'll also be affected. It might even take a few hundred years for me to recover. But today, I have no choice but to use them against you. Kid, you can be proud that you forced me to use my divine powers. Following Patriarch Shui Pao's words, the 3,000 blood demons rushed over from all directions and entered Patriarch Shui Pao's body. Buzz! Patriarch Shui Pao's body suddenly grew taller, as if he had turned into a blood-red saint. His aura also increased rapidly, and it seemed to be suppressing Lin Xian. Blood demons as one. The 3,000 blood demons were refined by Patriarch Shui Pao using the blood of countless experts, and the blood law for thousands of years. Each of them was extremely powerful. Even Patriarch Shui Pao didn't dare to absorb all 3,000 blood demons into his body. That was because even though he could obtain great power, he would still be devoured by the blood demon. However, he couldn't care less about that now. As long as he could kill his opponent, it wouldn't matter even if he had to go into seclusion to recover for 100 years. It was all worth it. Blood demon returns to origin. At this moment, Patriarch Shui Pao stood tall in the sky like a peerless blood demon king. Waving his hands, countless blood-colored runes shone in all directions, gradually covering the entire sky. From tens of millions of miles away, one would find that this was a blood-red ball of light that directly enveloped Lin Xian and Patriarch Shui Pao. The area within a radius of 3 million miles had turned into a sealed space. Not good. After Patriarch Shui Pao absorbed the 3,000 blood demons, the blood world became so big. Was he trying to kill Lin Woody by force? What? Are you saying that Lin Woody has entered his world of blood? Several half-saints cried out in alarm. The Qi clan's patriarch's expression changed. The surrounding people were stunned. From the looks of it, Lin Woody was once again in danger of being defeated, or even possibly killed. How could he still have a trump card? They had to admit that they had indeed underestimated him. But so what? It was time to end it now. Facing Patriarch Shui Pao's trump card, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. A second force appeared in his body. It was the power of annihilation. The power of annihilation had not yet formed the Dharma fragments, but after Lin Xian used the Dragon Sword Soul, it was different. The power of annihilation was very close to the Dharma fragments. The power of annihilation was combined with the Dharma of fire. This made Lin Xian's sword of the Dharma more powerful. Buzz! After a loud dragon roar, Lin Xian waved his arms. With a boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. It's useless. Die! Blood demon disc of annihilation! Seeing that Lin Xian was about to attack, Patriarch Shui Pao roared. His blood world turned into a blood-colored disc, mercilessly crushing. He wanted to crush Lin Xian into a bloody mist. With a clang, Lin Xian's sword slashed on the blood-colored disc, making a shocking sound. The blood-colored disc trembled slightly, but soon, it fell again. Useless kid, you can't break it. Patriarch Shui Pao was very confident. If he couldn't break it with one sword, what about 2 or 3? I don't believe that he won't break. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light, and his arms continued to wave. He slashed out 99 times in a row. Damn it, how is this possible? Patriarch Shui Pao's eyeballs almost fell out. Isn't this a divine skill? His opponent had already run out of power with one sword. How could he slash out 99 times? Isn't his power exhausted? Can his body bear it? He didn't know about any of this. He was now facing the terrifying attack of 99 swords. The sword chi collided with the blood-colored disc, directly cutting it into pieces. 30 sword chi. Patriarch Shui Pao's blood-colored world was shattered. Facing the remaining dozens of sword chi, Patriarch Shui Pao's scalp tingled. No! He screamed, turned around, and fled. In the distance, the patriarch of the Qi family and others were also stunned. What a divine skill this was! How could he resist the 99 swords of the law in a row? Patriarch Shui Pao might not be able to resist at all. The other half-saints were also trembling. Patriarch Shui Pao tore the void crazily, but the remaining dozens of sword lights firmly locked onto him. Eventually, he was enveloped. No! Patriarch Shui Pao roared, and his body suddenly turned into a bloody mist, spreading in all directions. As a half-saint, he had many means of escape. Turning into mist was one of the most powerful means of escape. After turning into mist, his body became invisible. Ordinary attacks would not be able to harm him. Even if some of it could be destroyed, so what? As long as a trace of mist escaped, Patriarch Shui Pao could reform his body. This was the advantage of being a half-saint. A real saint could be reborn with a drop of blood. Therefore, it was very difficult to kill a saint. Although Patriarch Shui Pao was not a real saint yet, as long as he had some bloody mist to escape, he could be reborn. Damn you, kid, I'll remember this. One day, I'll kill you with my own hands. Patriarch Shui Pao's vicious voice rang out. His escape this time had greatly damaged his vitality. He would not be able to recover for at least 100 years. But he swore that when he became stronger, he would kill Lin Fan with his own hands. How dare you threaten me now? Do you think you can escape today? Chapter 3192. Oh no, Lin Wuyi is in danger. Yes, no matter how strong he was, he could not fight against Patriarch Shui Pao. His law of fire could at most resist the law of blood, but what about the vengeful spirits? He definitely could not resist. If he was touched, he would be seriously injured and might be torn to pieces. Boom! 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 It's over. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Even a sage-to-be could not resist such an attack. That kid would definitely be torn to pieces. But soon they were stunned. Because in the collision, the vengeful spirits screamed and came back. They were torn to pieces, but Lin Xian was like a god of war. His body shone brightly and he was injured. He was not injured. What kind of body was that? These people were all stunned. The Qi family patriarch and the others were also shocked. This physique was too strong. It was more terrifying than an ordinary sage-to-be body. Lin Xian roared and rushed forward. Suddenly, countless vengeful spirits were sent flying. He sneered. Is that all? How ridiculous. Do you think these vengeful spirits can tear my body to pieces? Lin Xian's divine body shone brightly. It was very terrifying. In a few moves, all the vengeful spirits were sent flying. Damn it, get lost! Patriarch Shui Pao roared and the vengeful spirits screamed. Suddenly, everyone's souls trembled as if they were about to be pierced. Oh no, it was a soul attack. These people were so scared that their scalps went numb, and they retreated again. Your body is strong, but what about your soul? I don't believe that your soul can withstand these attacks. Now go to hell for me. Patriarch Schwepao smiled sinisterly again. Indeed, these vengeful spirits were very terrifying. His opponent seemed to be a body cultivator, but his soul should not be too strong. Patriarch Schwepao's soul attack could definitely kill him in one move. On the opposite side, Lin Xian felt the collision of the vengeful spirits, and sneered. Soul attack? It seems that you are courting death. His palms formed a seal and a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky. They were like the eyes of a deity, with the law of fire, looking down on the ground. Samsara! Lin Xian roared furiously. Golden light spun rapidly in his eyes, forming two golden vortexes that engulfed the countless vengeful spirits. Those resentful spirits cried out miserably as if they had gone mad. They were originally souls, but due to special reasons, they couldn't reincarnate and were suppressed beneath the great blood plains. Now, after being enveloped by the golden light, they were all swallowed up without any resistance. In an instant, all the vengeful spirits in the sky disappeared without a trace. In the sky, the pair of golden eyes blossomed with an even more mysterious light. Is this all you've got? Lin Xian sneered. Damn it, this is impossible. How could it be so easily resolved? Patriarch Schwepao was stunned. Was the other party's soul also so terrifying? Furthermore, what kind of eyes were those? Why was his soul trembling? Those who were watching the battle from afar were extremely shocked. Ancestor Schwepao was actually being suppressed. Was Patriarch Schwepao going to lose? Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. If that was really the case, it would be an earth-shattering event. He was actually strong to such an extent. Heimo, Junwuya, and the others were extremely shocked. The chief family's patriarch and the other sage-to-be saints were also extremely solemn. This young man was really something. Schwepao, is this all you've got? Lin Xian's voice rang out from the front. Ancestor Schwepao's face was extremely ugly, and then he roared. Kid, don't be so arrogant. You underestimate me too much. You underestimate the Scarlet Plains too much. Do you think that's all you've got? All right, I'll show you a true peerless superpower. 3,000 Blood Demon Technique. Ancestor Schwepao roared into the sky, and the law of blood swept out quickly. Behind him, 3,000 blood rivers rolled in the sky and twisted, forming 3,000 blood demon kings. Each of them could split the sky and earth, and the fragments of the law of blood in their bodies brought about monstrous power. Kill! Ancestor Schwepao roared, and the 3,000 blood demons behind him roared as well, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The terrifying murderous aura shattered the sky. Roar! On Lin Xian's side, a dragon's roar rang out, resisting the murderous aura in the sky. The two sound waves clashed in the sky. It was useless. Lin Xian snorted coldly. On the opposite side, Ancestor Schwepao's palms formed a seal again. Suck blood. 3,000 blood demons array. In the distance, the martial artists screamed, because many of them were instantly turned into dried corpses. Their blood gushed out crazily, gathering toward Ancestor Schwepao. Not good. The power of the law fragment. Run! These people's scalps went numb, and they were scared out of their wits. They quickly ran away. Those who were slow to run were all deprived of blood. Junwuya, Yulinglong, Heimo, and the others also looked pale, and they quickly retreated. Under the power of the law fragment, they couldn't resist at all. Lin Xian also felt the blood in his body surging, as if it was about to burst out of his body. This was the power of laws. They were invisible and traceless, and their words were law. A saint could instantly kill billions of living beings. Even Lin Xian, who was at the same level as a half-saint, was affected. But soon, he shouted coldly. Suppress it! The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, turned into a peerless sword light, and directly destroyed this power. He turned into a giant dragon, suppressing Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's blood completely calmed down. Competing with the law? Then have a taste of my law of fire. His eyes burst out with a piercing light. Ah! Ancestor Shue Pao screamed, and his body suddenly burned. His blood boiled, as if it was about to evaporate. Damn it! Ancestor Shue Pao roared, activating the law of blood. The two laws collided, and countless cracks appeared on Ancestor Shue Pao's body. Damn it! The 3,000 blood demon formation, charge! Ancestor Shue Pao retreated far away, suppressed by the power. At the same time, he activated the 3,000 blood demon formation. But he was too shocked. Why did his law not hurt the other party, but was hurt by the other party's law? Could it be that the other party's law power was stronger than his? Damn it, how was this possible? He didn't believe it. He had comprehended the law for thousands of years, but it wasn't as profound as the other parties. How would he know that Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul? That supreme power, coupled with the law of fire, was enough to destroy everything. At this moment, Lin Xian was facing the 3,000 blood demon formation. The flaming sword chi in his hand slashed in all directions. The law of fire danced, sweeping across heaven and earth. However, the 3,000 blood demon formation was extremely extraordinary. The 3,000 blood demons led the law of blood fragments to form a heaven and earth great formation. For a moment, it actually blocked Lin Xian's monstrous sword light. Not only that, it also charged towards Lin Xian quickly. The space where Lin Xian was completely enveloped by the blood-colored light. On the other side, Ancestor Shue Pao extinguished the flames on his body and flew over again. He saw Lin Xian, who was surrounded by the 3,000 blood demons, and laughed loudly. Kid, how is it? Do you know how powerful my formation is? Next, you will experience what despair is. Ancestor Shue Pao once again shot out a few blood-colored law fragments into the blood demon formation. Buzz! Chapter 3193. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Sword chi and flames danced, suppressing the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, the light of the 3,000 blood demons was suppressed. The monstrous flames were even about to engulf the 3,000 blood demons. Seeing this, Ancestor Shue Pao's face turned cold again. He took out a blood-red heart and bit into it. Suddenly, his aura skyrocketed. In front of him, 3,000 blood demons stretched out their arms and turned into rivers of blood, entangling the sword chi in the sky. The fiery light completely enveloped the sky. The sky was once again blood-red. Do you think my rule of blood is that simple? Only depriving you of your chi and blood? You're too naive! Since I can't absorb your blood, I'll let it go berserk. From now on, you'll become a madman! After the 3,000 blood demons suppressed the flames in the sky, Ancestor Shue Pao charged toward Lin Xian again. This time, the rule of blood directly enveloped Lin Xian. He did not absorb Lin Xian's blood. Instead, he let Lin Xian's blood become berserk. In the end, he completely lost his mind. Oh no! That Lin Wudy is in danger! Yes, I've seen this move before. At that time, Ancestor Shue Pao fought against a half-saint. That half-saint was sealed for 3 years before he recovered. I'm afraid that Lin Wudy will not be able to stop it. Next, he will completely turn into a madman, even more berserk than a beast. Hearing the words of a half-saint, the spectators were shocked. Is Lin Wudy going to lose? Sure enough, he's still too young. As a veteran half-saint, Ancestor Shue Pao's means were extremely powerful. He was even more proficient in the application of the rule of blood. Lin Wudy is probably going to be defeated this time. Lin Xian felt the berserk aura and his eyes immediately turned red. He seemed to have become murderous, and wanted to destroy everything in the world. However, it was not that easy to make him completely crazy. After all, he was also a half-saint. Moreover, he was not an ordinary half-saint. Dragon Sword Soul, destroy! The great dragon sword spirit within Lin Fan's body roared crazily as it destroyed the berserk aura. The red glow in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared and turned back into golden runes. I have to say, you are indeed very strong, but it's a pity that you met me. Your nomological abilities are unable to affect me. Next, I will let you experience my true nomological mystical ability. Lin Xian sheathed his blazing Qilin sword. In the next moment, he shouted, "Sword, come!" Immediately, a flaming longsword appeared in his hand. That flaming longsword was formed completely from fragments of the law of fire. The light shone brightly, exuding a peerlessly violent and destructive aura. Instantly, the entire sky within a radius of a few million miles was enveloped by torrential flames. Tens of millions of miles away, everyone's expressions changed. What a terrifying law fragment! Why did it feel like the nomological fragment Lin Wudi comprehended was even more terrifying than Patriarch Xue Pao's? Impossible! Patriarch Xue Pao's expression finally changed. What he was most proud of was his law of blood. In his opinion, so what if his opponent was a half-saint? His opponent's comprehension of the law was too shallow and could not be compared to him. But now, he realized that he was wrong. The aura emitted by his opponent's law of fire was even more terrifying than his law of blood. His opponent's comprehension of the law was actually higher than his? Impossible! Patriarch Xue Pao could not believe it. He waved his blood-red palms and rushed over with the power of the law. He had to stop his opponent. Countless blood-red palms with the law of fire emitted a deafening sound. The law of fire sword trembled and countless sword lights surrounded it, destroying all the blood-red palms. There were even a few that pierced towards Patriarch Xue Pao, forcing him to dodge quickly. Damn it, how could it be so terrifying? Patriarch Xue Pao's expression was extremely cold. At this moment, Lin Xian's law of fire sword had already formed and was held in his hand. Buzz! The great dragon sword soul roared and hundreds of millions of sword chi soared into the sky. This is my self-created law of fire god / Now, have a taste of its might. Lin Xian waved the law of fire sword in his hand. As the sword fell, countless law fragments danced in the air and flames surged between heaven and earth. Other than that, no other scene could be seen. That trace of flame could easily kill a martial artist who was close to the Tao. Even a half-step sage would be turned into ashes. As expected, the eyelids of the Qi family patriarch and the other half-step sages twitched wildly. They felt a threat to their lives. This sword could not be resisted directly. Patriarch Xue Pao roared. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to use the law of fire? His palm twitched in the void. As his palm moved, countless law of blood formed a blood-red saber that emitted the same aura. Slash! With a slash of the saber, ghosts wailed and wolves howled. It was also a saber of law. The saber and sword collided in the sky and turned into an eternal light. Heaven and earth split open and lightning fell as if a thunder tribulation had occurred. Looking at the vast and mighty lightning tribulation 8 million miles ahead, the spectating cultivators were all stunned. Was this the power of a half-step sage? It was too terrifying. Even if all of them attacked together, they would not be able to resist at all and would be turned into ashes in an instant. Had Lin Xian become so powerful? Even if he was defeated this time, there were probably not many people in the younger generation who could suppress him. Jun Wuya, Yu Linglong, and the others were extremely solemn. When they were still competing with the younger generation, Lin Xian was already able to contend with the older half-step sages. He had even made Patriarch Xue Pao extremely embarrassed. Especially now that he had created his own law of fire. All of this was like a myth that they could only look up to. While everyone was stunned, the situation in front of them also changed. The blood-red light that filled the sky suddenly shattered, and the flame aura suddenly surged. It immediately enveloped Patriarch Xue Pao. Damn it! Block it from me! Patriarch Xue Pao roared, and the illusion of a small world appeared on his body. The blood-red light inside was monstrous, as if it was the Azura world. This had already surpassed the King domain. It was a small world formed by Patriarch Xue Pao. At this moment, as soon as the small world appeared, it completely enveloped Patriarch Xue Pao, isolating him from all the flames outside. Kid, you underestimate me too much. Do you really think that I have cultivated for more than 1,000 years in vain? Now that my world has appeared, let's see how you can hurt me. Patriarch Shui Pao's voice echoed in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Hearing this, Lin Xian laughed. You are too ignorant. In this world there are some people who you can't understand. Do you think your world is very powerful? Today, I will split it open for you. Lin Xian roared, and the dragon roar on his body soared into the sky. The great dragon sword soul transformed into thousands of rays of light that supported the law of fire. Suddenly, Lin Xian's law of fire sword shone brightly again, turning into a giant flame dragon that was millions of miles long and crazily fell. Chapter 3194. Buzz. The dozens of sword lights of the laws blotted out the sky and earth, forming a sword screen that enveloped the entire world. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. To be honest, other half-saints might not be able to do anything to Patriarch Shui Pao's escape. After all, Patriarch Shui Pao had turned into too much blood mist. It was impossible to destroy it in a short time. If Patriarch Shui Pao managed to escape, he might be reborn. However, it was impossible for Lin Xian to do so. Lin Xian was the descendant of the Great Dragon Sword. The Great Dragon Sword's soul could destroy everything in the world. A mere sky full of blood mist was nothing in his eyes. Sure enough, the sword she turned into a sea of swords that shrouded the blood mist. The next moment, Patriarch Shui Pao's miserable cry was heard. Ah! He screamed crazily because he found that the blood mist he had turned into was being destroyed at an alarming speed. None of it could escape. How is this possible? Patriarch Shui Pao was going crazy. How could his opponent have such a sharp sword light? Am I going to die here today? No! Patriarch Shui Pao screamed crazily. 2/3 of his blood mist had been destroyed. Only 1/3 was left. He felt his skin crawl and said quickly, Stop fighting! You've won this battle. I admit defeat. Also, we'll write off our grudges. How about that? Hearing this, the martial artists who were watching the battle from afar were stunned. The ancestral patriarch of the Qi family and the other half-saints gasped. Patriarch Shui Pao is begging for mercy and admitting defeat. This is unbelievable. They knew that Patriarch Shui Pao was a terrifying existence. They were no match for him in a one-on-one fight. However, such a powerful half-saint had been defeated by a young man. Now, he was fleeing in all directions, and even had to beg for mercy. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. It's useless. I've said before that this battle will determine victory and defeat, as well as life and death. Lin Xian's cold voice was heard. Let him go! How is that possible? Patriarch Shui Pao was a vengeful and ruthless person. If Lin Xian let him go, he would definitely take the opportunity to come back. He would not allow such a scourge to live. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hold back. No way, Lin Wudi really wanted to kill Patriarch Shui Pao. Heavens, is the semi-sage going to fall? The Qi family's ancestor and the others were shocked beyond words. Jun Wuya Hamo and the others were dumbfounded. The native warriors of Blood Refining Planet felt their scalps go numb. That was Ancestor Shui Pao, who was extremely famous in Blood Refining Planet. But now, they were actually facing the danger of being killed. It was really hard for them to imagine. Ancestor Shui Pao roared as if he had gone mad. Damn brat, you dare to attack me? No one answered him. What answered him was only the merciless sword light. Immediately, the 1/3 of blood was reduced by half. Ah! I'll fight it out with you. Patriarch Shui Pao knew that he couldn't escape. He let out a vicious voice. Damn brat, I'll take you down with me. He was truly in despair. He didn't expect that he would be killed here when he was at his peak. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have fought with the other party even if he was beaten to death. But now, it was too late. He couldn't escape by himself. Even if he asked other semi-sages for help, they probably wouldn't. Firstly, their friendship was ordinary. Secondly, Lin Woody was so young and so strong. His future achievements were limitless. Who would dare offend such a peerless genius? Therefore, no one would help him. However, even if Ancestor Shui Pao died, he wouldn't let the other party get what he wanted. He wanted to drag the other party down with him. Kid, I won't let you off. I'll let you be struck by 10,000 lightning bolts, and have your mind destroyed. I'll let you suffer the most terrifying lightning technique. This voice reverberated between heaven and earth, making everyone's hair stand on end. Everyone was trembling in fear. The souls of the Qi family's ancestor, and the others were also trembling. Lin Xian also frowned. In the next instant, he saw the remaining blood of Ancestor Shui Pao start to burn rapidly. Within the red flames, Ancestor Shui Pao's soul was rolling and twisting. At the same time, a thundercloud appeared in the sky. When it collided, 10,000 lightning bolts appeared. The terrifying aura of thunder made the Qi family's ancestor and the others shudder in fear. Oh no, it's a curse! Ancestor Shui Pao had really gone mad. He was willing to give up on reincarnation and fall into eternal darkness to cast such a curse. It's over. That Lin Woody won't be able to survive either. Next, there would be an apocalyptic lightning tribulation. The Qi family's ancestor and the others quickly retreated. When the surrounding martial artists and geniuses heard this, their scalps went numb, and they ran for their lives. They knew that Ancestor Shui Pao would definitely die. As for Lin Xian, it was very likely that he would be killed by the cursed lightning tribulation. Curse? Lin Xian frowned. This was the first time he had seen such an attack. Through his heavenly secret divine eyes, he could see that Ancestor Shui Pao's blood was burning. His soul seemed to be pulled into an unknown world. At the same time, he sensed that he was being watched by a mysterious and strange power. This power made the light on his body dim, and his qi and blood were about to wither. At the same time, his heart was pounding. Above his head, thunder flashed, and the light seemed to be able to destroy the world. This aura was no weaker than the lightning tribulation when he became a half-saint. It was even stronger. Boom! In the next moment, countless lightning tribulations fell, piercing through the void and completely enveloping the world. Lin Xian was also engulfed. 1 day, 2 days, the cursed lightning tribulation continued. The space within millions of miles was shattered and turned into a chaotic void. The Qi family's ancestor and the others had already retreated 30 million miles away. They looked at the apocalyptic scene in front of them, and their hearts pounded. It's over. Lin Woody won't be able to escape. Yes, even a half-saint would be killed. Moreover, he was enveloped by the power of the curse. The lightning tribulation would never let him go. Several half-saints shook their heads. At the same time, some half-saints felt that it was a pity that such a peerless genius had become a half-saint at such a young age. His future was limitless. He was too young and impetuous. He shouldn't have pushed Ancestor Shui Pao so hard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died if he didn't kill Ancestor Shui Pao. Young Master Lin. Qi Siyu's face was full of anxiety, and her eyes were filled with endless despair. In the distance, Jun Wuya, Ling Long, He Mo, and the others were also in disbelief. Lin Xian was destroyed by the lightning tribulation. Was he dead? Why did it all seem like a dream? Soon, He Mo sneered. Humph, this is really surprising. I didn't expect that a half-saint would die. The other extraterritorial elites also said coldly. I admit that Lin Woody is powerful, but he has become history. Only a living genius is a genius. What was dead was nothing at all. Chapter 3195. They all breathed a sigh of relief. This was because a young half-saint was giving them too much pressure. Now they were all dead. In this way, they had one less opponent to compete with. However, most of the older generations still looked regretful. After all, they had no chance to become great emperors. If they could see the rise of a young great emperor in their lifetime, they would be very happy. In today's battle, They had witnessed the rise of a young great emperor. However, they did not expect an accident to happen in the end. Patriarch Shui Pao's soul fell into eternal darkness, and he released a half-saint curse, which attracted a peerless heavenly tribulation. Lin Wude might not be able to deal with such power. Not necessarily. Lin Wude was very strong. Especially when Yu Linglong and the others knew that Lin Xian was the successor of the Great Dragon, the successor of the 9 Sons. He had a strong physique and strong attacks, so he might be able to survive. However, 10 days passed, 20 days passed, and they were in despair. After a month, they were ready to leave. Because the heavenly tribulation ahead was still ongoing, and Lin Xian's figure still did not appear. Forget it, let's go. That kid can't be resurrected. Indeed, the power of the curse had not disappeared, and the heavenly tribulation had not dissipated. After it dissipated, everything would vanish. And that kid would probably be destroyed in body and soul. The half-saints shook their heads and left. The other experts, elders, big families, and sacred grounds all left one after another. Jun Wuya, Yu Linglong, and the others also left. Let's go. 7 Lights regained its coldness, and left with Nether King and the others. In the end, everyone left. In the vast heavenly tribulation, Lin Xian's fire law revolved around his body, resisting it. The great dragon's sword soul roared in his body, and at the same time, there was a black rune jumping on his body. And the aura became more and more terrifying. This aura was the aura of annihilation. Although the heavenly tribulation was powerful, Lin Xian relied on various abhijnas and his strong body. These heavenly tribulation could not hurt him at all. Not only that, Lin Xian seemed to be still cultivating. However, from the looks of it, he wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Tens of millions of miles of space was filled with lightning tribulations, so it was impossible for anyone to come in. It was impossible for anyone to know about Lin Xian's current situation. In the outside world, it had been a month since the final battle between the half-saints on the Scarlet Plain. In the past month, news about Lin Wude and Patriarch Shui Pao had spread across many star worlds. Everyone was amazed by Lin Xian's strength, but at the same time, they felt it was a pity. This was because Lin Xian had already died in the lightning tribulation. The curse of a half-step saint was extremely terrifying. It was likely that the other party would not be able to survive. Just as someone said, dead geniuses were nothing. Only living geniuses were true geniuses. Thus, the crowd only treated this battle as history. The commotion caused by this battle gradually died down. At the same time, another piece of news came, causing everyone to stop talking. The battle between half-sages had turned completely silent. Falling into the abyss, there was a problem. In the starry sky of the universe, there were many star worlds that were very famous. For example, the blood-refining star was a very terrifying training ground. Most of them were ferocious experts. There was also a star world called the Falling Star. There was a falling abyss inside, which was extremely terrifying. It was said that the demonic chi and ghost chi filled the air, which was extremely terrifying. It was said that it was also an ancient battlefield, where hundreds of millions of creatures had fought. Even peerless experts had fallen there. It was a very terrifying place, which could be said to be a place of great danger. However, there were still countless people who wanted to fall into the falling abyss. Even the patriarch of the Qi family 300 years ago was injured when he fell into the falling abyss. Because the falling abyss was filled with ghost Qi and demonic Qi, people who cultivated this kind of cultivation method liked to stay there. They could get twice the results with half the effort. Moreover, there were also people who liked to challenge themselves there to break through bottlenecks. There was even a rumor that there was a huge treasure trove in the falling abyss, where endless secrets were kept. As long as one could enter the treasure trove and obtain the treasures inside, one could become a saint and transcend heaven and earth. Becoming a saint was such a great temptation. One had to know that although many people hoped to become a great emperor, the great emperor was too illusory. Countless saints and super saints could not become a great emperor, so most people only dreamed about it. However, saints were different. To them, saints were closer to becoming a great emperor. Moreover, especially those who had comprehended the nearing path and were already half-saints, as long as they took another step forward, they would immediately become saints. Their strength would undergo a tremendous change, and their lifespan would also increase exponentially. That was the most attractive thing to them. Therefore, countless experts rushed to the falling abyss like ducks. The changes in the falling abyss directly attracted the attention of these people. In an instant, news spread everywhere. Quite a few star realms had received the news. Those nearing path martial artists and half-saints were all eager to make a move. The Chi family? Their territory and influence had expanded a lot compared to before, and it was all thanks to the Chi family's patriarch. At this moment, the Chi family's patriarch was sitting high in the main hall. When he received the news from the outer realm, he suddenly stood up. Really? There was a change. Patriarch? What was going on? Below him, the Chi family's elders and powerhouses were also puzzled. It was rare for them to see their patriarch so agitated. There was a new change in the falling abyss. There was a chaotic aura and multicolored light in the falling abyss. That was a sign of the birth of a rare treasure. What? The elders and powerhouses below were shocked when they heard that. They knew that the falling abyss was filled with demonic chi, ghost chi, and all kinds of cold aura. But now, there was a chaotic aura and multicolored light in the falling abyss. Under normal circumstances, such things would not appear in the falling abyss. Could it be that the rumors were true? There was really a huge treasure trove in the falling abyss? At this moment, the treasure trove had opened. Was that why the multicolored light and chaotic aura had appeared? Everyone discussed animatedly. The Chi family's patriarch laughed. That's right. It seemed that there was indeed a secret in the falling abyss. Patriarch, what should we do? Should we go? The Chi family's elder raised his head and asked. Chi Siu, who was beside him, also looked nervous. After all, 300 years ago, their patriarch was injured because he went to the falling abyss. From then on, he could not recover from the setback and even almost died. If it were not for Lin Xian, their patriarch would have died by now. Of course I have to go. Don't worry, I didn't spend the past 300 years in vain. I've already found a way to resist the Yin demons. Chapter 3196. The Chi family patriarch's eyes flickered. He had been a half-saint for a long time and had been stuck in the half-saint realm for a long time. Although he had recovered, he could only live for another 1,000 years. However, could he break through and become a true saint in the next 1,000 years? To be honest, the Chi family patriarch was not confident at all. He had estimated that even if there was a chance, the chances of success were less than 10%. A half-saint and a saint seemed similar, but the difference between them was too great. The difference was like heaven and earth. A saint was an existence that transcended heaven and earth and could no longer be called a human. Becoming a saint was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that he had fallen into the abyss and there were abnormal changes, the Chi family patriarch had to make a trip no matter what. When the others heard this, they hurriedly made preparations to provide the patriarch with all the resources they could. On the cloud-returning planet, all the major families and top sacred grounds were making preparations. Even the elites and half-saints in the blood-refining planet, the hero planet, the Sirius planet, and the surrounding planets were making preparations. On the blood-refining planet, the Crimson Plains. At this moment, millions of miles of space was still enveloped by an endless sea of lightning. The violent aura made it so that there was no one in the surrounding 30 million miles. It could be said that this place had become a forbidden area and no one would come here. However, on this day, in the endless sea of lightning, a young figure stood up. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Terrifying fragments of the law of fire appeared from his body and danced in the air. In addition, there were some mysterious black runes that were also law fragments. He had succeeded. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. When he had killed Patriarch Shui Pao, he had received a curse from Patriarch Shui Pao and attracted a lightning tribulation. However, Lin Xian had not died in the lightning tribulation. Instead, he had withstood it. At the same time, he had also used the lightning tribulation to cultivate the power of annihilation. Finally, he had cultivated the power of annihilation into a law of annihilation fragment. Now that Lin Xian had comprehended two types of nomological law fragments, his strength had increased exponentially once again. If he were to fight Patriarch Shui Pao now, he would probably be able to kill him in less than 50 moves. Moreover, he would not give Patriarch Shui Pao a chance to curse him. It should be about time for the lightning tribulation to disappear, right? Lin Xian looked up at the sky. Suddenly, he frowned. No, what was going on? Could it be that the power of the curse still hadn't disappeared? Lin Xian discovered that not only did the surrounding lightning tribulation not weaken, but it was also becoming more and more violent, as if it was going to engulf the entire world. That's impossible. After such a long time, even if it's a half-saint level curse, it should have disappeared. What was going on? Just as he was feeling puzzled, a red figure suddenly rushed out of the black earth. Following that, roars filled the sky. Ah! Ha ha ha! This emperor is going to succeed. Ruffian dragon! Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xian was overjoyed. Had the dark red divine dragon come out of seclusion? Ha ha, brat, get a little further away. I'm about to undergo tribulation. As soon as the dark red dragon came out, it roared loudly. But in the next moment, he was also stunned. Oh my God, what's going on? Had the lightning tribulation already arrived? The dark red divine dragon looked around. There was a vast sea of lightning between heaven and earth. But that wasn't right. He had just triggered the heavenly tribulation, so it would probably take a while for it to arrive. Why did the lightning tribulation seem to have appeared for a long time? The dark red dragon was puzzled, but Lin Xian instantly understood. It turned out that the aura of lightning that had suddenly become stronger was not the power of the curse, but the heavenly tribulation that had been triggered by the dark red dragon's breakthrough. Don't think too much, ruffian dragon. I was the one who triggered the lightning tribulation. But now it's up to you. After saying that, Lin Xian waved his hand with a smile and flew into the distance. Fuck brat, don't trick me. There was already a lightning tribulation, and now there's a lightning tribulation. Do you want me to survive? The dark rainbow divine dragon kept roaring. He was extremely depressed. However, in the next moment, endless lightning fell from the sky again and enveloped the dark red dragon. 2 months later, the lightning tribulation finally disappeared. The dark red dragon's body was charred black, and black smoke was rising from it. He flew over shakily. Fuck, it hurts. It seemed that he had survived the lightning tribulation. Lin Xian flew over. You've become a half-saint. You're not slow either. He was very surprised because he found that the dark red dragon was also a half-saint. Hee, of course. Brat, let's exchange blows. The dark red dragon's body swayed, and the black smoke on its body instantly disappeared. It waved its claws, and endless fragments of the law of lightning rushed over, forming bolts of lightning that surged out. Ha ha, good. Lin Xian controlled the fragments of the law of fire and rushed up to fight with it. The two of them exchanged blows, shaking heaven and earth. Fortunately, there was no one within a radius of 30 million miles. Otherwise, they would have wet their pants. 10 days later, the dark red dragon muttered in dissatisfaction. Fuck, I don't want to fight anymore. You've actually mastered 2 fragments of the law of fire. Also, how can your physique be so strong? Your dragon sword soul has also improved, right? The dark red dragon was very depressed because he found that he could not defeat his opponent. To be more precise, the two of them were tied. That was unbelievable. This time, he used the great inheritance of the dragons to directly break through to the half-saint realm, and his strength increased greatly. In his opinion, he should have surpassed Lin Xian. Initially, he had planned to teach this kid a lesson. However, he realized that he couldn't do it. His opponent's growth speed was beyond his expectations. He was not slower than him at all, and even surpassed him by a little. On the other side, Lin Xian retracted his hand, and he was also very shocked. The dark red dragon's cultivation had reached the half-saint realm, and he had also comprehended two fragments of the law of fire. The laws of lightning and the laws of water. In addition, the other party was of the divine dragon race, and his physique was not weaker than his divine body. It could be said that the dark red dragon's strength was on par with his. This made Lin Xian shocked and happy at the same time. With such a powerful companion by her side, not many people would dare to provoke her in the future. The little white monkey also jumped out and looked at the dark red dragon, waving its little claws. Why, little one, you want to fight me too? Forget it, you'd better go treasure hunting. The dark red dragon shook his head, and did not fight with the little white monkey. This caused Xiao Bai to puff up in anger. Lin Xian grabbed Little White and rubbed it in his arms. Then he asked, "Your talent is too strong. You should be equivalent to the Dragon Crown Prince among the dragons, right?" He was probably the only one who could keep up with this speed of improvement. The other geniuses might not be able to keep up. However, the dark red dragon shook his head. "No, I'm not at the Dragon Crown Prince level. Kid, you're underestimating the dragons. As far as I know, the real Dragon Crown Prince, who is the son of the great Emperor, should be at the sage level when he is born." Chapter 3197. What? The Dragon Prince was a saint the moment he was born. Lin Xian was extremely shocked, and his expression turned grave. This was the first time he had heard such news. Previously, when the true spirit world was in chaos, countless primordial kings and saints had appeared. However, the Dragon Prince, the Qilin Prince, and the Princess of the Phoenix race had not appeared. However, it was rumored that all three of them had been revived. Didn't this mean that they were already saints the moment they lost repeatedly? In that case, what level had the three of them reached? Among the sages, he should be very powerful. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It seems that my cultivation path is still very long. Lin Xian felt a trace of pressure. He had to become a saint as soon as possible, or at least have the strength to contend with a saint. Kid, don't be discouraged. After all, the son of a great emperor has inherited the great emperor's bloodline, and it is the purest great emperor's bloodline. Their strength is naturally very strong. Your current speed is already very heaven-defying. At this rate, your future achievements will not be weaker than theirs. The dark red dragon said from the side. Lin Xian nodded. Although he was shocked, he was not afraid. After all, the reason he took the title Linwoody was that he was determined to be invincible in the world. Let's go. Waving his hand, Lin Xian, the snow-white marquis, and the dark red dragon set off again. After flying for a few days, Lin Xian frowned. He sensed that there were several powerful auras on the blood-refining planet, quickly flying into the sky and towards the outer realm. What's going on? Those people should be half-saints, right? The dark red dragon was also puzzled. Logically speaking, half-saints should not appear in such a group. Something must have happened. Could there be a war in the outer realm? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it was possible. After all, when he and Patriarch Shui Pao fought before, many saints had come to watch the battle. Now that these saints had gone to the outer realm, perhaps there really were some geniuses fighting. The two of them soared into the sky. The snow-white little monkey lay on Lin Xian's shoulder, yawning in boredom and squinting its big eyes. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the outer realm. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon brandished their nomological fragments, blocking the extraterrestrial aura. They stood in the starry sky, looking into the distance. Then they frowned. There was no great battle. The half-saints boarded a special spirit boat and flew into the distance. What's going on? The two of them frowned and looked at each other. Let's continue to follow them. Lin Xian also took out his spirit boat. It wasn't the Black Earth, but the spirit boat that the mountain-gazing Peak Lord had given him. Let's go! The group boarded the spirit boat and flew over quickly. In the silent and cold universe, several rays of light streaked across one after another. Among them, there was a red spirit boat. It was very majestic, like a running lion. It was surrounded by flowing light and looked extraordinarily mighty. At this moment, in the spirit vessel, a middle-aged man opened his eyes and frowned. Humph! How dare you follow us? Master, let your disciple do it. At this moment, a figure walked over and said respectfully. This scene was very strange because the person who called himself his disciple was a white-haired old man. Sitting there was a young and mighty middle-aged man. However, this was normal in the cultivation world. This was because the middle-aged man was a half-saint, and this white-haired old man was only a warrior who had comprehended something close to Tao. Master, let me go too. At this moment, another young man walked out. All right, the two of you go out and see who dares to follow me. The old man and the young man left the spirit boat in a flash. In the next moment, they appeared in the endless cold universe. There was a silver pagoda above their heads. Its aura hung down and shrouded the two of them. It was a half-saint artifact. The half-saint runes on it flickered, allowing them to float in the cold universe. The corners of the black-robed youth's mouth curled into a sneer as he looked at the spirit boat that was flying towards him from behind. He gathered all his strength and slashed out with his sword. A ray of sword radiance shot up into the sky and slashed forward. It was like a rainbow that lit up the surroundings. With a boom, the sword slashed the spirit boat behind them. Immediately, a shocking storm was set off. The spirit boat behind them trembled violently. In the spirit boat, Lin Xian opened his eyes. There was a biting cold light in his eyes. The dark red divine dragon beside him jumped up. Damn it! Who dares to attack us? The little white monkey waved its little paws in protest. It was very displeased. Let this emperor take a look at which reckless person actually dares to attack us. The dark red divine dragon waved its claws and controlled the array. The scene outside appeared on the light screen in front of them. In the cold darkness of the universe, two figures stood there. There was a silver pagoda above their heads. They were like gods of war, blocking their way. The young man among the two was holding a long sword that was emitting a biting cold light. It was obvious that he was the one who had attacked. There was a spirit boat floating in the distance. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon was enraged. Damn it! It's the spirit boat that we're following. It seems that they've discovered us. So what if they've discovered us? How dare they attack us? Let's go out and take a look. Lin Xian left the spirit boat in a flash. The dark red divine dragon snorted and came out with a swing of its tail. In the next moment, the two of them walked out. In front, the white-haired old man and the black-robed young man sneered when they saw Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Whose disciples are you two? How dare you follow us? You really don't know what's good for you. The white-haired old man snorted. The black-robed young man beside him said, Senior brother, don't talk nonsense with them. They're just two people who don't know what's good for them. How dare they secretly follow us? Just kill them. Their spirit boat is not bad. After killing them, I'll report to Master and ask him to reward me with this spirit boat. His words made Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's faces darken. This kid isn't young anymore, but he's quite arrogant. He's so ruthless at such a young age. He'll be a scourge in the future. Why don't I help your master get rid of him today? The dark red divine dragon walked out. Lin Xian stood at the side with his hands behind his back. He could tell at a glance that the two people in front of him were only martial artists who had comprehended close to the Tao. They were far inferior compared to them. The dark red divine dragon could easily get rid of them. Damn it, where did this snake come from? You're courting death. The black-robed young man was enraged and threw out another sword. The sword chi and murderous intent surged and shattered the void. However, the dark red divine dragon was disdainful. So you've only grasped power close to the Tao. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? The crimson dragon didn't dodge when faced with this shocking sword. It opened its bloody mouth and sucked the sword chi into its stomach. Then it pouted. Is this all you've got? Chapter 3198. That sword contained a power that was close to the Tao. Even martial artists of the same level would not dare to block it, but the snake in front of them had swallowed it. Moreover, it was completely fine. What kind of person was that? The white-haired old man's eyelids were also twitching wildly. Junior brother, come back quickly. This snake is not simple. Snake my ass. I'm a dragon. And a divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon swung its tail and instantly appeared in front of the two. With a slap, a claw struck out, and the two of them were slapped. Half of their faces and half of their bodies turned into a bloody mist. Their broken bodies flew into the distance. Boom! Ah! The young man in black screamed as if he had gone crazy. Damn snake, how dare you kill me? I'm going to kill you! I'll definitely kill you! Boom! His body was shattered again. On the other side, the white-haired old man's pupils constricted. Oh no, this power had completely surpassed theirs. Could it be that this was a demonic beast at the half-step saint level? Thinking of this, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission. They could not fight against such a figure. In fact, there was no need for them to send a voice transmission. A middle-aged man walked out of the spirit boat in the distance. He took a step forward and instantly arrived beside the two. With a wave of his sleeve, the two's bodies returned to normal. Thank you, master. The white-haired old man stood up and stood respectfully behind the middle-aged man. The young man in black next to him gritted his teeth and said, Master, avenge me. You must kill them. Tear them into pieces. Which force are you from? The middle-aged man in front frowned and asked. He was a half-step saint, so he could naturally feel that the dark red divine dragon carried a shocking power. That was a fragment of the law of thunder. You're their master? Your two disciples are too reckless. How dare they provoke me? Old thing, tell me, how are you going to compensate me? The dark red divine dragon said coldly. You're courting death. The middle-aged man was furious. So what if the other party was a half-step saint? He was also a half-step saint. You're a demonic beast that's wreaking havoc in the human world. Today I'll kill you. Buzz. The middle-aged man stretched out his palm. His large palm seemed to have turned into a long saber that cut through the void. On his palm, the fragments of the law danced, and the terrifying power of the law swept through the world. Humph! Do you think I'm scared of you? The dark red divine dragon rushed up and used the law of thunder to fight. The two of them fought an earth-shattering battle, and neither of them was able to determine the victor. Damn it, how is this possible? How could this demonic dragon be so powerful? In the distance, the white-haired old man and the black-clothed youth watched with trepidation. Their master was a half-saint who had been famous for hundreds of years. How could he not be able to do anything to the other party? This was simply too unbelievable. On the other side, Lin Xian was extremely calm because he knew that the dark red divine dragon would definitely win this battle. This was because the dark red divine dragon had another type of law fragment. Sure enough, the dark red divine dragon used the law of water fragment and instantly sent the middle-aged half-saint flying. The middle-aged half-step saint coughed up blood and flew backward. His body was shattered, and his face was extremely ugly. Two types of law powers. Who are you? Who am I? Hee hee, you can call me Lord Dragon Emperor. The dark red dragon sneered. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me now? The middle-aged man hurriedly swallowed a pill and mobilized the power of laws to repair his body. In the next moment, he waved his hand and directly grabbed his two disciples in the distance. Then, with a kick, he broke their legs. At the same time, a cold voice was heard. How dare you offend a half-saint? Quickly kowtow and apologize. The white-haired old man and the black-clothed youth's faces immediately became extremely distorted. However, they did not dare to resist at all. They hurriedly knelt in the void and kept kowtowing. Lord Dragon Emperor, we were wrong. Lord Dragon Emperor, please spare our lives. At the same time, the middle-aged half-step saint took out a white jade bottle and said, There are 10 demon cores of demon kings that are close to the Tao inside. Please don't refuse. The dark red divine dragon raised his eyebrows and directly waved his dragon claw. Then, he said casually, "All right. I'll spare your lives this time." Hearing this, the white-haired old man and the black-clothed youth who were kneeling on the ground heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lin Xian walked over from afar. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked coldly, "Let me ask you, where are you going with so many half-saints? Who is this person?" When the middle-aged man saw a young man walking over, he immediately frowned. He admired the dark red divine dragon in front of him, but it did not mean that anyone could ask him questions. However, when he saw that the dark red divine dragon and the young man in front of him were friends, the middle-aged man was stunned. Could it be that he was also a half-saint? Heavens, he's too young. No! Maybe he's an old monster who deliberately disguised himself as a young man. He also knew that some old monsters at the half-saint level always like to disguise themselves as young people. This person might be one of them. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, "You two don't know?" Lin Xian shook his head. "We just came out of seclusion and don't know what happened. It was like this. Something happened when they fell into the abyss, which attracted countless geniuses and half-step saints to go there." "Oh, fell into the abyss?" Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. This was a very famous place. He had heard of it more than once. It was not inferior to the blood-refining planet. Moreover, it seemed that the chief family patriarch's injuries were caused when he fell into the abyss. I will tell you the details later. Why don't the two of you take a seat in my spirit boat? What do you think? That's good. Lin Xian nodded and waved his hand to put away his spirit boat. Then, he and the dark red divine dragon flew forward together. Soon, everyone gathered in the middle-aged man's spirit boat. The spirit boat flew quickly again. Inside, Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and the middle-aged man sat facing each other. The snow-white young marquis hugged a large wine gourd and drank non-stop. The white-haired old man and the black-robed young man respectfully stood at the side and poured tea for Lin Xian and the other two from time to time. The middle-aged man was called Jin Yuanzi, and he was a half-saint. At this moment, he had already told them about the fall into the abyss. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. There was such a rumor about the fall into the abyss, and such a scene had appeared. No wonder these half-saints wanted to go. It turned out that there was the secret to becoming a saint. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up. "Kid, this is a great opportunity for us. We must not miss it." Lin Xian nodded. He had the same idea. After all, he knew that the Dragon Crown Prince and the Qilin Crown Prince were born saints. If he wanted to compete on the path of the great emperor, he had to reach the saint realm as soon as possible. "Don't worry, I'm going to fall into the abyss this time. However, there's still some time before I fall into the abyss, about a month or so. During this time, why don't we exchange pointers?" "That's good too." Next, the three of them exchanged their own nomological fragments and discussed together. For these cultivators, a month's time passed very quickly. On this day, the three of them stopped discussing and stood up. Jin Yuanzi looked outside and said with a smile, "We've arrived at the falling star." Chapter 3199. Below them was a gray star world with a huge crack that occupied half of the entire star world, as if it was going to split the whole world in half. Lin Xian had seen such a scene before on the Dark Star. At that time, there was also a huge canyon on the Dark Star. It was said that it was split open by a sage. How did the falling abyss form? Was it formed naturally or was it split open by someone? However, the falling star was much bigger than the dark star that Lin Xian had been to before. The huge crack in the falling abyss was also much bigger. At this moment, it looked like a black dragon was entrenched in the void. It was very terrifying. Buzz! The spirit boat rushed down quickly, rushing through countless astral winds and finally arrived at the falling star. The falling star was completely different from the returning star and the true spirit world. The whole world was gray. It was gray and gloomy, and there was a gloomy aura everywhere, as if it could freeze people into popsicles. It was not only for the body, but also for the soul. Sure enough, it was a dangerous place. Lin Xian frowned when he felt the aura. It seemed that this place was more dangerous than he had imagined. Let's go and set off towards the falling abyss. Jin Yuanzi waved his hand, and the spirit boat quickly streaked across the void. Below them, some warriors frowned when they saw this. It was another spirit boat. It was another person from the outer realm. How many people had there been? Why were there so many people here? The skin of these warriors was gray, and the aura on their bodies was extremely gloomy, as if they were devils. However, they were not devils, but native warriors of the falling star. They had been absorbing the gloomy demonic aura of the falling star all year round, which was why their aura was so gloomy. Another person said. It was caused by the falling abyss. Even ghosts would know that there were treasures in there. However, our cultivations are too weak. Yes, without a half-step sage leading the way, it was impossible to enter. The last person snorted coldly. These hateful extraterrestrial warriors, just wait, they will all fall here. Do you think that the falling abyss is so easy to enter? They estimated that after entering, they would die 9 times out of 10. In the sky, the spirit boat continued to fly and finally arrived at the edge of the falling abyss. The evil Qi and ghost Qi here were very strong, so Gold Yuanzi had to stop. He looked at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon and said, You too, the falling abyss is just up ahead. I still have some old friends to meet, so I can't accompany you too. Don't worry, we just happen to want to look for it alone. Lin Xian bid farewell to Jin Yuanzi and left Lin Zhou with the dark red dragon. As soon as they came out, they felt a cold and gloomy aura sweeping toward them. However, these two people were both experts. With a cold snort, a powerful force shook off the aura. Then, Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked around. Although the surrounding aura was dangerous, he could still see that under the gray sky, there were many figures flashing about. Every one of them was very strong. Even the weakest of them was a martial artist who had comprehended something close to the Tao. However, he had yet to see a half-saint. It should be in the deepest part. Come on, let's go to the front and have a look. Lin Xian's figure swayed as he headed forward with the dark red divine dragon. After half a day, the two of them stopped. There were many people in front of them. They were all young men and women, and they emitted a powerful aura. It was a power close to the Tao. This was a group of young geniuses, and there were many of them. It should be the geniuses of the nearby stellar worlds and the extraterritorial realm who had gathered here. Buzz! When Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon landed, they found that there were not only humans, but also other 10,000 ancient races. They wondered if they were from the quintessential world, or other stellar worlds. The arrival of the two of them naturally attracted the attention of the people in front of them. However, those people glanced at them, and did not pay much attention. First of all, Lin Xian's face was very unfamiliar. They did not recognize him. Moreover, they did not sense any terrifying aura from Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. However, in their opinion, since the two of them were able to come here, they either had some strength or some status. However, that was all. Who here wasn't a young prodigy? Who was not a person of status? Therefore, the people in front of them did not pay much attention to them at all. They were still discussing among themselves. In front of them, there was a huge open space with an array formation that formed an arena. There was a battle going on in the arena at the moment. One was a puppet that was completely black like a machine, while the other was a young genius. Even though that young genius had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao, he was still suppressed by the black puppet and eventually lost. This scene caused Lin Xian to be astonished. This puppet was not ordinary. The dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered. Indeed, I can feel a powerful force and a special array formation inside. This should be a puppet passed down from the ancient times. It was very likely that this puppet was the one that fell into the abyss. This puppet was very strong. It was close to the half-sage level. Even a genius close to the Tao could not defeat it. Lin Xian was shocked. A half-sage level puppet was definitely very precious. If he had 2 more puppets by his side, he could do whatever he wanted in the half-sage circle. In front of them, the young genius was defeated. At this moment, another man walked up. He was wearing a Taoist robe and his body was shining brightly as he said with a smile. Who else wants to give it a try? You only need to give me 100 magnificent heaven pills. You will have a chance to fight with this puppet. You have to know that this puppet is not ordinary. It is very close to the half-sage level. If you can fight with it, you will definitely benefit a lot. 100 magnificent heaven pills. Lin Xian also knew about the magnificent heaven pills. In the past, he had also consumed them. It was a kind of spiritual medicine used for cultivation. It was better than a 9th grade king level pill, but it had not reached the level of a half-step holy pill. However, for these martial artists who were close to the Tao, cultivation was very useful. Some of them had even consumed magnificent heaven pills for half their lives. It could be said that magnificent heaven pills were not ordinary pills. They were more precious. Taking out 100 pills at once could be said to be an astonishing price. However, it was just a chance to fight. One had to say that the young man in the Taoist robe in front of them really knew how to do business. However, it was very rare to be able to fight with such a powerful puppet without any danger to one's life. Therefore, very soon, another genius came up. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon walked over. The dark red divine dragon said with a frown, "This puppet should have fallen into the abyss. How could it be controlled by that person?" Chapter 3200. The person in front of him was Prince Luo, a genius of the Luo family. That puppet had been subdued by the Luo family patriarch and controlled by an array formation. The Luo family had sent 2 half-sages this time. At this point, the surrounding geniuses were extremely envious. 2 half-sages. Prince Luo's status could be said to be extremely noble. It was no wonder that 2 half-sages had subdued the black puppet and placed a restriction on it. That was why Prince Luo was able to wantonly collect elixirs here. However, Lin Xian was also rather interested, so he was prepared to give it a try. He didn't want to gain any combat experience. He was just interested in the puppet and wanted to see if he could study its mysteries. Therefore, when the genius on the stage left the stage, Lin Xian handed over 100 magnificent sky pills and walked up. Previously, no one had paid attention to him. After all, there were too many geniuses like him. However, Lin Xian's actions after he went up caused an uproar. Lin Xian didn't make a move immediately. Instead, a mysterious rune shot out from his eyes and surged forward. Immediately, the black puppet in front of him became uneasy. In fact, even the radiance on it had dimmed. A ferocious and terrifying cold aura surged out and swept through the 9 heavens. What was going on? How could there be such a terrifying aura? The surrounding geniuses were all stunned. They couldn't imagine it, especially those who had been taught by Luo Yunyang. They were even more shocked. Previously, when they had fought with the puppet, although it was powerful, it hadn't emitted such a terrifying aura. The faces of the Luo family members changed. This was bad. Could the restriction set up by the patriarch have been broken? They knew that the black puppet was extremely violent. It was the guardian of the abyss. However, their patriarch had set up an array formation to seal its terrifying aura. Otherwise, these geniuses who were close to the Tao wouldn't have dared to exchange blows with it. However, they had never imagined that the young man in red would actually make the puppet explode when he went up. The array formation was about to disappear. This made Prince Luo extremely anxious. In the next instant, he shouted coldly, "Hurry up and stop him! Don't let him continue fighting!" Although he didn't know the reason, he could tell that Lin Xian's strange eyes were very likely the reason the black puppet had lost control. Prince Luo wasn't the only one in the Luo family. There were also some other young people and white-haired elders. Therefore, when they heard Prince Luo's words, all the elders and geniuses took action. 4 elders controlled the array formation, the black puppet's array formation. The array formation's array formation, suppressing the overflowing cold aura. At the same time, Prince Luo Yunyang Xian, Prince Luo Yunyang, the black puppet. Seeing that the black puppet had calmed down, the people of the Luo clan heaved a sigh of relief. Luo. Luo's young master Luo harumphed coldly. This damned brat actually dared to destroy the formation left behind by the Luo family's old ancestor. Luo's. Break his legs and chop him into pieces! When they heard Prince Luo's order, the 3 young geniuses strode towards Lin Xian. Terrifying energy surged from their bodies, forming a cage that locked Lin Xian in place. The surrounding geniuses' faces changed. Soon someone sneered. This kid really doesn't know what's good for him. That's right. What he used just now should be an eye technique. It seems like he wants to find out the secret of the black puppet. But who does he think he is? How dare he do something in front of the Luo family? He's dead meat this time. Who asked him to be so reckless? Numerous discussions resounded. As far as they were concerned, Lin Xian was definitely going to die. The dark red divine dragon sneered when he saw this. What a reckless kid! In front of him, Lin Xian's face darkened. To be honest, he hadn't expected the black puppet's aura to be so cold and violent. However, when he heard Prince Luo's words and saw the surrounding people's actions, his face darkened. What's going on? How dare these people attack me? They want to kill me? He was a sage-to-be. He was on the same level as the patriarch of these people. How dare these people attack me? Even if he took the black puppet away on the spot, who would dare to say anything, let alone find out the secret of the black puppet? Looking at the 3 young geniuses, Lin Xian was instantly enraged. He snorted coldly, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. Like 2 golden swords, he slashed forward. Boom! Wherever his gaze passed, everything was shattered. The attacks of the 3 geniuses were shattered. Not only that, but the 3 of them were also sent flying. This person is so powerful! Who is he? He's probably also a genius! The surrounding people were all stunned when they saw this scene. In their opinion, Lin Xian was dead meat. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Prince Luo's face was hideous. Damn it, how dare he hit someone from the Luo family? This is unforgivable, he said coldly. Kill him. Don't hold back. Destroy his heart and soul. Hearing this, the 4 Luo family elders in front turned their heads. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. They didn't hesitate at all. An ancient lamp bloomed with white light in the sky and slashed down from the sky. A purple bead burst out with lightning bolts that filled the sky as it rushed over. The ground cracked open. 2 grayish-white claws grabbed at Lin Xian's body, trying to tear him apart. The last elder uttered a roar and lashed out with his fiery red palm, which covered the entire place. The 4 elders were very powerful. When they attacked together, the surrounding geniuses' faces changed. They were afraid that even an elite who was close to the Tao would be reduced to ashes. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Previously he had sent all of them flying on account of the patriarch of the Luo clan, and did not kill them. However, you don't know what's good for you. You want to destroy my heart and soul? If that's the case, you can all go to hell. He stomped his foot, and the ground cracked open. 4 flaming sword lights rushed out from the ground and instantly shattered the 4 elders' attacks. Not only that, the 4 long swords also split the 4 Luo family elders in half. Their broken bodies were ignited and burned fiercely. In an instant, they were reduced to ashes. The 4 Luo family elders did not even have time to let out a scream before they were beheaded. What? How can this person be so powerful? This time, the surrounding geniuses were all stunned. If Lin Xian's ability to repel the 3 sky prides had shocked them before, they were now shocked. Now, they were already terrified. Many of them were so scared that they almost wet their pants. The 4 elders were not weaker than them. Moreover, they were extremely experienced in combat. When the 4 of them joined forces, they could instantly kill any one of them. However, the end result of those 4 elders was that their bodies and souls were destroyed. They were burned to ashes. The people of the Luo family were also stunned. Prince Luo's face turned pale. However, it soon turned into a monstrous viciousness. Damn it, how dare he kill the people of the Luo family? Men, kill him! Chapter 3201. Crazy roars were heard as the Luo family's powerhouses moved out one after another. Some of them even controlled the black puppet to attack quickly. Lin Xian's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Luo Gongzi, grabbing his head with one hand. Damn it, get lost! Luo Gongzi's pupils constricted. Su Qin was a ruthless person who had killed 4 elders in an instant. He did not dare to fight against him. Therefore, he quickly retreated. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a black flying dagger. The black flying dagger was a sage-level weapon. It was very terrifying when it was used. Ha, kid, go to hell! Luo Gongzi was very ferocious. At such a close distance, coupled with his full strength, Su Qin would definitely die. Bang! The sage-level flying dagger was slapped away by Lin Xian. Crack! In the next moment, Su Qin grabbed Luo Gongzi's head. Ah! Luo Gongzi let out a miserable cry. His eyes were filled with fear. How was this possible? Su Qin had easily slapped away his attack. And he had subdued him in an instant. Luo Gongzi felt as if his body was firmly grasped by a pair of invisible hands. He could not exert any strength at all. Damn it, let go of our young master! The people of the Luo family also roared crazily. The geniuses and warriors of the other families were stunned. Heavens, who is this person? Isn't he too powerful? Damn kid, let go of me. Do you believe that our patriarch won't slap you to death when he comes? If you dare to touch me, you're definitely dead. Slap me to death? Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand and threw Luo Gongzi away. He stood with his hands behind his back. Then call the patriarch of the Luo family here. Let's see if he dares to slap me to death. Are you all right, young master? The elders of the Luo family hurriedly caught Luo Gongzi and heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Gongzi was trembling with anger. Good kid, you're really arrogant. No one has ever dared to provoke the Luo family like this. Just you wait. Luo Gongzi took out a voice transmission talisman and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to his patriarch. During this period, the surrounding elites were stunned. Heavens, no way? This kid is not running? Is he really going against the patriarch? What a joke! No matter how strong he was, how could he be a match for the Luo family's patriarch? That was a half-saint. Yes, I've only heard that among the younger generation, there's a Lin Wudi who can contend against a half-saint. Unfortunately, he had already died to the blood curse of the Great Scarlet Plains. Lin Wudi, could it be this kid's nickname? This was too arrogant. The dark red divine dragon rolled its eyes when it heard that. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Most of these people had heard of his reputation, but not many had actually seen him. Therefore, these people did not recognize him at all. Otherwise, this young Master Luo would not have dared to be so arrogant. Boom! The sky shattered, and a wisp of the sage-to-be's power came down, crushing half of the void. Ancestor! When young Master Luo saw this scene, he immediately cheered. The Luo family warriors also heaved a sigh of relief. The patriarch of the Luo clan had arrived. Indeed, an old man in a Taoist robe appeared in the sky. He was holding a walking stick. He descended in an incomparably domineering manner like a god. Boom! 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 Several figures appeared in the surroundings, and each of them was extremely terrifying. At this moment, all the supreme talents were out of breath. Their eyes widened in shock. Sage-to-be. There was more than one sage-to-be. Several sage-to-be had descended. Heavens! That kid is dead meat. Suchin also narrowed his eyes. More than one? But soon, the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. It seemed that he had met a few acquaintances. He did not attack. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon quickly came to Lin Xian's side as if it was facing a formidable enemy. After all, the other party had sent 4 sage-to-be this time. Kid, the situation is not good. The dark red divine dragon transmitted its voice. Lin Xian waved his hand. It was fine. He did not believe that the other party would dare to touch him. After the patriarch of the Luo clan landed, he asked coldly, "What's going on? Ancestor? Kill him quickly. This kid dares to threaten me and kill the 4 elders of the Luo clan." "What? Who is it?" The patriarch of the Luo clan was instantly enraged. His aura was like the roar of a real dragon. His eyes were like rainbows as he stared at Lin Xian. At the same time, the other 3 people beside him also looked at him. The next moment, the 2 of them exclaimed, "It's you, young Master Lin!" When the 2 of them exclaimed, the patriarch of the Luo clan was stunned. The surrounding Luo clan martial artists and the sky brides were also stunned. What's going on? Could it be that the 2 sage-to-be knew this kid in front of them? It seemed that this kid's identity was not ordinary. He must be a genius disciple of some clan, right? As expected, the patriarch of the Luo clan frowned and asked coldly, "What's going on? Do the 2 of you know him? Is he a disciple of the Qi clan? Or is he Jin Yuanzi's disciple? If that was the case, perhaps it would not be good for him to interfere." However, in the next moment, he was stunned. In fact, he could not believe his eyes. "Jin Yuanzi said, 'Fellow cultivator, we meet again.' Fellow cultivator." Jin Yuanzi actually called the other party a fellow cultivator. Heavens, what's going on? This is not how a senior should treat a junior. Could it be that the young man in front of him has such a high status that a sage-to-be would treat him with respect? Could it be that he's one of those terrifying clans? The patriarch of the Luo clan took a deep breath. He recalled that there were a few terrifying clans on the ancient path of stars. At this moment, the patriarch of the Qi clan walked out and looked in front of him. He was extremely excited. "Young Master Lin, it's you! It's really you! You're not dead!" He was too shocked. After all, he knew that Lin Xian's real identity was Lin Wudi. He had reached the sage-to-be level at such a young age and had even killed Patriarch Shui Pao. However, wasn't he killed by Patriarch Shui Pao's curse? Why would he appear here? Could it be that he had withstood the curse of a sage-to-be level? At this thought, the patriarch of the Qi clan felt his scalp go numb. "Oh, old Master Qi. I didn't expect to meet you here again," Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he looked at Jin Yuanzi and nodded slightly. The surrounding sky brides were in an uproar. Did they see wrongly? Lin Xian's attitude was so arrogant. He was a sage-to-be. They had to bow to him when they saw him. However, Lin Xian only nodded as if he did not care. The people of the Luo clan were also stunned. Young Master Luo looked at the patriarch of the Luo clan. The patriarch of the Luo clan took a deep breath and asked, "Fellow cultivator Qi, fellow cultivator Jin, may I know who this young man is?" "He's a fellow cultivator I met on the way here," Jin Yuanzi said. This was a young sage-to-be. What? A sage-to-be? He was a sage-to-be. The patriarch of the Luo clan gasped when he heard that. The martial artists of the Luo clan were dumbfounded. Chapter 3202. A half-step sage? Such a young half-step sage. How could this be? Could it be that the golden age had arrived? Those peerless geniuses had all been resurrected. Such a young half-step sage had completely surpassed them. The geniuses were all dumbfounded by what they saw. They were usually so proud. They were all geniuses who had stepped onto the ancient path of the starry sky. They had grasped the power of Tao and stood at the peak of the younger generation. But now, They were trampled under the feet of a person. Someone had surpassed them and comprehended the law fragment. This made them feel hopeless. This person was too terrifying. Damn it, we've been left far behind. First, there was Lynn Woody, and now there was a half-step sage. There would probably be more and more young half-step sages appearing in the future. Luo family was shocked. He did not expect the person in front of him to be a half-step sage. Their Luo family had provoked a half-step sage. This matter was not going to be easy to deal with. Perhaps he had to give some face. At this moment, the Qi family's patriarch took a deep breath and said, everyone was familiar with the name of Lin Xian. It could be said that it was a well-known name. When these words came out, many people were stunned. Was this young man in front of them very famous? But why had they not heard of him? Wait. Lin Xian? Could it be? Someone was shocked and seemed to have guessed something. The Qi family's patriarch said loudly, I think some of you have guessed it. That's right, Lin Xian is Lin Woody. What? Lin Woody? He is Lin Woody. The one who killed Patriarch Xue Pao, Lin Woody. Everyone screamed crazily as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible! Luo family's patriarch also screamed. Lin Woody had been killed by the half-step sage's curse. How could he be Lin Woody if he died in the Great Scarlet Plain? He was really shocked. Was this a joke? Not only did he provoke a half-step sage, but he was also a terrifying killing god. The others were also confused. Yes, the half-step sage's curse had attracted such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. How did he escape? A mere half-saint's curse can't kill me, Lin Xian said proudly with his hands behind his back. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. He was too powerful. The person in front of them was simply a legend. That was a curse that Patriarch Xue Pao had cast at the cost of his soul falling into eternal darkness. Even such a powerful attack had failed to kill the other party. There were probably very few half-sages who could kill him. At the side, the dark red dragon was extremely shocked. It did not expect Lin Xian to be so famous already. As soon as the name Lin Woody was mentioned, the faces of the surrounding half-saints all changed. Sure enough, other than the Qi family patriarch, the other three half-saints were all stunned. Among them, Gold Origin was also extremely shocked. So he was Lin Woody. Thinking of this, Gold Origin felt a trace of hope. The reason for that was because his disciples had clashed with Lin Xian. Fortunately, he had punished his two disciples at that time. Otherwise, if he had recklessly sparred with Lin Xian, he would probably have been killed by now. Thinking of this, Gold Origin felt a lingering fear. The patriarch of the Luo family's face also turned extremely ugly. He took a deep breath and said hurriedly, I didn't expect it to be Lin Woody. Young Master Lin has arrived. I'm sorry. Young Master Luo, who was standing at the side, was trembling. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Heavens, he had actually provoked an invincible demon king. Thinking of this, his scalp was about to explode. Seeing this, the patriarch of the Luo family naturally knew that there was a conflict between the two parties. He quickly said, The younger generation of the Luo family did not know what was good for them and offended young Master Lin. I'll ask them to apologize to young Master Lin now. Speaking of this, the patriarch of the Luo family's face darkened. He looked at young Master Luo and the people around the Luo family and shouted coldly, Apologize to young Master Lin now. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. Young Master Luo hurriedly bowed when he heard the apology. Young Master Lin, I failed to recognize you and offended you. I hope you can forgive me. Speaking of this, his eyes were filled with resentment. This was because until now, he still could not imagine that the person in front of him was a terrifying half-saint. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. That's it. A half-saint is not to be humiliated. Don't you know the rules? You wanted to kill me before this. Speaking of this, Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying aura. The faces of the Luo family's martial artists changed. Young Master Luo raised his head abruptly. He shouted coldly, Damned brat, what do you want? Don't go overboard. Although you're a half-saint, the patriarch of the Luo family is also a half-saint. This time, the Luo family has sent 2 half-saints. Do you think we're afraid of you? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The patriarch of the Luo family's expression changed. Shut up! He let out a loud shout. However, it was too late. Young Master Luo had already roared. His voice echoed in the surroundings. After hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Does this mean that you want to attack me? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian suddenly disappeared. No! The patriarch of the Luo family roared and waved his dragon-headed walking stick. Countless fragments of the Dharma quickly rose into the air and covered the sky. However, he was still a step too late. Lin Xian appeared in front of young Master Luo in an instant. With a wave of his hand, young Master Luo's body was instantly torn into pieces. He grabbed young Master Luo's head. Ah! Young Master Luo screamed crazily, but he could not resist at all. His eyes were filled with despair and fear. The disparity was too great. There was no way he could resist at all. He couldn't even block the slightest bit. He was someone who had comprehended the Tao. Is this the power of a half-saint? Young Master Luo screamed. Patriarch, save me! Kill him! Kill him for me! Humph! How dare you say that you're going to kill me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Young Master Luo's head split open, and his soul tried to escape. However, Lin Xian directly enveloped him and fixed him in the void. Young Master Lin, no! The patriarch of the Luo family hurriedly said. Luo Tian was one of the most talented among the younger generation of the Luo family. He had already comprehended the power of the Tao. He estimated that in a few hundred years, he would very likely become another half-saint. Therefore, he was the future hope of the Luo family. How could he allow such a person to fall? What? You dare to stop me? Lin Xian looked at him disdainfully. The aura on his body became more and more terrifying. Rays of sword chi rushed to the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, he was like a sword emperor. His powerful aura suppressed the surrounding geniuses, causing them to prostrate on the ground. The patriarch of the Qi family also changed his expression. Damn it, he's too strong. Why is his aura even stronger than before? The patriarch of the Luo family also narrowed his eyes. Brother Luo, don't act rashly. The patriarch of the Qi family advised from the side. He did not want the two to fight. Old ancestor Luo's face darkened. To be honest, even though the other party was Lin Wudi, wasn't he too much of a bully? How dare he kill a genius of the Luo family right in front of him? Chapter 3203. Humph! I'd like to see what you're capable of, Lin Wudi. The Luo family's patriarch took a step forward, and his aura exploded. The surrounding nomological fragments danced and pierced through the void. Sigh. Beside him, the Qi family's patriarch sighed. He knew that the Luo family's patriarch was angry. He couldn't persuade him to change his mind. At this moment, Jin Yuanzi said, No, Brother Luo, the one beside him is the dragons, who are also half-sages. What? As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. The Sky Prides were scared out of their wits. The Luo family's patriarch was also stunned. The dragon beside Luo family was also a half-sage? Oh my god, 2 half-sages! The Luo family's patriarch's body trembled slightly. In the next moment, a touch of darkness appeared in his eyes, and then the nomological fragments that filled the sky disappeared. His opponents were 2 half-sages. If they really fought, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. After all, he didn't have full confidence in facing Lin Xian. With the addition of the dragons, there was a 90% chance that he would be defeated. Although the few half-sages beside him were his friends, it was still uncertain whether they would help him if a fight broke out. However, in the void, Luo Tian acted recklessly. So what if you have 2 half-sages? Do you think the Luo family doesn't have any? Patriarch, hurry up and call him Great Ancestor. Both of you, attack together and suppress this kid. Why? Does the Luo family want to fight? If you really want to fight, I don't mind uprooting the Luo family. When Lin Xian said that, the 9 heavens and 10 lands trembled. The dark red divine dragon beside him roared and soared into the 9 heavens. Many people fainted because of this roar. Damn it! The Luo family's patriarch's face was extremely ugly. The Luo family did have 2 half-sages this time, but the other half-sages wasn't here. He wouldn't be here anytime soon. If they really fought, he would probably be the first to die. Looking at the other party, not only him, but the entire Luo family would suffer if they really fought. Young Master Lin, you must be joking. Why would I fight young Master Lin? The Luo family's patriarch shook his head. Luo Tian offended young Master Lin, and he deserved to die. I hope young Master Lin won't implicate the Luo family. As soon as he said that, the Sky Prides were shocked and lowered their heads. The Luo family's patriarch actually lowered his head. That was unbelievable. Was that Lin Xian? These 3 words were like a huge mountain, pressing down on them until they could not catch their breath. No! Patriarch, you can't give up on me! Luo Tian was scared. Previously, he thought that the Luo clan had 2 patriarchs, so he didn't put anyone in his eyes. So what if the other party was a half-step saint? Their Luo clan wasn't afraid even if it was 2 half-saints. But how could he have known that Lin Wude was even more terrifying than he had imagined? Even the Luo clan's old ancestor did not dare to make a move and could only give up. Regret. Luo Tian was filled with regret. If the heavens gave him another chance, he would never dare to offend the other party. The next moment, he quickly knelt down and kowtowed. That soul let out a thumping sound in the void. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. Please spare my dog life. Young Master Lin, please let me go. From now on, you are my master. Luo Tian's body trembled. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand and threw Luo Tian's soul to the Luo family's patriarch. You should know what to do. The Luo family's patriarch took a deep breath. Bastard. He offended a sage-to-be and implicated the Luo family. Now, he had humiliated the Luo family. He deserved to die. The Luo family's patriarch smashed Luo Tian's soul with his palm. Luo Tian's soul let out a miserable shriek before disappearing into thin air. The Luo family's martial artists were so scared that they knelt on the ground and kowtowed. The other Sky Prides were pale. Luo Tian was dead. Luo Tian was killed by the Luo family's patriarch. The scene was too shocking. Are you satisfied, young Master Lin? The Luo family's patriarch asked after killing Luo Tian. I'll spare the Luo family this time. If you provoke me again, I'll kill you! Lin Xian snorted and looked at the Qi family's patriarch and Jin Yuanzi. How much do the 2 of you know about falling into the abyss? We don't know much, but Brother Qi came here 300 years ago, so he knows more than us. We're here to ask for Brother Qi's advice. Jin Yuanzi said. Lin Xian nodded. He knew that the Qi family's patriarch was injured when he fell into the abyss 300 years ago. Therefore, the Qi family's patriarch should know more. Young Master Lin, why don't you join us? We need some experts. The Qi family's patriarch smiled. All right. Lin Xian nodded and walked over with the dark red divine dragon. The Luo family's patriarch frowned. But soon, the coldness in his eyes disappeared. The current him was no match for Lin Xian at all. He would wait for the other sage-to-be of the Luo family to come back. He could only bear with it now. Lin Xian's attention was on the Qi family's patriarch because the Qi family's patriarch knew more than him. He said, Everyone, let me say this first. It's very dangerous to fall into the abyss. Although I came here 300 years ago, I only walked a certain distance. I don't know how deep it is. However, there are many puppets in the distance that I walked. Those puppets are very strong, second only to a sage-to-be. Moreover, they move in groups. When they work together, their strength is very terrifying. That's why I've gathered all of you to fight them together. Also, the cold aura is very scary. It not only affects the body, but also the soul. Therefore, you must protect yourselves well. Don't let the Een ghosts and Een demons invade you. Last time, I was invaded by Een ghosts. That's why I've been dying for 300 years. If it wasn't for young Master Lin, I would have gone to hell. What? The Qi family's patriarch's injury was healed by young Master Lin. Jin Yuanzi and the others were shocked. Luo family gasped. His eyes were full of shock. This young man was too scary. He was indebted to the Qi family's patriarch. At the thought of this, he quickly suppressed the thought of revenge. As the group of people spoke, they quickly flew forward. There had been 4 sage-to-be. With Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, there were now 6 sage-to-be. The 6 of them turned into 6 rays of light and flew quickly in the sky. Everyone, pay attention. We've completely entered the falling abyss. From now on, there will be dark puppets appearing. Everyone must be careful. Don't let them discover you. Otherwise, you'll be trapped by them. The Qi family's patriarch quickly formed the seal. Immediately, the nomological fragment danced and his aura was completely hidden. The other sage-to-be moved quickly as well. Above Gold Origin's head was a golden ball of light that enveloped him. The Luo family's patriarch put on a fiery red robe. The other sage-to-be was called the Martial Cultivation Half-Sage. Mysterious runes appeared on his body and covered his aura as well. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon used their special abilities. The aura of the 6 people completely disappeared in the void. The sage-to-be's methods were exquisite. However, after half a day, the Qi family's patriarch's face turned ugly. Lin Xian also frowned. Chapter 3204. They felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at them from the void, which sent chills down their spines. Impossible! We've already concealed our aura. How can they still detect us? Gold Origin frowned. I'm afraid it's a formation. We must have been caught by the formation. The dark red divine dragon spoke. He was an expert in formations, so he could naturally sense that there was an invisible formation between heaven and earth that had enveloped them. How could it be like this? Everyone frowned. Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation in front of them. Then, heaven and earth boiled and the void shattered. Someone was fighting. The Qi family patriarch and the others exclaimed. The dark red divine dragon waved his dragon claws and instantly formed a formation that reflected the scene in front of them. What a brilliant formation! The Qi family patriarch and the others were shocked. They did not expect the dark red divine dragon to be an expert in formations. But now, they could not care less. Their eyes were fixed on the scene in front of them. There was a team of 4 in front of them. 2 of them were sage-to-be, and 2 of them were sky prides who were close to the Tao. Black figures appeared around them. There were 20 of them densely packed together. The 20 black puppets attacked together, causing the heavens and earth to explode. Strong winds blew between heaven and earth, and a terrifying force shrouded the 4 of them. The 4 of them fought back crazily, but each of the black puppets was far stronger than the martial artists who were close to the Tao. The 20 black puppets attacked together, and the 2 sky prides who were close to the Tao could not resist at all. They were instantly defeated. Even the 2 sage-to-be were suppressed. In the end, the 4 of them were completely annihilated. This scene left the Qi clan's patriarch and the others dumbfounded. Those were sage-to-be. They were the same as them. But they were killed? And there were 2 of them. This made their hair stand on end. Damn it! Why are there so many black puppets? Gold Origin sucked in a breath of cold air. The combined strength of 20 black puppets was simply too powerful. Even they would find it difficult to deal with them. Let's be careful. The Luo family patriarch said in a deep voice. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. What a powerful black puppet, and there were too many of them. If there were only one of them, they would not be afraid at all. But there were dozens of them at the same time. This formed a terrifying force. Moreover, the black puppets were not the only ones who fell into the abyss. There were probably other dangers. Ah! At this moment, another scream was heard from their right. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look at the source of the scream. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with a golden light that pierced through the void. In the next moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Another half-saint had fallen. The chief family patriarch and the others swallowed their saliva when they saw this. Following that, 3 more screams were heard. Clearly, more half-saints had fallen. Among them, there were even more martial artists who were close to the Tao who had perished. Damn it, how did this happen? The patriarch of the Luo clan and the others clenched their fists tightly. This place was actually so terrifying. Now they were somewhat regretful. After all, 6 half-saints had fallen in a short while. If this happened outside, it would definitely shock the world. But here, he had died without a sound. Fellow Taoist Qi, are you confident? Jin Yuanzi, the Luo clan's ancestor, and Xiao Wu all looked at the Qi clan's ancestor. The Qi family's patriarch took in a deep breath. Initially, he was brimming with confidence. However, after witnessing this scene, his heart was beating like a drum. To be honest, I'm not 100% confident either. However, I'm at least 50% confident. Hearing this, the Luo clan's ancestor and the others' faces changed. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Since that was the case, let's begin. Since we're already here, we have to give it a try. Indeed, although a half-saint had fallen, it couldn't stop Lin Xian's footsteps. He had to see him fall into the abyss. Even if these people didn't go, he would go. However, with the Qi family's ancestor around, it would be more convenient. After all, he had been here 300 years ago. Since young Master Lin has said so, I'll give it a try. The Qi family's ancestor took a deep breath and looked around. Although I've been here 300 years ago, the scene now is different from 300 years ago. 300 years ago, it wasn't so dangerous. Moreover, there's chaotic Qi and light in the abyss today. It's obvious that something has changed. As the Qi family's ancestor spoke, he formed a seal with his palms. Stars lit up on his body one after another. There were a total of 7 stars shining in the sky. Star deduction. Seeing this, the Luo clan's ancestor and the others were filled with anticipation. Let's go this way. The Qi family's ancestor waved his hand and led the others to fly to the left. After an incense stick's time, they were attacked. Not good! The Qi family's ancestor exclaimed. What's going on? Have we been discovered? The half-saints were surprised. There were no black puppets around. The dark red dragon god Fizz said. They had encountered an array formation. He pointed at the void below. Indeed, there were a few runes shining there. Damn it! The Qi family's ancestor and the others felt their scalps go numb. The half-saints' faces changed and they quickly fled. Buzz! There was a violent fluctuation between heaven and earth. Black figures appeared one after another. Then, a series of terrifying attacks rushed over. Not good. Hurry up and defend. The Qi family's ancestor roared. The stars on his body connected and formed a starry sky chart that shrouded everyone. With a clang, the attacks in the sky hit the starry sky chart, causing the starry sky chart to shake violently. However, the starry sky chart withstood the attacks. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The Qi family's ancestor waved his hand and said, Hurry up and leave. As soon as he said that, the starry sky chart above his head broke and a black light split him in half. Ah! The Qi family's ancestor screamed. The stars in the sky flickered and 7 stars shrouded him. His body quickly healed. The people around him were scared out of their wits. At the same time, Jin Yuanzi took out a large golden umbrella and covered everyone. The Luo family's ancestor took out a large cauldron and kept enlarging it to cover everyone. With 2 layers of defense, the half-saints heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, the 2 layers of defense shook violently. It was as if they would break at any time. Not good. Jin Yuanzi and the Luo family's ancestors' faces changed. They quickly formed a seal. The Dharma fragments kept flying. However, in the next moment, the 2 layers of defense were broken again. Their Dharma treasures flew out. At the same time, 20 black puppets appeared around them. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. Individually, they were not as strong as them. However, when 20 of them joined forces, the aura they formed was too strong. It's okay. We can still fight against 20 of them. Indeed, they had 6 half-saints on their side. However, in the next moment, their faces changed and they even became frightened. Chapter 3205. A total of 40 black puppets surrounded them. There was no way for them to escape. Damn it, why are there so many of them? The chief family patriarch and the others turned pale. If there were 20 of them, they could still fight. But how could they fight 40 of them? They would most likely die. Boom! The black puppets were on the move. Their auras were so terrifying that they resonated with the entire abyss. Suddenly, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shattered, and the light shrouded the chief family patriarch and the others. Fight back! Don't hold back! The chief family patriarch and the others roared crazily. The few half-saints attacked crazily. They weren't young geniuses. They were all veteran powerhouses who had experienced countless battles. Their experiences were plentiful. They had many trump cards. So when they attacked, they sent a dozen black puppets flying. Boom! The 7 stars around the chief family patriarch were like a starry sky dragon, shattering the void. As it roared, it forced the black puppets to retreat. Jin Yuanzi called back the golden umbrella in the sky. The golden umbrella whistled, bringing about a powerful storm. Countless golden lights turned into shooting stars, piercing through the 9 heavens. The cauldron above the Luo family patriarch's head waved its hands, bringing with it thousands of rays of light and countless law fragments. Xiao Wu roared, clenched his fist, and punched. He was a body-refining half-saint. The law fragments on his body trembled, and the power was strong enough to shatter the world. The 4 half-saints attacked together, and the power was terrifying. But this time, there were 40 black puppets. These black puppets could combine with each other to form a large array. Together with the aura of the abyss, the power was equally terrifying. So in an instant, the chief family patriarch and the others were in danger. The 40 puppets attacked crazily. They were not afraid of death, and they did not feel pain. Boom! The 4 puppets stacked on top of each other, and the monstrous aura formed a giant sword, which cut the starry sky dragon into pieces. The chief family patriarch was also sent flying, and one of his arms was cut off. Among them, 20 of the puppets had black spears in their hands. They attacked together, forming a black light beam, and sent the cauldron beside the Luo family patriarch flying. At the same time, the black spears pierced through the Luo family patriarch's body. Then, the Luo family patriarch was torn apart. 1. The black puppets went berserk. Next, Jin Yuanzi and Xiao Wu were seriously injured. Their bodies were instantly destroyed. These were all half-sages. They quickly reassembled, but soon, they were shattered again. Damn it, he's too strong. These 40 puppets together were simply too powerful. Separate, I must separate these puppets. The chief family patriarch roared like a madman. However, just as he finished speaking, 40 black fists once again smashed into his body. Not only that, this time, a terrifying aura appeared on the bodies of the 40 cultivators, which formed into a gray claw that grabbed at the Qi clan patriarch's shattered body. From the looks of it, he wanted to crush his soul. No! The Qi clan's ancestor screamed like a madman. Could it be that he was going to die here? Fellow Taoist Qi, Jin Yuanzi and the other 2 roared furiously as well. However, their bodies had just been reassembled, so they couldn't help in time. At the most critical moment, a sword light descended from the sky. It was incomparably vast and carried with it a fiery red radiance as it slashed over. With a slash, the gray claw was destroyed. Not only that, but the void within a radius of tens of thousands of miles completely collapsed, forming a huge crack. Phew! The Qi clan's ancestor heaved a sigh of relief. The Luo family patriarch and the others were shocked. Who was this? This sword strike was too terrifying. It made their hair stand on end. This was definitely a top expert. Are you all right? A faint voice was heard. Hearing this voice, the Luo family patriarch and the others quickly turned their heads and looked over. They saw fragments of the Law of Fire dancing on Lin Xian's arm. It was obvious that he was the one who had struck out with the sword. This brat was actually so strong. Everyone was shocked, especially the Luo family patriarch. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Fortunately, he didn't fight with Lin Xian before. Otherwise, he would have ended up in a miserable state. Thank you, young Master Lin, for helping? The Qi clan's ancestor's face was filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, his soul would have been destroyed. Jin Yuanzi and Xiao Wu were also shocked. Was this Lin Wudi? He was indeed strong. No wonder he could kill Patriarch Xue Pao. Young Master Lin, what do you think we should do? The Qi clan's ancestor looked at Lin Xian. The Luo family patriarch and the others also looked over. Although Lin Xian was a few thousand years younger than them, at this moment, they had to follow Lin Xian's lead. These 40 puppets knew how to attack together. They were very powerful when they worked together, but if they were scattered, they wouldn't be a threat. They understood the principle, but they couldn't do it. The Qi clan's ancestor and the others sighed. No worries, leave it to me. Lin Xian stood out. Ruffian dragon, get ready. The dark red dragon flew over. No problem, we can start at any time. Good. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. The flame aura on his body instantly erupted like a volcano. It made the 9 heavens and 10 earths tremble. The fragment of the Law of Fire accompanied his fist and blasted out. This punch was like a god descending, shattering the sky. Buzz! The 40 black puppets attacked together, forming a black spear that stabbed out. The two collided in the sky. The golden fist was pierced through, which was unbelievable. One had to know how terrifying Lin Xian's punch was, but it was pierced through. One could imagine how terrifying the 40 black puppets were when they worked together. It was no wonder that so many half-sages had fallen. But so what? Lin Xian's punch was just a test. In the sky, the black spear pierced through the golden fist, and then stabbed toward Lin Xian. Not good. The Qi clan's ancestor and the others' faces changed. Could it be that even Lin Xian couldn't resist? If that was the case, they were afraid that they would be doomed. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes shone with a cold light. In the face of such a powerful spear, he advanced instead of retreating. His body swayed, turned into a golden stream of light, and instantly rushed out. Then, he stretched out his big hand. This time, his big hand was covered with golden runes, but it didn't transform into a palm of light. Instead, it grabbed with his bare hand. No way, what is young Master Lin trying to do? Is he trying to fight with his bare hands? The Qi clan's ancestor and the others' faces twitched when they saw this. That was impossible. The 4 half-saints were all stupefied. They knew how terrifying the spear was. Their half-sage artifacts were instantly sent flying. Now someone was trying to fight with the power of his physical body. How was that possible? Chapter 3206. However, the 4 half-saints were stunned in an instant. In the next moment, they were so scared that they almost wet their pants. Lin Xian's hands shone brightly as he grabbed the black spear. The black spear could knock a half-saint weapon away and pierce through a half-saint, but it was caught by Lin Xian's hands. It could not move in the sky. What? He really blocked it. How is this possible? The Luo family's patriarch's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Jin Yuanzi and the others also gasped. They knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but they did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Ha! Lin Xian shouted coldly as he exerted strength in his hands. His hands were like real dragons as they shone with unparalleled light. Then, he forcefully swung the black spear and broke it into 2 halves. The 40 puppets took 3 steps back and broke through the void. Ah! Lin Xian was like a peerless overlord as he roared at the sky. He stood there, preventing the 40 black puppets from moving forward. He's a god of war! The Qi family's patriarch and the others looked up at the young figure in the sky in shock. Could it be that they were really old? Is this the world of young people? However, they had never seen a young man who was so terrifying. Is he really a half-saint? They were doubtful at this moment. Their bodies weren't as strong as his. Ruffian dragon! In the sky, Lin Xian pushed back the 40 black puppets and then roared. The dark red dragon said, "Don't worry, it's ready." It turned out that when Lin Xian was fighting with the 40 puppets, the dark red dragon had already started to set up a formation. He wanted to break the formation with the formation. Rise! The dark red dragon roared as the endless fragments of the law of thunder on its body surged into the formation. Suddenly, a thunder formation rose into the sky, and a huge force covered the sky. Attack! With a long roar, the thunder formation burst out with unparalleled light and began to attack the surrounding void. A series of flickering formations appeared in the originally dark and gloomy void. Sure enough, there was a formation. The Qi family's patriarch and the others exclaimed. They had not noticed it before. If it was not for the dark red divine dragon, they would have never found it. This dragon was too terrifying. It was actually an array master. They were too shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian's companions to be so terrifying. In front of them, the 40 black puppets roared crazily because they wouldn't allow the formation to break. They turned into phantoms of fiend gods and rushed over at high speed. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and with a stomp of his foot, the void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. You want to go there? You have to get past me first. His 9-yang divine body was unleashed to the extreme by him. The next moment, he rushed over. A great battle erupted, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. Between heaven and earth, huge cracks flickered for millions of miles. At this moment, the entire falling abyss was boiling. Heavens, who was fighting? A half-saint was fighting against a black puppet. There were other half-saints in the surroundings as well. At this moment, they sensed a shocking force coming from afar, and they were instantly extremely shocked. In the next moment, many people's expressions changed. Not good, retreat quickly. They ran away crazily. That was because a violent force swept across heaven and earth. How terrifying! How many half-saints were attacking again? Damn it, there were a lot of people coming. The other half-saints swallowed their saliva, and some of their eyes lit up. This was great. Such a violent force would definitely attract more black puppets, and the guards in other places would be weaker. They could use this opportunity to attack. At the thought of this, they turned into streams of light and rushed into the distance. In front of them, Lin Xian was fighting the 40 puppets head-on. It was an earth-shattering battle. Are you done? Hooligan! Lin Xian roared. His physique was strong, but at this moment, his blood was boiling, and his body was trembling. He had no choice. The 40 puppets were so powerful that they were equivalent to a few half-saints attacking together. Lin Xian could resist, but the Luo family's patriarch and the others were scared silly. Hurry up, hold on for a while longer. The dark red divine dragon waved its claws, controlling the formation with all its might. Roar! Lin Xian roared, and the great dragon sword spirit in his body roared. Endless precept fragments condensed above his head, forming a precept sword. He held it in his hand. With a slash of the sword, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the void within 1,000,000 miles was completely enveloped by the flaming sword. Buzz! The 40 black puppets condensed again, forming a black blade that slashed in all directions. It collided with the precept sword. The two of them fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Are you done? If not, Lin Xian roared again. If not, he would have to use more trump cards. All right. The dark red divine dragon responded. Suddenly, in the void, countless shattering sounds were heard, and the formation hidden in the void was broken. Good! Lin Xian laughed loudly. 9 suns opened the sky. With a slash of the sword, it could destroy the sun and the moon. This slash directly sent the 40 puppets flying. Among them, 7 or 8 puppets were destroyed by the slash. The remaining 30 puppets were also scattered. They could not gather again. Hurry up and attack! Lin Xian roared and rushed over. Behind him, the chief family patriarch and the others came back to their senses. They also took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in their hearts, and rushed over. The 40 puppets could no longer attack together, and now they were scattered in all directions. Although in groups of 3 to 5, they could still fight against a half-sage, but they were still unable to threaten them. Therefore, it did not take long for these puppets to be destroyed. Phew! The Luo family patriarch and the others breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. Lin Xian took back the precept fragment, and he was incomparably calm. To be honest, even if he did not break the formation, with his strength, he could kill them. However, he would have to use some of his trump cards. Lin Xian did not want to do that. Otherwise, the puppets could not do anything to him. Next, everyone went on their way again. During this time, they encountered 2 more groups of puppets and attacked them. However, they used this method to forcefully break the formation. Lin Xian and the others were extremely powerful all the way to the depths of the falling abyss. Haha, will we be the only ones to enter? The Luo family patriarch was a little excited. After all, there were not many teams as strong as them. The chief family patriarch shook his head. It was not that simple. As far as I know, before we came, there were already some powerful experts who went in. Moreover, even if they were in the same group, some of them were very terrifying. Therefore, we can't be the only ones to enter. After all, this time, it was not just 1 or 2 stellar worlds, but many half-sage geniuses from many worlds. It could be said that this was a fierce battle. Were there other geniuses from the stellar silk world? It was a good opportunity to see them. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He had seen some of them before, but now, those geniuses from outside the domain were no longer a threat to him. However, he knew that those who could step on the ancient path of the stars were definitely powerful. There would definitely be half-sage geniuses and powerful experts waiting for him ahead. However, he was fearless. Chapter 3207. Great, we can land now. The chief family patriarch heaved a sigh of relief. Then, everyone descended. Hee hee, I didn't expect a small fry to come. A cold voice came from the front. There's someone. The chief family patriarch and the others stopped in their tracks. Their gazes shifted to the front. There was indeed someone. A young man in white walked over with a pair of white wings on his back. It wasn't a pair of wings formed by superpowers, but real wings. Obviously, he wasn't a human. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The young man in white walked over and said coldly, Scram, this isn't a place you can come. What did you say? The chief family patriarch and the others' faces darkened. The other party was just a martial artist who had comprehended something close to the Tao. How dare he ask them to scram? They had 6 half-step saints on their side. Sure enough, the chief family patriarch snorted and a ray of light rushed forward. He could easily kill a martial artist who had comprehended something close to the Tao. Clang! The ray of light arrived in front of the young man in white. Countless runes appeared on the young man in white, forming a light screen. He blocked it. Humph, is a half-step saint that great? You want to kill me? Do you have the ability? The young man in white sneered. A mysterious light flickered on his body. Damn it, who is this guy? He actually has 3 half-step saint artifacts. The dark red dragon beside him was shocked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. It seems like he's a young master of some family. And this family must be extremely powerful. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, the chief family patriarch was also stunned. A young man with 3 half-step saint artifacts? That's really surprising. He asked in a deep voice. Who are you? Humph. I'm from the White Crane race. the young man in white said proudly. The pair of white wings on his back spread out and emitted a pure white light. What, the White Crane race? You're from the White Crane race? The chief family patriarch was shocked. The patriarch of the Luo family and the other two sucked in a breath of cold air. 10,000 Archean race? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The dark red dragon snorted. Its meat should be delicious. Is the White Crane race that powerful? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. The White Crane race should also be one of the 10,000 ancient races. The 10,000 ancient races were not only present in the true spirit world, but also in the entire universe. That's right, the White Crane clan was extremely powerful. They occupied a planet and named it the White Crane Planet. In that world of stars, they reigned supreme. Although there were other races, they all had to submit to their White Crane race. Gold Origin said in a deep voice. It was very obvious that they definitely knew how terrifying the White Crane clan was. When the white-robed young man heard this, he laughed loudly. Looks like you know how powerful my White Crane clan is. Since that's the case, why don't you scram? Occupying a world of stars. Lin Xian was startled. It seemed that the 10,000 ancient races were very strong. Fuck, this guy is too arrogant. I really want to slap him to death, then roast him into meat skewers to eat. The dark red dragon gnashed its teeth. At this moment, the Luo family's ancestor also walked out. He said, So it's the young master of the White Crane clan. How have we offended the young master? Why are you asking us to leave for no reason? The chief family's ancestor and the others were also very confused. They had come here with great difficulty, but now they were being chased away. How could they be willing to accept this? Offend us? The white-robed young man was stunned, then he sneered. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to offend my White Crane clan? I'm here to clean up the trash. You don't have to go forward. What? You're here to clean up ants? Hearing this, the Luo family's ancestor and the others' faces turned extremely ugly. It seemed that regardless of whether they had offended the White Crane clan or not, the other party would not let them leave. The other party was planning to clear the place and take the treasures inside for himself. Damn it, your White Crane clan is too arrogant. The chief family's ancestor gritted his teeth. He had waited for 300 years, and he could finally come again. How could he leave just because of a sentence from someone else? Yes, I'm arrogant. What can you do to me? You're the one who attacked me just now, right? Chop off one of his arms. Chop off the arm that attacked me. The Luo family's ancestor and the others were stunned, but Lin Xian's pupils shrank. In the next moment, the chief family's ancestor's arm flew into the sky, blood splattering everywhere. Then, the chief family's ancestor's scream was heard. Yes, master. A figure appeared beside the chief family's ancestor, holding a long saber in his hand that flashed with saber light. Damn it, there's someone here! So fast! The Luo family's ancestor, Jin Yuan, and Xiao Wu's pupils shrank. Even Lin Xian was shocked. It seems that there's an expert hiding here. The chief family's ancestor screamed and quickly sealed his qi and blood. His face was extremely pale, and he retreated to the side. 7 stars revolved around his body, forming the 7 stars armor. Then, the severed arm grew out again. Sage to be. The Black Bat clan. The chief family's ancestor's face was extremely ugly. The other party's speed was too fast, and he only reacted when the other party chopped off his arm. If the other party was aiming for his head, would he be able to dodge it? The white-robed youth in front of him shouted coldly. This is a lesson for you. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll destroy your bodies and souls. He did not expect that there would be a half-step saint from the Black Bat clan, and he was so fast. However, do you think a half-step saint can stop us? We have 6 half-step saints. The chief family's ancestor looked up and said coldly. Are 6 half-step saints that powerful? Do it, and let them know the consequences of disobeying my orders. Buzz! The half-step saint from the Black Bat clan moved, and he instantly disappeared into the void. Oh no! The chief family's ancestor and the others narrowed their eyes. Buzz! The 7 stars armor on the chief family's ancestors shone brightly. He shouted loudly, and the surrounding void quickly shattered. In the next moment, his body was sent flying, and he was hit by tens of thousands of attacks in an instant. Every single one of them crashed into the same place, causing one of his arms to be chopped off once again. Ah! The chief family's ancestor screamed. At the same time, Jin Yuan's head was sent flying. He was hit by tens of thousands of attacks in an instant. Not only him, but the Luo family's ancestor and Xiao Wu were also hit. All 4 of them retreated, and they were injured. In the next moment, they looked in front of them in horror. Damn it, who the hell are you? The fragment of the law of speed. He has comprehended the law of speed. These people were stunned. It was too fast, so fast that they could not keep up with it even though they were half-step saints. Moreover, the other party had attacked too many times in an instant. Although one attack was not enough to break their defense, it was still too fast. However, with so many attacks landing on the same spot, even they would find it difficult to withstand. Ha 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 ha, now you know how powerful I am. The white-robed youth in front of them laughed loudly. Chapter 3208. Damn it, we have so many half-saints. I don't believe we can't beat him. The chief family patriarch gritted his teeth. Indeed, they had 6 half-saints and Lin Xian. How could they not beat him? Even if this half-saint from the Black Bat clan had comprehended the law of speed, they still had a way. Was that so? The youth in white sneered and clapped his hands lightly. A roar came from the darkness behind him. Then, a few huge creatures walked out. These 2 huge creatures were as big as mountains. Each of them looked ferocious, and the aura they emitted was terrifying. Hellhounds! Lin Xian was shocked. There were 2 half-saint hellhounds. He had seen a hell dog before. Back in the true spirit world, in the central continent, he had seen a hell dog corpse. But that one hadn't reached the half-saint level. Now there were 2 of them alive. Sure enough, the chief family patriarch and the others were shocked when they saw the 2 hellhounds. Hellhounds! They were strange beasts of heaven and earth. They were terrifying. The 3 heads represented 3 different attributes between heaven and earth. Moreover, they were half-saints, and there were 2 of them. In terms of teamwork, the half-saints from the Black Bat clan were terrifying. Damn it! The White Crane clan had brought so many experts this time. Moreover, merely a young man from the White Crane clan had brought 3 half-saints with him. Not to mention the other half-saints from the White Crane clan. Thinking of this, the chief family patriarch and the others felt their scalps go numb. Did they really have the strength to fight against such a person? Forget it. Jin Yuanzi smiled bitterly. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't fight against the White Crane clan. Even if they could fight their way in now, they might still be killed if they encountered a half-saint from the White Crane clan. Therefore, Jin Yuanzi shook his head and didn't plan to fight. Xiao Wu did the same. The chief family patriarch and the Luo family patriarch exchanged a look and smiled bitterly. Jin Yuanzi and Xiao Wu had already given up. They couldn't beat the other party even if they worked together, so they were ready to give up. Seeing the ugly expressions of the Qi clan's patriarch and the others, the young man in white sneered coldly. They didn't know what was good for them. They should have retreated earlier. Why did they have to wait for me to display my strength? Do you think you can contend against me? Get out of here! The chief family's ancestor and the others shook their heads and turned around, preparing to retreat. However, in the next moment, they were stunned because they realized that Lin Xian had no intention of leaving. He even walked forward. The dark red divine dragon followed suit. Young Master Lin! The chief family patriarch and the others were stunned for a moment before they asked. Since they were already here, how could they not go and take a look? Lin Xian said faintly without the slightest fear. Up ahead, the white-robed youth had originally wanted to leave. However, he suddenly realized that someone was walking towards him. You don't know the difference between life and death. Do you want to die? However, he soon discovered that it was not the chief family's patriarch, but a young man. From the looks of it, this person was even younger than him. Who was this? Were they the juniors of those half-saints? He was so reckless. Brat, your elders have already scrammed back, and you still dare to advance? If that's the case, go to hell. Elder Hay, cut off his legs and bring him to me. I want to torture him to death. The white-robed youth was furious. Since someone dared to provoke him, he naturally wanted to make him suffer. Buzz! Hearing this, the half-saints of the Black Bat clan disappeared instantly. In the next moment, a sharp blade light slashed towards Lin Xian's legs. Clang! An earth-shattering sound was heard as the blade landed on Lin Xian's legs, emitting countless streaks of lightning. However, it did not shatter. Half-Step Saint Hay Bat was stunned. Then, he used the law of speed fragment, and instantly, tens of thousands of attacks were formed in an instant. It looked like a single blade, but it contained tens of thousands of forces. Scram! Lin Xian shouted coldly and kicked out. This time, he was like a real dragon, bringing with him a powerful force that collided with the tens of thousands of attacks. Boom! The entire world turned blurry and shattered. Half-Step Saint Hay Bat was sent flying. His arm was numb, and he looked shocked. You're not a junior? You're a half-saint. The white-robed youth in front of him was also stunned. In his opinion, Lin Xian should only be a junior of the Qi clan's patriarch. However, it seemed that this was not the case. Lin Xian was a half-saint, and a very powerful one at that. Otherwise, how could he have forced Half-Step Saint Hay Bat to retreat? Black Bat, kill him. Don't hold back. The white-robed youth, who was riding on a three-headed hellhound, said coldly. Yes. Half-Step Saint Hay Bat nodded. His body shone with an unparalleled light. Streaks of black runes covered his entire body. The black long blade in his hand shone with black runes. The law of speed fragment circled between heaven and earth. He disappeared instantly. In an instant he appeared around Lin Xian. He waved his long blade and attacked with tens of thousands of attacks. Boom! 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 All of the attacks landed on Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's speed was not slow either. Hence, the attacks could not hit the same spot. Clanging sounds were heard when the attacks hit. Lin Xian used his physical strength to resist them. All of this happened in an instant. Half-Step Saint Hay Bat retreated in shock. Damn it, what kind of physique was this? He was too shocked. Previously, he had used tens of thousands of attacks to injure the Qi family patriarch. Now, he could not even hurt the young man in front of him. What a strong physique! This was a body-refining half-saint. Half-Step Saint Hay Bat roared. Millions of attacks. This time, his speed was even faster. He was so fast that even the Qi family patriarch and the others could not catch him. The Qi family patriarch and the others felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing light. Had his speed increased by 10 times? He roared and pushed his divine body to the extreme. The law of fire on his body spewed out and burned fiercely, completely enveloping him. Buzz! This time, Lin Xian did not take the attack head-on. Instead, he attacked. The two law of fire swung in the air. It's useless. You can't keep up with my speed. Half-Step Saint Hay Bat's cold voice rang out. In an instant he passed through the flames and came in front of Lin Xian. The long saber in his hand slashed down wildly. There were millions of saber lights in the saber. That was 1,000,000 attacks. Humph! Lin Xian was furious. Golden light bloomed from his body, making him look like an indestructible god of war. He waved his fist and attacked like the sun. It's useless. You can't keep up with my speed. Half-Step Saint Hay Bat sneered again. Sure enough, he was very fast. Lin Xian's fist had only reached halfway when Half-Step Saint Hay Bat's saber slashed down with millions of saber lights. You're dead meat now, aren't you? Half-Step Saint Hay Bat's lips curled into a cold smile. The Qi family patriarch and the others felt their scalps go numb. It's over. Young Master Lin is in danger. Yes, the law of speed was too difficult to break. Among all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbreakable. It was impossible to resist. Chapter 3209. At this critical moment, a black pattern appeared on Lin Xian's body. It looked like a Taoist pattern. When the millions of attacks hit the black light, they seemed to have stepped into a quagmire and disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Half Saint Black Bat was stunned. His attack had actually failed. He hadn't hit his opponent? How is that possible? What is that black light? Boom! While he was in a daze, a fist as bright as the sun hit him and sent him flying. Half of his body turned into a bloody mist. This scene happened extremely quickly. In merely an instant, it had happened. Thus, by the time the crowd reacted, they saw Half-Sage Black Bat vomiting blood and being sent flying. He's injured! Black Bat King is injured! The young man in white was stunned. The chief family patriarch and the others screamed. This was too unbelievable. They were worried about Lin Xian before, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had gained the upper hand again. Ruffian dragon, I'll leave it to you. Lin Xian withdrew his fist and turned to stare at the young man in white in front of him. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll turn him into a dead bat. The dark red dragon chuckled and flew over. Ah! Black Bat rushed out and roared at the sky with a murderous aura. Thousands of afterimages appeared in the sky. He was so fast that no one could tell which one was real. Countless pairs of cold eyes stared down. Damn you, snake! How dare you stop me? Get lost! Thousands of afterimages shot toward the dark red dragon. The dark red dragon snorted disdainfully, and a dragon's roar echoed in the sky. All of a sudden, the afterimages in the sky began to tremble and shatter. Dragon's roar! Damn it! You're a dragon! Black Bat's expression was extremely ugly. The young man in white also had a cold expression. He did not expect Black Bat to be a dragon. Damn brat! Who are you? He asked. Lin Xian gritted his teeth as he stared at Black Bat. Lin Xian did not answer. He stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, Anyone who stands in my way will die. Do you really think you can get past me just because you've got Black Bat pinned down? How naive! Go kill him, the young man said to a Cerberus beside him. Roar! The Cerberus charged forward, its three heads roaring at the same time. Its murderous aura shook the 9 heavens and tore the void apart. Behind him, the Qi family's ancestor and the others trembled as fear filled their eyes. The Qi and blood in their bodies churned. Heavens, this Cerberus of hell is really too terrifying. Lin Xian was fearless. He charged forward like a god of war. In the blink of an eye, it clashed with the Cerberus. The two of them clashed. Every strike was like a clap of thunder, emitting dazzling light that illuminated the entire sky. He was actually able to fight to a draw with the infernal realm. The Qi family patriarch and the others were shocked. The Hellhound was a legendary magical beast. It was said that it suppressed the underworld and was incomparably terrifying. But now, he couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. The next moment, they screamed even louder. The reason for that was because Lin Xian had unleashed tens of thousands of sword auras and beheaded both of the Hellhound's heads. Roar! The Cerberus roared crazily at the sky, and its broken heads reassembled. It charged over again. However, Lin Xian grabbed the two reassembled heads with both hands and tore the Cerberus' huge body in half. Along with it was an incomparably large pitch-black crack that extended across the sky. It was a ghastly sight. Damn it, go and help! When the young man in white saw this scene, he immediately shouted in a low voice. The other Cerberus under his feet also charged over. The three heads opened their mouths and spat out lightning, fire, and ice. The terrifying energy shook the void, causing the entire world to distort. Lin Xian let out a long roar. Brilliant light shone from him as he pushed his divine body to its limits. At that moment, he seemed to have transformed into a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex as he shuttled through the energy in the sky. The 2 Dharma fragments in his hands formed 2 Dharma swords. As he waved them, they destroyed everything. Boom! The 13th sword cut the Cerberus in half again. The other Cerberus' 3 heads were sent flying. Roar! Black she surged from the 2 Cerberus bodies as they roared crazily. Their bodies reassembled again. With a roar, the black thunder in the sky pierced through the sky, shattered the void, and directly enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, ice covered the entire space. A layer of ice appeared on the Qi family patriarch's body. They could only use their Dharma fragments to resist and keep retreating. It was too powerful. Was this Lin Wude? The Luo family patriarch and the others were completely stunned. He had fought against 2 semi-sage level hellhounds by himself. Moreover, he had managed to suppress them. This was simply too shocking. One should know that they were no match for the Cerberus in a one-on-one fight. Unless the 4 of them attacked together, they might not be able to fight against the 2 Cerberus. But now, Lin Xian had done it alone. On the other side, Half-Saint Black Bat was even more shocked. How could his opponent be so terrifying? And what made him despair was that the dragon in front of him was equally terrifying. His opponent had 2 Dharma fragments. Even if he had the Dharma of speed, he could not do anything to his opponent. His life was even in danger. Roar! Lin Xian threw out a punch, and it shone like the sun. At the same time, a dragon's roar rang out from his body, resounding through the 9 heavens. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Buzz! The 2 infernal hounds trembled as well. 3 heads appeared, filled with fear. They did not expect that Lin Xian could let out a dragon's roar to intimidate them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the great dragon sword soul exploded with power, covering the 2 Dharma swords. Lin Xian slashed forward. The 2 sword chi split the Cerberus bodies. The great dragon sword soul that he had learned made it impossible for the 2 Cerberus to heal completely. There was a large crack in their bodies from the beginning to the end. The 2 Cerberus roared crazily, looking ferocious. But they could not erase the aura of the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the youth in white in front of him. The youth in white trembled, and he almost knelt on the ground in fear. Although he was arrogant and had 3 half-saints by his side, his true strength was only that of a martial artist who was close to the Tao. How could he be a match for Lin Xian? So in Lin Xian's eyes, the youth in white was about to explode. In the next moment, he snorted, and the belt on his waist bloomed with unparalleled light. The dense runes on it rushed out and shrouded his body. Only then did he block the half-saint's power. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The other party had several half-saint artifacts on him. He was too rich. Was the White Crane clan that terrifying? But Lin Xian was not afraid. He said coldly, "I've said it before. Those who block me will die." Chapter 32:10. Damn it, you dare to kill me? The young man in white screamed like a madman. He was from the White Crane clan. The White Crane clan was so powerful. Who would dare to attack him? Just him, such a young prodigy, had 3 half-saints protecting him. Just how many experts of the White Crane clan were there? As expected, the Luo clan's patriarch, Qi clan's patriarch, and the others also exclaimed, "Young master, you can't do that." They wouldn't stop Lin Xian from attacking the White Crane clan. However, if he killed this young man, things would get out of hand. He would completely offend the White Crane clan. With the White Crane clan's strength, if they attacked, they probably wouldn't be able to leave alive. Lin Xian turned his head and glanced at the Luo clan's patriarch and the others. "I've made up my mind." Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed. A terrifying sword light slashed forward. "No!" The young man in white screamed like a madman. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue light. It turned into stars one after another, and enveloped him like a river of stars. It blocked the shocking sword chi. Boom! The two supernatural powers collided in the air and exploded with an unparalleled light. The world was pierced by this light. The river of stars in the sky shattered. The young man in white was sent flying and vomited blood. His body was about to split open. However, it reassembled in an instant. He's fine? Lin Xian was astonished. Someone who was close to the Great Path was actually able to take a sword from him. No one would believe it if he told others. 2 more half-saint artifacts. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The pendant on the young man's neck, the belt on his waist, and the river of stars above his head. The 3 layers of defense protected the young man. However, the river of stars shattered and the light of the pendant and belt dimmed. Damn it, I want you to die! The young man in white screamed like a madman. He raised his hand and shot out a red light. It quickly flew towards Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, we just need to subdue him. There's no need to take his life. The Qi clan's patriarch quickly advised. The White Crane clan is very powerful. Young Master, please don't be impulsive. While speaking, Lin Xian had already slashed apart the red light with his sword. He could see that it was a red box with an ancient design. It carried a mysterious aura. But what was it? Lin Xian didn't know. He didn't care, so he slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, the blood-red box was split open, and globs of dark black blood appeared from within, directly enveloping him. Not good, kid, that's the saint's blood poison. Get out of my way! The dark red dragon roared. The moment the dark red box broke and blood flowed out, he sensed it, and immediately warned the others. However, he was still a step too late. Behind them, the Qi family ancestor and the others felt their scalps go numb when they heard this. Saint blood poison! Heavens, how could he have such a thing? Oh no, young Master Lin is in danger. I told you long ago not to offend the White Crane clan. Ha 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 ha, brat, let's see how you'll die. This is the blood poison of a saint. It was refined from a saint's body. If a half-saint came into contact with it, he would definitely die. Moreover, both his body and soul had been destroyed. This is your fate if you dare to offend me. Lin Xian also heard the dark red dragon's warning, but it was already too late. The saint blood poison had already wrapped around him. In an instant, Lin Xian's body trembled slightly. The light of the 9-yang divine body dimmed. Oh no, what a terrifying poison! What a terrifying blood! Lin Xian felt an extremely powerful saint aura. It was obvious that this was related to the saints. Moreover, from the looks of it, it should be the blood poison formed from the saint's blood after being refined. Indeed, the other party was right. Once this blood poison was released, a half-saint would not be able to resist at all. It could even kill a half-saint in groups. Danger, and it was extremely dangerous. Lin Xian did not dare to hold back. He roared angrily and used the great dragon sword soul to the extreme. Together with the nomological fragments of annihilation, he quickly attacked. His body was enveloped, and in an instant, he shot out countless sword qi to resist the blood poison. All right, this brat is dead. Next, only this dragon is left. Catch him, I haven't eaten dragon meat yet. The young man in white laughed. The 2 hellhounds and half-saint black bats stared at the dark red divine dragon. Damn it! The dark red divine dragon spat out rain and monstrous thunder that filled the sky, attacked in all directions. At the same time, he looked anxiously at Lin Xian. He did not know if the brat could resist the saint blood poison. Boom! A large crack was torn open in the saint blood poison. Then, a figure walked out. Lin Xian's clothes were torn, and countless cracks appeared on his 9-yang divine body. Blood dyed his body red, and he looked abnormally ferocious. It was as if he had crawled out of hell. His eyes shone with a golden light, and his body was filled with murderous intent. What other tricks do you have? What? Nothing. Impossible. How could you escape from the saint blood poison? The young man in white was stunned. His face was filled with fear, and his body was trembling. He was so scared that he almost wet himself. How was this possible? Once the saint blood poison was released, it would not be a problem to kill 6 half-saints in front of him, let alone one person. Even if that brat had 100 lives, it would not be enough. However, the current situation was that Lin Xian was not dead at all. His body was only broken and slightly injured. Stop him! The young man in white commanded the 2 hellhounds. At the same time, he quickly retreated and flew into the depths of the abyss. He had no choice. His opponent was too terrifying. He had to leave this place quickly. Scram! The 2 hellhounds rushed over. Lin Xian roared like a god of war, and the cracks on his body quickly healed. Rays of golden aura shot into the sky. 2 fists punched out, blasting the 2 hellhounds into pieces. At the same time, he turned into a ray of light and flew forward. It's over. Something big has happened. This time, he will not rest until he dies. The Qi family's patriarch's face was extremely pale. He knew that with Lin Xian's personality, he would not spare the young man in white. And behind the white-clothed young man stood the White Crane clan. What should we do? Jin Yuanzi asked anxiously. The Qi family's patriarch took a deep breath. Let's go and see if we can persuade young Master Lin. The Luo family's patriarch snorted coldly. A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes, but he did not say anything. The group of people quickly flew forward. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon swung its tail because its opponent, half-saint Black Bat, had already turned into a ray of light and was chasing after it at extreme speed. Deep in the abyss, there was a gray aura everywhere, and there were shadows of Yin ghosts circling the area. It was hair-raising. The entire land was grayish-white in color and carried an extremely terrifying aura. In front of them, there were gray mountains of different heights. They were densely packed together, forming a mountain range. Some people gathered on the mountain range. Chapter 32:11. Some figures were sitting cross-legged on the most majestic gray-white mountain peak. They were so powerful that the surrounding people did not dare to look at them. The atmosphere in the entire mountain range was very quiet. It was as if everyone was cultivating and waiting for something. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed in and broke the tranquil atmosphere. Ancestor, save me! A terrified voice was heard, spreading throughout the mountain range. In an instant, the mysterious figures on the mountain peaks opened their eyes. Countless rays of light looked down. Isn't this a member of the White Crane clan? Why is he so terrified? Could it be that someone is fighting their way in? Just as they were puzzled, a figure instantly appeared in the middle of the 3 clans. Could he run away if he wanted to? Then, a ray of sword chi flew over like a rainbow. It brought with it an unparalleled radiance, illuminating the gray-white sky. Damn it, how dare you! At this critical moment, a long black saber flew through the air and slashed at Lin Xian, trying to kill him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Without turning his head, he slashed his sword at half-saint Black Bat. This sword was a sword of laws. It directly split half-saint Black Bat in half. At the same time, the sword light of laws in front of him also pierced through the defense of the half-saint weapon. It pierced through the body of the white-robed youth and nailed him to the ground. Ah! The white-robed youth was nailed to the ground. He screamed crazily. His body was trembling, but he could not break free at all. On the mountain peaks in the distance, the experts gasped. Who is this? Who dares to attack a member of the White Crane clan? In an instant, countless voices looked toward the most majestic mountain peak. On that mountain peak, there were many powerful figures sitting cross-legged. They all had a pair of white crane wings on their backs. They were the experts of the White Crane clan. From the moment the white-robed youth entered to the moment he was nailed to the ground, it happened in an instant. Therefore, they did not have time to react. Moreover, they had never thought that someone would dare to attack a member of the White Crane clan. Moreover, it was in front of them. Stop! A cold shout reverberated in all directions. Immediately, the space within 1,000,000 miles was shattered. One could imagine how terrifying this person was. One. However, Lin Xian acted as if he didn't hear anything. With a shake of his hand, the sword light in front of him exploded once again, shattering the white-clothed youth's body into pieces. Even his soul was destroyed in an instant. Dead? The pupils of the experts and half-step saints on the surrounding mountain peaks shrank. They couldn't believe that the other party had really attacked. He had killed the people of the White Crane clan. Moreover, he had destroyed their bodies and souls. This guy is dead for sure. This was what all of them were thinking. Courting death. The people of the White Crane clan roared as if they had gone mad. Endless killing intent soared into the sky. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as a massive palm descended from the sky, bringing with it countless law fragments as it exploded with shocking energy. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. 1. Lin Xian's figure flickered and retreated far away, dodging the attack. However, the giant palm of law followed him like a shadow, once again enveloping Lin Xian. From the looks of it, the other party would not give up until they killed Lin Xian. 1. Lin Xian moved his hand, and immediately, the black magic staff fragments gathered. The power of annihilation quickly condensed into a sword of law, which he slashed out. 1. The two collided in the sky. The collision of the sword of law and the giant palm of law brought about endless light. The power of annihilation destroyed everything. It caused the palm to rapidly shrink until it was about to disappear. However, the giant palm of law was also extremely terrifying. It had endless power, as if it was the law of earth. In the end, the powerful force also shattered the sword chi of the sword of law. The two dissipated into the void at the same time. Lin Xian waved his hand, and an endless aura shattered all the energy. Then, he raised his head and looked forward. The half-step saints on the surrounding mountain peaks discussed animatedly. He blocked it. The other party actually blocked it. Who was this person? Could it be that he was an old monster? On the huge mountain peak, the people of the White Crane clan also frowned. Several of their gazes were fixed on Lin Xian, wanting to penetrate him. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. The sword chi on his body tumbled and destroyed everything, blocking their gazes. Young Master Lin, don't attack. At this moment, a few exclamations were heard from behind. Then, the Qi clan's patriarch and the others barged in. They wanted to persuade Lin Xian. However, when they arrived at the scene, they were stunned. This was because they realized that Lin Xian seemed to have already attacked. Moreover, there were too many people here. It was not just the White Crane clan. On the surrounding mountain peaks, there were many figures of powerhouses. It was the Ting clan's patriarch, the Tiger Dragon clan, the Silver Armor clan, the Golden Rock clan. One by one, powerful clans appeared in front of the Qi clan's patriarch and the others. The Qi clan's patriarch and the others were extremely pale. Beside them, Jin Yuanzi, the Luo clan's patriarch and the others also looked extremely solemn. They were facing a great enemy. This was because the powerhouses of the clans in front were too famous. They dominated the nearby star realm. One of them could defeat a whole group of people. For example, the Qi clan's patriarch was not strong enough. A few more people came. These people also looked at the Qi clan's patriarch and the others. Instantly, the Qi clan's patriarch and the others felt as if they had been pierced through by thousands of swords. They felt uncomfortable and their souls were about to tremble. After all, the people in front of them were all top powerhouses. However, they were most curious about Lin Xian. Who is he? How dare he go against the White Crane clan? Brat, how dare you kill the people of the White Crane clan? Kneel down and accept your death. In front of them, on the majestic mountain peak, a figure stood out. It was also a young man. He shouted sternly. Lin Xian looked up and said coldly, "Who do you think you are? You're not even a half-saint. How dare you show off in front of me?" Two golden swords burst out from his eyes and slashed forward with a monstrous flame aura. In an instant, they arrived near the young man. Damn it! The young man was scared out of his wits. Although he was arrogant, he was only a genius who had comprehended something. How could he withstand the attack of a half-saint? Fortunately, he had countless powerhouses of the White Crane clan by his side. Buzz! A middle-aged man attacked fiercely and caught the two swords in an instant. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. A mere half-saint dares to behave atrociously in front of the White Crane clan? Today you're dead. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the two golden swords split open. Endless flames of the laws shrouded the area. Ah! A scream was heard. The young man who had shouted coldly was burned to ashes. Even his soul did not escape. Do you think my swords are so easy to catch? Lin Xian stood proudly with his hands behind his back. Chapter 32:12. In the next moment, the flames disappeared. The faces of the White Crane tribe's elites were terrifyingly dark. Their killing intent surged, and millions of miles of the void were completely covered. At this moment, the chief family's patriarch and the others trembled. The elites on the surrounding mountains also changed their expressions. Another young elite had died. And this time, he was killed in front of the elites of the White Crane tribe. This was too overbearing. This was a public slap to the White Crane tribe. The middle-aged man who had attacked previously was also furious. The white wings on his back spread out, and he turned into thousands of streams of light, instantly arriving in front of Lin Xian. A fist, carrying endless rays of light, rushed straight up. Boom! The blue fragments of the staff danced in the air, as if thousands of waves were roaring. In an instant, the surroundings were completely surrounded by the sea, completely enveloping Lin Xian. The law of water. Kid, aren't you the law of fire? Watch how I'll drown you. The White Crane tribe's half-saint revealed a ferocious expression. He wanted to tear Lin Xian into pieces. Buzz! Golden runes spun rapidly in Lin Xian's eyes, and a fiery red light surged out. In an instant he charged forward. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were devoured. Monstrous flames burned silently, and the seawater in the sky surged. This was an earth-shattering battle. Even the elites and half-saints around were tense. Because these two forces were simply too powerful. These half-saints, and the young elites around them were trembling. If it weren't for their patriarchs, just the aftermath of this energy would have been enough to kill them. This scene was simply too terrifying. Water and fire intersected, and the void was constantly shattered. The terrifying force drowned the area. The surrounding mountain peaks were also collapsing. Boom! Finally, a surge of energy shot up into the sky, tearing apart countless gray auras. The entire abyss seemed to be illuminated. Water spreading to the 9 heavens. Die for me! In the violent energy, the voice of the White Crane tribe's elite could be heard. Buzz! On the other side, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Streaks of terrifying sword chi surged out, turning into fire dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. The two of them exchanged more than a dozen moves, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to rend. Boom! It was another shocking strike. The void was completely torn apart, and the two figures retreated. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking like an immortal. On the other side, the powerhouse of the White Crane clan was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Damn it, he was actually helpless against the other party? On his arm, there was a sword mark. The aura it carried was something he could not erase in a short period of time. Damn it, who the hell are you? I am Lin Wudi. The White Crane clan doesn't know what's good for them. Blocking my path, they deserve death. A cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb when they heard that. Too arrogant. He actually dared to say such words to the White Crane clan. He was truly arrogant to the extreme. The other half-saints all turned pale. The experts of the White Crane clan also frowned. Lin Wudi? What an arrogant name! I think I've heard of him before. Is he the young genius who killed Patriarch Xue Pao? It's actually him. Wasn't he already killed by Patriarch Shui Pao's curse and perished together with him? How is he still alive? This was a true young genius. His strength was so strong that it made people tremble. A few exclamations were heard. Clearly, they had also heard of the scene that happened on the blood refinement planet previously. A young genius? Many people's eyes widened. The young martial artists beside the half-saints were also shocked. The other party was actually the same as them. They were all of the younger generation. However, the other party had already left them in the dust and became a half-saint powerhouse. This made them unable to believe it. After the White Crane clan heard that, their faces also darkened. Who was I then? So I was just a young man. What Lin Woody? He only killed a half-saint, and he thinks he's invincible? He really doesn't know what's good for him. How would an ant like you know how vast the world is and how many powerhouses there are? My White Crane clan is not something you can provoke. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end, Lin Xian said proudly. He was still not afraid. White Crane clan? So what? Back then, when he wasn't a half-saint, he had already fought against the 10,000 ancient races. He had even killed people from the Thousand Dragons Court and Fire Qilin Cave, let alone the White Crane clan. His path was to press forward with indomitable will. Anyone who dared to block his path would be killed. The faces of the White Crane clan darkened. In front of them, the middle-aged half-saint was also trembling. It was obvious that he was going to attack again. At the same time, another old figure walked over from the mountain peak. Another half-saint. Everyone's pupils constricted. Was the White Crane clan going to kill him? No matter how strong the other party was, he wouldn't be able to withstand two half-saints attacking together. Lin Xian snorted coldly. So what if there were two half-saints? It wasn't like he hadn't killed them before. The dragon soul in his body circulated, and the sword chi on his body was about to erupt. However, at this moment, a loud voice came from afar. It turned into thunder and rolled over. Young Master Yen was here. The moment this was said, everyone's expression changed, and they all stood up. The half-saints of the White Crane clan were also stunned. Their expressions were strange, and in the next moment, they retracted their murderous aura. Kid, you're very lucky. We'll let you live for a while longer. Let's go welcome young Master Yen. The half-saints didn't attack again. Instead, they all soared into the sky and welcomed him. It seemed that they were waiting for someone important. Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that a saint-level being had arrived? To be able to move the half-saints so much? Why do I feel a familiar aura? The dark red dragon's eyes flickered. Lin Xian looked at the Qi clan's ancestor and the others. The Qi clan's ancestor smiled bitterly. I've just recovered my strength, so I don't know what's going on outside. However, at this moment, the half-saint said, I've heard a little about this young Master Yen. He's extremely powerful. He's the same as you, young master. However, it's said that he's the successor of a great emperor. He's extremely powerful. Even among the half-saints, he's extremely terrifying. Moreover, he's the one who has the highest chance of entering the saint realm. Moreover, this young Master Yen is walking the path of the great emperor. It's very likely that he'll become a great emperor in the future. Therefore, many large clans and sects have placed their hopes on him, trying their best to curry favor with him. Young Master Yen is the successor of the great emperor. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have thought of someone, and it was a familiar person. The dark red dragon also whispered, It's probably that kid! The successor of the great emperor. His influence is too terrifying. It's definitely enough to move the half-saints. Aren't you going to welcome him? At this moment, the Luo clan's ancestor spoke. The Qi clan's ancestor was stunned. The Luo clan's ancestor said, I'll be leaving first. He soared into the sky and walked forward. Chapter 32:13. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Don't worry, you guys can go ahead. After hearing Lin Xian's words, the Qi family's patriarch, Jin Yuanzi, and Xiao Wu stood up. In an instant, everyone went forward to welcome the newcomer. Only Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon stood there in a daze. Welcome that person? What a joke! The dark red divine dragon wouldn't, and neither would Lin Xian. In front of them, endless light shone, and the gray world was lit up again. Under the respectful and expectant gazes of countless people, a young figure flew over. His body shone brightly, and he had a handsome face and a majestic aura, like a heavenly emperor. Under his feet, there were 4 shadows of the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. They formed a path of light, carrying him as he flew over. 4 divine beasts accompanying him. Heavens, this young Master Yan is really impressive. He's definitely a future great emperor. Exclamations rang out one after another. The young martial artists looked at each other with envy. Some of the female geniuses even wanted to jump into his arms. Welcome, young Master Yan. The half-saints cupped their fists. An old man from the White Crane race walked over with a chuckle. Young Master Yan had arrived. Brother White Crane, you don't have to be so polite. Young Master Yan smiled. He looked at the old man and ignored the others. Young Master Yan, please. The White Crane family's patriarch smiled. Instantly, wherever he pointed, everyone retreated. The half-saints didn't dare to block his path. Yan Nantian took a step forward, and the shadows of the 4 divine beasts circled around his feet, carrying him as he walked forward quickly. The White Crane family's patriarch followed beside him, followed by the elites of the White Crane family, and then the half-saints from the other families and sections. Everyone followed behind him. It was a spectacular scene, as if they were welcoming a heavenly emperor. Humph, what a grand scene! A cold snort was heard from below. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. This guy is too pretentious, and I really want to beat him up. His cold snort was very ear-piercing among the many compliments. In an instant, the half-saints were stunned. Heavens, who is this? How dare he provoke young Master Yan at this time? They looked down. When they saw Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, they were stunned. This kid again? Earlier on, this kid was already acting recklessly by provoking the White Crane tribe. Was he trying to provoke young Master Yan now? This was the successor of a great emperor. Didn't you see that even the White Crane clan had to treat them with care? The White Crane clan naturally saw this as well. Immediately, they began to laugh coldly. This reckless kid dared to offend young Master Yan? Very well, let's see how he dies. Up ahead, young Master Yan stopped and frowned as he looked down. The next moment, he was surprised. Originally, he thought that it was some reckless person who dared to provoke him. However, when he saw the other party, he was stunned. It's you! He revealed a hint of surprise. The people of the White Crane clan were stunned. The other half-saints in the surroundings were also stunned. Heavens, could it be that young Master Yan knew him? This was especially true for the people of the White Crane clan. Their hearts were beating wildly. That brat below couldn't be young Master Yan's friend, right? If that was the case, things would be difficult to handle. They had wanted to kill him before. They didn't expect to see him here. Lin Xian also felt a little strange because he knew the person who was being welcomed by the crowd. It was Yan Nantian. At that time, he knew that Yan Nantian had already left the House of Outstanding Scholars in advance. He didn't expect him to appear here. Could it be that there was something in the fallen abyss? Even the other party was attracted here? This made Lin Xian even more curious. They really knew each other. The surrounding half-saints exclaimed. No wonder this brat was so arrogant. It turned out that he knew Yan Nantian. Could it be that the two of them were friends? The eyelids of the people of the White Crane clan twitched wildly. Old Ancestor White Crane also asked carefully. Young Master Yan, is this your friend? He couldn't be considered a friend. Yan Nantian shook his head slightly with a trace of cold light in his eyes. The White Crane clan's old ancestor was extremely experienced. In an instant, he caught sight of the light. Immediately, he was shocked. It seemed that young Master Yen didn't like the brat below. Perhaps, the two of them were sworn enemies. Thinking of this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Yen Nantian looked down with a cold light in his eyes. Did you also come here to enter the abyss? However, I advise you to go back. You can't possibly catch up to me. Yen Nantian's voice was loud and clear. Below his feet, the phantoms of the four divine beasts danced. Back in the true spirit world, he and Lin Xian had been named as one of the 5 great geniuses. He was the South Emperor, while his opponent was the Central Emperor. However, he had kept a very low profile back then. Although he was very famous, he hadn't really fought in public many times. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was different. Lin Xian rose to power and slaughtered his way through the world. Especially during the Dark Age, he single-handedly turned the tide and saved the entire human race. It could be said that after the Dark Age turmoil, Lin Xian's reputation had completely overshadowed the other 4 great geniuses. In fact, not even Leaf Doudenier could compare to him. And Yen Nantian was even more inferior. At that time, people often compared Lin Xian and thought that he was the one most likely to become a great emperor. How could Yen Nantian accept this? He was the successor of a great emperor. But fortunately, everything changed when he stepped onto the ancient starry sky path. With the great emperor's inheritance, he had obtained countless mysterious methods. His strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had finally reached the half-step sage realm among the younger generation. Moreover, he had comprehended many laws. Now, he had comprehended 4 law fragments. It could be said that he had surpassed everything. He was confident that he could shake off the other geniuses and become a great emperor. Now that he saw Lin Xian, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Follow in your footsteps? Who do you think you are to need me to follow you? Lin Xian stood proudly. Yen Nantian? It wasn't like he hadn't fought before. Although the other party had a great emperor's inheritance, so what? Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they heard this. Heavens, this brat is provoking Yen Nantian again? It was really hard to believe. The White Crane clan was stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. Someone came out and coldly shouted. Shut up! Lin Woody, are you courting death? How dare you provoke young Master Yen? What did you call him? Yen Nantian frowned. Lin Woody? This name made him very unhappy. Reporting to young Master Yen, this person calls himself Lin Woody. We originally thought that he was young Master's friend, but we didn't expect him to be so reckless. Young Master, do you need us to take action? The White Crane clan members quickly asked. Calling himself Lin Woody? Yen Nantian was stunned for a moment before he sneered. Lin Xian, aren't you too arrogant? There are so many powerhouses on the ancient starry sky path. Even I don't dare to call myself invincible, and you dare to call yourself Lin Woody? Chapter 32:14. Without an invincible heart, how could one walk the path of the future? How reckless! Yen Nantian shook his head slightly and ignored him. He retracted his gaze from Lin Xian. In his opinion, Lin Xian was too arrogant. Invincible. Only after becoming a great emperor would he dare to say that. Before that, who would dare to call themselves invincible? If he did not dare, the half-sages would not dare either. The sages would not dare either. Even the princes and princesses would not dare to do so. How could he call himself invincible? Why? Such an arrogant person would die on the ancient path of the stars sooner or later. Therefore, Yen Nantian did not need to pay attention to him. Hee, kid, you really don't know what's good for you. How dare you offend young Master Yen? Young Master Yen is the successor of a great emperor. Until now, he has comprehended 4 types of laws. Can you compare? That's right. How dare you call yourself invincible? Who do you think you are? The elites of the White Crane tribe sneered and followed Yen Nantian into the distance. As soon as he said that, the chief family patriarch and the others felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. 4 types of laws? What a surprise! Indeed, to this extent, Yan Nantian had indeed surpassed him. But so what? Yan Nantian was only a half-sage now. He had comprehended 4 types of laws at most. Although he had 2 more than him, Lin Xian was confident that even if they fought, he would not fear Yan Nantian. In fact, he could even suppress Yan Nantian. After all, although he only had 2 types of laws, he had the great dragon sword soul. The power of these 2 types of laws was terrifying. He was confident that he could fight a sage. Where were they going? The dark red divine dragon was also very surprised. These people seemed to have some purpose. Come, let's follow and see. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian and the crimson dragon stepped into the air and headed forward. Behind them, the Qi family patriarch and the others thought for a while, then gritted their teeth and followed. Yan Nantian walked forward, surrounded by a group of people. Soon, he stopped in the void and looked down. Below, there was an endless abyss that seemed to connect to hell. The half-sages felt their scalps go numb. Yan Nantian's eyes flashed. Calculating the time, it should be about to open. As soon as he said this, the other half-saints became excited. Have you all gathered the invitation letters to the abyss? Although it's not much, it's enough for me to go in this time. This time, I can bring a few disciples with me to give it a try. Those half-saints began to talk in low voices. Lin Xian was puzzled. An invitation to the abyss? What invitation? Could it be that someone wanted to send out an invitation? As soon as he said this, the people in front of him were all stunned. They turned their heads to look at Lin Xian with a stunned expression. You don't know about the invitation? Hee, what an idiot. The people from the White Crane clan sneered. You don't even have an invitation, and you dare to come here? Hurry up and go back. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Truly the White Crane clan that did not know the meaning of death. At that moment, a young man from the White Crane clan waved his arm. In his hand was a gray-white invitation card. The front was a ghost face, while the back was a bottomless abyss. Do you see that? This is an invitation letter. You don't even have one, and you want to enter the abyss? What a joke! One! Ah! A sword light flashed, and split the young man apart. In the next moment, a flaming hand enveloped the invitation letter and delivered it to Lin Xian. Now he had one. Lin Xian killed the young man with a sword and then clamped the gray-white invitation letter. He narrowed his eyes. Was this an invitation to the abyss? With this, he could enter the abyss. Damn brat, you're courting death. The people from the White Crane clan had gone crazy. Damn brat, he's too despicable. He killed another one of their prodigies. Lin Xian ignored the roars of the White Crane clan. He looked at the dark red dragon. Ruffian dragon, you should think of a way to get one too. I reckon that the White Crane clan should have many more invitation letters. Hee, I'm also planning to do that. The dark red dragon's eyes moved. Suddenly he attacked. You're courting death. The middle-aged half-saint who attacked Lin Xian previously could no longer hold back and attacked like a madman. The battle between the 2 half-saints was earth-shattering. In an instant, the surrounding people retreated again. Yan Nantian stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He frowned slightly when he saw this scene. This dragon and Lin Xian were too arrogant. However, he had not made a move yet. Because it was inconvenient for him to make a move now. His target was the abyss below. The dark red dragon and the half-saint fought fiercely. In the end, the half-saint of the White Crane clan screamed and his body exploded. 1. The dark red dragon's claws directly reached into the half-saint's body and grabbed an invitation letter. Then it roared. Haha, I have one too. Damn it! Damn it! The half-saint of the White Crane clan roared angrily. However, they did not dare to make a move rashly. They realized that the dragon's death was too terrifying. They were not confident unless they attacked together. However, they also had to prepare to enter the abyss. If they attacked now, they would be very passive in the abyss. Damn it, let's not care about those 2. Our main mission is to enter the abyss. This time, we must get a good ranking in the abyss. The half-saint of the White Crane clan gritted his teeth. The chief family's patriarch and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They did not prepare any invitation letters. Moreover, they did not know about it at all. Could it be that there was no hope of entering this time? The invitation letters were obtained by killing the Een ghosts that fell into the abyss. If you want, you can kill some Een ghosts. You might have a chance to get one. At this moment, someone sent a voice transmission to Jean Yuanzi. It was one of Jean Yuanzi's friends. Hearing this, Jean Yuanzi's eyes lit up. He quickly told the chief family's patriarch and the others. At the same time, he also sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian. They were ready to give it a try. Lin Xian was even more curious. What was in the abyss? Why did it attract so many half-saints? Even Yan Nantian was attracted to it. Also, what was the use of the invitation letter? However, he soon understood. The ground below cracked again, and the entrance to the abyss appeared as if it was going to swallow them. Boom! 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 On the other side of the big crack, a grayish-white stone tablet slowly stretched out. The stone tablet was very tall, and it was densely covered with names. If one took a closer look, they would find that the names were of different colors. The names at the top were purple. They exuded an extremely noble aura. Imperial Mausoleum. Long Tianzhao. Yan Ryu. Zhao Wuliang. Northern Yao. Those were the names of the people at the front. Their names were all purple. Lin Xian saw two familiar faces. Yan Ryu and Northern Yao. It seemed that the two of them had entered and obtained good results. Lin Xian was shocked. The other half-saints in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. Heavens, these are indeed the top geniuses and experts. Chapter 32:15. A half-saint ancestor took a deep breath and explained to his juniors. The names on the stone tablet all had great backgrounds, and some were not weaker than young Master Yen. Some were even stronger than young Master Yen. What? Stronger than young Master Yen? The young geniuses were shocked when they heard this. Some of them had just stepped onto the ancient path of the stars, while others had not and were preparing. The most powerful expert they knew was the successor of a great emperor, Yan Nantian. He had comprehended four law fragments. Such a person was so powerful. Don't you see that even their patriarchs respect the other party? But now, they knew that there was someone even stronger than Yan Nantian on the stone tablet. Just how terrifying was the heavens? You underestimated the universe. There was more than one successor of a great emperor on the ancient path of the stars. Other successors of great emperors would appear as well. Moreover, they might awaken earlier than young Master Yen. Other descendants of great emperors would appear as well. Lin Xian was also shocked when he heard this. It seemed that the first-ranked Imperial Mausoleum was extremely unusual. He was getting more and more interested in the abyss. Buzz. Someone moved in front. The first to enter was not Yan Nandian, but a powerhouse of the White Crane race. The half-saint raised the invitation letter in his hand and wrote his name on it with blood. Then, he let go of the invitation letter, and it sank into the stone tablet. The abyss below shone brightly and enveloped him. In the next moment, the half-saint completely disappeared into the abyss. The White Crane clan and the surrounding half-sages waited anxiously. Their eyes were fixed on the tall stone tablet in front of them, as if they wanted to see the other party's name. Should they go up? After waiting for half an hour, the space in front of them rippled, and the half-saint who had entered before walked out. His face was gloomy. He came out? The surrounding people were stunned. The half-saint of the White Crane race exclaimed. Damn it, how could there be no name? How was this possible? Which level did you enter? They hurriedly asked. The half-saint's face was ugly, and he sighed. I only entered the 4th level. I was still a bit away from the 5th level. Only the 4th level? Many half-saints were stunned. They also knew that this half-saint of the White Crane clan was very powerful. Among them, he was considered to be above average. However, such a person was only able to reach the 4th floor. He did not even manage to reach the 5th floor. In fact, he was not even qualified to leave his name on the stele. This really shocked them. Could it be that the abyss was really that terrifying? On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The 4th floor didn't have the right to carve their names, so it seemed like the next floor was some sort of challenge. He guessed in his heart, "I'll go." At this moment, a young-looking expert from the White Crane clan walked out. He looked to be in his 30s and had a powerful aura. However, his actual age was already more than 1,500 years old. It was just that he had a way to retain his youthful looks. He also used his blood to write his name on the abyss invitation letter. Then, he placed the invitation letter on the stone stele. Then, his body also entered the abyss below. This time, it took a longer time. When he came out, countless people cried out in surprise. His name finally appeared. Sure enough, Lin Xian also noticed that there was one more white name at the bottom of the stone stele. It seemed that it was the person who had just entered. The expert from the White Crane clan who came out also looked a little upset when he saw this scene. Although his name was on the stone stele, it seemed to be at the lowest level. How could he, who had always been proud, tolerate this? "Which floor did you enter?" the White Crane clan's ancestor asked hurriedly. "The 7th floor." Next, some other half-saints entered. In addition to the White Crane clan, there were half-saints from other clans and sects who entered one after another. Even some young martial artists entered. For example, there were 2 young martial artists from the White Crane clan who entered. However, the speed at which they came out was very fast. The 2 of them looked very upset. One of them did not even pass the 1st floor, while the other only passed the 1st floor and was defeated on the 2nd floor. Seeing this scene, the other martial artists who had comprehended something close to Tao shook their heads and sighed. It seemed that there was no hope. Perhaps only half-saints could write their names on the stone stele. After looking at it for so long, Lin Xian also understood that this should be an extremely important trial ground on the ancient path of stars. Those who entered the 5th floor and below were not qualified to have their names engraved. Those who entered the 5th floor and above were qualified. However, the 5th floor to the 10th floor should be the lowest level, and belong to the category of white names. Above the 10th floor, there were other colors. According to his observation, he found that every 5th floor should be considered a level. He found that some people who passed the 10th floor and above had a happy expression when they returned. It was obvious that they had received some benefits. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion. The dark red dragon at the side was also eager to give it a try. At this moment, everyone exclaimed because they found that a person's name had appeared on the stone stele. And that name was Orange. Among all the names, Orange was considered the best because there were a total of 5 colors on the stone stele. Purple was the best of all. Then there was Orange. The middle was blue, green, and the last was white. Orange could be said to be second only to purple. This scene stunned the half-saints. Heavens, that must be the elite of the Tiger Dragon tribe. That's right, it's him. I know him. He's very powerful, and he also took the ancient path of stars this time. They didn't expect him to be so powerful. It seemed that he had reached the 15th floor. As for which floor he had reached, they didn't know yet. After the elite of the Tiger Dragon tribe came out, he looked up to the sky and laughed. He was really too excited. Although he couldn't compare to the top, he could already be said to be very powerful. Other than Yan Nantian, Lin Xian, and the others, everyone else was envious. That was because this was the highest one so far. Most people's names were white, green, and blue. There were very few names. Not to mention, it was orange. Buzz. At this moment, Yan Nantian made his move. His movement immediately attracted everyone's attention. Heavens, young Master Yan was about to make his move. Young Master Yan was definitely purple. That was for sure. They just didn't know where his name would be ranked. Although they were all purple names, there was a hierarchy. For example, Di Ling was ranked first. Chapter 32:16. Even Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Although he was not afraid of Yan Nantian, he had to admit that Yan Nantian was indeed an expert. Moreover, the successor of a great emperor was definitely not to be underestimated. Buzz! Yan Nantian entered under everyone's expectant gazes. The others began to discuss. Buzz! At this moment, there was another fluctuation in the distance. Figures flew over quickly from afar, bringing with them a powerful aura. As soon as they arrived, they let out a long whistle. Has it already begun? It doesn't matter. Even if it has begun, we can continue. The arrival of these people attracted the attention of the half-saints in front. In the next moment, they all turned their heads. Soon, someone exclaimed in surprise. Wang Qin. Ji Bai. Yu Hing and his brothers. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Heavens, these were all very famous experts on the ancient path of the starry sky. They were all here. This time, there were not many people, only a few dozen. However, without exception, every one of them was an expert. Every one of them shocked the half-saints here. This was because these people were experts on the ancient path of the starry sky. They had set foot on the ancient path of the starry sky a long time ago, and made a name for themselves on the ancient path of the starry sky. They did not expect that they would also come here this time. Wang Qin had an orange name, and was ranked 26th. His strength could be said to be very powerful. Ji Bai was very terrifying and was ranked 19th in orange. Yu Heng and his brothers were also very terrifying. These people were all experts with orange names. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, while the others were shocked. These people's names were all on the stone tablet. It was obvious that they had been here before, and had achieved good results. This time, he should be breaking in again, right? In other words, they could come here more than once. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Would there be any other rewards if they came again? There should be. Otherwise, these people would not have come. He looked at the black stone tablet. On the black stone tablet, there were a total of 11 people with purple names and 49 people with orange names. Although the ranking changed, the color of the name would not change. For example, before Yan Nantian, there were 10 people with purple names. After Yan Nantian, there were 11 people with purple names. As for the names below orange, he did not pay attention to them. There were a lot of people there. Although they were all top-notch experts in the outside world, they were still nothing in his eyes. In fact, he didn't even care about the people in front of him. Who was the one who went in? A burly man said coldly. His name was Dong Fan Yi, and he was also a genius with an orange name. The half-saint who was being questioned shivered and forced himself to answer. It was young Master Yen. Young Master Yen? Which young Master Yen? Dong Fan Yi had a dissatisfied expression. It was Yen Nantian, young Master Yen. The half-saint at the front braced himself and said. When he said that, Dong Fan Yi was stunned. The newcomers were also stunned. Yen Nantian, the successor of the legendary great emperor? Who would have thought that he would come as well? Behind him, Ji Bai Yu Han, and the others had solemn expressions as well. They could disregard the others, but they had no choice but to be careful when dealing with this successor of a great emperor. All of a sudden, the expressions of these people turned incomparably grave. They were also waiting quietly, wondering what rank Yen Nantian would achieve. Yen Nantian had been in there for a very long time, longer than all the others combined. Evidently, the other party's ranking would also be very high. Now, these experts already knew that Yen Nantian should be able to obtain a purple name. But what rank would he be in among the purple names? That was still uncertain. Kid, that northern demon is also very impressive. He was able to rank 5th not long after leaving the outstanding warrior mansion. Obviously, he had a fortuitous encounter. He should have entered the half-saint realm long ago. The dark red divine dragon said softly. Lin Xian nodded his head after hearing that. That was indeed the case. Previously at the outstanding warrior mansion, he had even defeated the North Demon. At that time, he and Northern Demon were both martial artists who were close to Tao. Unexpectedly, not only had he become a half-saint in such a short time, but Northern Demon had also become a half-saint. It seemed that these geniuses all had their own fortuitous encounters. However, Lin Xian was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. No matter if it was Northern Demon or Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian hadn't come out yet? At this moment, another voice came from the sky. Everyone turned their heads to look. The surrounding half-saints trembled. What a terrifying aura! Ji Bai, Wang Hao, and the others narrowed their eyes. Lu Mu, it's you. You're here too. These people's voices were trembling. What? Lu Mu. Hearing this, the surrounding half-saints' faces changed. They all turned their heads to look at the huge stone tablet in front of them. In the next moment, they saw a purple name. The person ranked 9th was Lu Mu. Oh my god, a top genius with a purple name is here too? No way, is Lu Mu going to be ranked again? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Mu's eyes flickered. I don't plan to enter again. This time, I brought someone to take the test. Junior sister, come out. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman walked out from behind Lu Mu. She was very beautiful. Her aura was also terrifying. She had also reached the half-saint realm. Obviously, she was also a young genius and Lu Mu's junior sister. Yu, when Yan Nantian comes out later, you can take the test. Lu Mu said in a deep voice. Yes, senior brother. Yu, who was beside him, smiled in response. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked around curiously. However, it was merely a fight. She did not discover anyone capable of surpassing the senior brother beside her. Therefore, she snorted softly and looked away. Not long after, there was a rumbling sound from the abyss below. A figure rushed up quickly like a celestial emperor. At the same time, the names on the stone tablet changed. Another purple name appeared on the screen. Not only that. The top 3 names didn't change. Zhao Wuliang, who was ranked 4th, dropped 1 place. The new 4th place was Yan Nantian. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The surrounding half-saints were shocked. Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. The pupils of Yu Hing and his brothers shrank. Another purple name appeared. Moreover, someone had made it into the top 5 and was ranked 4th. This Yan Nantian was too terrifying. Yes, as expected of the successor of the great emperor. He was still very young and had unlimited potential. In a few years, his ranking might go even further. Yu exclaimed and covered her mouth with her hand. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. He was ranked 4th. He had surpassed her senior brother. The other half-saints were also silent. It was indeed so. Lu Mu was very terrifying, but he was only ranked 9th in the purple name. Now Yan Nantian was ranked 4th in the purple name. However, Lu Mu was extremely calm and didn't seem to be surprised. He said coldly, "This is my ranking from nearly 60 years ago. In the past 60 years, I've been improving every day." Chapter 32:17. What? That was the ranking 60 years ago. The others were even more shocked. A top heaven's pride like Lu Mu was really improving every day. The change in 1 year was already very big, let alone 60 years. No wonder he was so calm. His strength had already reached an unfathomable level. Oh, really? Then why don't you re-enter the abyss and re-rank? Don't you dare? Yan Nantian flew up and sneered when he heard Lu Mu's voice. In his opinion, Lu Mu was just jealous of him. You're Yan Nantian? Lu Mu turned and stared at Yan Nantian. His eyes shone with a cold light. Yan Nantian was surrounded by the 4 divine beasts, shining brightly. The next moment, an earth-shattering energy burst out. Invisible cracks spread in all directions. For a moment, the surrounding half-saints felt their scalps go numb. It was too terrifying. Just the collision of their eyes could shatter the world. If the two of them fought, they would all be in trouble. Are you the successor of the great emperor? Although you're talented, you're too young, Lu Mu said proudly with his hands behind his back. I have my reasons for not re-ranking. I'm afraid of being targeted. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The moment Xiaochen said that, the many half-sages were confused. Who was he afraid of being targeted by someone else? Is there anyone Lu Mu is afraid of? They were puzzled. Lin Xian also frowned. It seems that the higher the ranking, the better. Yan Nantian snorted. It's useless to say more. In my opinion, you're just quibbling. Do you dare to fight with me? The four divine beasts around him became more and more terrifying. He really looked like a banished immortal who had descended to the mortal world. The powerful aura made the surrounding half-saints step back. Fight with you? Very well, let me see what kind of ability you, the successor of a great emperor, have. Lu Mu laughed loudly as he soared into the air and flew into the distance. Yan Nantian paused. The four divine beasts carried him and flew out. The surrounding half-saints were all stunned. Firmament? Are these two top geniuses going to fight? It's really shocking. Let's go and see. Many half-saints were excited. Such a top-notch battle was not something that could be seen normally. However, in the next moment, these half-saints flew back. An extremely terrifying energy came from the front and sent these people flying. They knew that it was impossible to forcibly watch the battle between the two of them. Unless there was a sage or a genius expert of similar strength, only then would they be able to watch the battle. This made them feel extremely regretful. Even Wang Qin, Ji Bai, and the others turned pale. That surge of power made their hearts tremble. However, there were a few people among them who soared into the sky. They used powerful semi-sage tools, formations, and magical treasures to force their way through. There was still a portion of people who stayed behind to prepare for the upcoming test. Lin Xian's gaze was like a rainbow as he looked into the distance. However, he soon withdrew his gaze. He did not go to watch the battle. This was because he was also extremely curious about the abyss below. Now that he had an invitation to the abyss in his hand, he naturally wanted to go in and experience it. Since they couldn't watch the battle between Yan Nantian and Lu Mu, they could only give up. He began to deal with it with all his might, and the following tests would be carried out. After the people who had fallen into the abyss walked out, all eyes were on Yu. This was because Lu Mu had said that he would let Yu take the test after the people inside came out. Although there were others who wanted to go in, they did not dare to do so when Yu did not move. Fair Yu, it's your turn. Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the others said. Yu's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked into the distance. There's no hurry. I want to wait a little longer. Wang Chen and the others were moved. They found that Yu was looking into the distance where Yan Nantian and Ji Bai were fighting. She must be worried about her senior brother. After all, his opponent was the successor of a great emperor. If that's the case, I won't hold back. The eldest of the three Yuheng brothers laughed and wanted to enter the abyss below. At the same time, Wang Qin and Ji Bai's eyes were sharp. The three of them moved, wanting to seize the opportunity. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. This was because they found that there was a figure who was even faster than them. He had already entered the abyss below. Damn it, what's going on? How can this person be so fast? Wang Qin frowned. Next to him, a half-saint exclaimed. No, that kid seemed to have moved a long time ago before Fairy Yu spoke. What? This kid dares to fight with Fairy Yu for a spot. He doesn't know what's good for him. Indeed, to fight with Fairy Yu for a spot is to go against Lu Mu. Does this kid want to die? The eldest of the three Yuheng brothers immediately shouted. Fairy Yu, I'll take this person down for you. He was the one who wanted to kill the other party, but he said that he was standing up for Fairy Yu. This was obviously to curry favor with Lu Mu. Buzz! The eldest of the three Yu-hung brothers attacked. Endless law fragments appeared on his body, turning into a long saber that slashed down. This saber was like the Milky Way descending, carrying a strong killing intent. It wanted to split the figure below in half. Oh no, the departing river saber! Many people exclaimed. This was the ultimate move of the three Yu-hung brothers. Their first move was a killing move. It was obvious that they wanted to kill the person below. However, was the person below so easy to kill? The three Yu-hung brothers did not know who he was, but the half-saints around them knew who he was. Previously, he had dared to challenge the White Crane clan and killed 3 of their top prodigies in public. Such a ruthless person was definitely not to be trifled with. As expected, below, Lin Xian frowned, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Since he had already received the invitation, he naturally had to go down and test himself. As for Lu Mu's words, he did not take them to heart. Who was Lu Mu? Who would dare to stop him on the path he wanted to take? However, there was someone who did not know what was good for him and dared to stop him. Lin Xian turned his head and waved his hand. Endless law fragments danced in front of him, forming a large spatial rift that directly swallowed the terrifying saber light. You dare to stop me? Lin Xian said coldly. It was swallowed. The eldest of the three Yu-hung brothers frowned. He did not expect the other party to be able to resolve his moves so easily. After all, he was a half-saint. Moreover, he was ranked 24th among the orange names. His strength was extremely powerful. Not many people present were capable of contending against him. However, the other party had done it so easily. Who is this person? Kid, who are you? Didn't you hear me? This spot is for Fair Yu. Who do you think you are? How dare you snatch it? Although he could not guess the other party's strength, so what? He did not believe that the other party dared to fight Lu Mu. Buzz. Lin Xian didn't respond to that at all. His response was to attack. Chapter 32:18. You're courting death. The eldest of the three Yu-hung brothers was enraged. He did not expect that the other party would not answer him at all and directly attack him. Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you think that you can contend against me just because you managed to block one of my attacks? You overestimate yourself. Today, I'll let you see my power. With a furious roar, light flickered on his body, and a large saber appeared in his hand, releasing a terrifying light. The terrifying killing intent on his body was like a storm that swept out in all directions. I don't care who you are. How dare you provoke me? I'll destroy you with one strike. The eldest of the three Yu-hung brothers waved the long saber in his hand, and wind and thunder immediately erupted. Like a lightning tribulation, the surroundings were accompanied by terrifying phantoms of laws. The law of lightning. It was violent and could destroy everything. With a slash of the saber, terrifying thunder exploded in the void like a heavenly tribulation, incomparably mighty. The hearts of the surrounding half-sages beat wildly. They knew that the eldest of the three Yu-hung brothers was angry. The eldest of the three Yu-hung brothers did not hold back with this strike. He wanted to kill Lin Xian in a domineering manner to raise his reputation. Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the experts of the White Crane race also had grave expressions when they saw this scene. One had to admit that this saber was really too fierce, making them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and his face was gloomy. Facing the saber, he did not dodge at all. Instead, a terrifying sword intent rose from his body. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Buzz! Countless flames jumped on his body, forming a sea of fire. The saber slashed into the sea of fire and was burned fiercely. Its speed slowed down as if it was about to melt. Lin Xian stood in the air, looking like a god of fire. He watched the scene with cold eyes. Is this your attack? You can't even withstand a single blow. Have a taste of my sword technique. He condensed a law sword in his hand and slashed out. The eldest of the three Yuheng brothers originally had a disdainful expression, but when he felt the sharpness of this sword, his expression changed. Damn it, how can it be so powerful? Scram! He roared like a madman and did not hold back. The law of lightning fragments wildly danced, forming a lightning saber that was tens of thousands of miles long that descended from the sky. The surrounding void split open, accompanied by hundreds of thousands of thunderbolts that descended together. Boom! Unparalleled light exploded in the void. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian's sword of law. This sword directly pierced through the thunder that filled the sky and shattered the terrifying saber light. Moreover, he slashed the eldest of the three brothers into two with a single sword strike. Puff! Ah! The eldest of the three Yuheng brothers screamed like he had gone mad. His eyes were filled with deep terror. His broken body wanted to reassemble itself. However, a terrifying dragon roar sounded from within the sword aura. The sword's soul erupted, forming a terrifying sword ripple that once again slashed the broken body into pieces. Even his soul was seriously injured. Ah! I was wrong! Stay your hand! Boss Yuheng screamed like he had gone mad. His eyes were filled with terror. It was too terrifying. He wasn't a match for his opponent at all. His opponent was actually a peak half-saint. Hold back? Lin Xian sneered. Do you think I'll hold back just because you say so? Just now, when you killed me with a single saber strike, did you think of holding back? Lin Xian was unmoved. The fragments of the law of fire gathered a monstrous fire. This fire was too terrifying. It was as if it wanted to burn the other party to ashes. Amidst the raging fire, Boss Yuheng was incomparably miserable. He hurriedly knelt in the flames. Young master, please spare me. I was wrong for attacking you rashly. I'm here to apologize to you. At the same time, I'll offer you a Dharma treasure. This is the lightning strike wood. It's formed in the lightning tribulation and is abnormally precious. It has the aura of the great Tao. I'll give it to you now in exchange for my life. Big brother. The second and third brothers of the Yuheng family were also enraged. They rushed over as if they had gone mad. Big brother, let's join forces. I don't believe we can't kill him. The two of them roared like they had gone mad. But Boss Yuheng quickly transmitted his voice. Stop, don't be rash. The three of us can indeed kill him if we join forces. But when the two of you attack, I'll probably be killed by him. So wait for me to come out first. Then we'll deal with this kid. Hearing Boss's voice transmission, Boss Yuheng and Boss Yuheng stopped in their tracks. Their eyes burned with monstrous fury as they stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. The lightning strike wood. He waved his hand and grabbed the piece of lightning strike wood. Then, he looked at Boss Yuheng, who was kneeling in midair, and said coldly, This time, I'll spare your life. If you dare to be disrespectful to me again, I'll directly destroy your body and soul. Ruffian dragon, this thing should be useful to you. Lin Xian turned around and handed the lightning strike wood to the dark red divine dragon. After receiving it, the dark red divine dragon grinned. Haha, as expected, it contains the power of lightning. Great, kid, I'll accept this thing without hesitation. The dark red divine dragon cultivated the law of lightning. This lightning strike wood was very useful to him. Lin Xian's figure changed, and he quickly descended into the abyss below. Soon, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Boss, are you all right? The second and third Alioth brothers rushed over. The eldest Alioth brother's face was extremely pale. He quickly recovered his body and swallowed a pill. On the other side, after Lin Xian fell into the abyss, he was enveloped by a grayish-white aura. At the same time, the grayish-white aura in front of him formed a jade token and stuck it between his eyebrows. Lin Xian was stunned, but he did not resist. This was because he felt that the jade token did not pose a threat to him. Instead, it seemed to be protecting him. Soon Lin Xian stopped descending. He looked around him. His surroundings were gray. There was a grayish-white staircase in front of him that led to a mysterious door. However, he did not know what was inside. Since he was already here, Lin Xian did not think too much about it. He strode in. There was a large hall inside. It was very large and empty. The surroundings were simple and unadorned, and it had a mysterious aura. Buzz! Suddenly, a figure appeared in the palace. It was a figure in a gray robe. The Taoist's robe reached the ground, and he was wearing a cloak. It was impossible to see his face clearly. He could only see a pair of eyes that seemed to be flickering with a cold light, like will-o'-the-wisps. Lin Xian did not feel any mysterious aura from the other party. This made him suspect that the other party was not human. Or a puppet. Trial taker, welcome to the falling abyss. A hoarse and low voice sounded, echoing in the hall. Now, the first stage began. As the voice fell, the void in front of him tumbled. Countless grayish-white aura, carrying a mysterious power, condensed into a figure. Su Chen was stunned. He felt the power of laws from the mysterious power. It seemed that the falling abyss was not simple. He wondered what his opponent was. Soon he saw it. It was a black monster with a human body and a leopard's head. It had a total of 4 arms, and a huge head that was extremely ferocious. There was a terrifying aura on its body, and there were terrifying fragments of laws surrounding it. Lin Xian could clearly sense that it was the fire precept. The first stage was a half-saint with a fragment of laws? Lin Xian was extremely surprised. Chapter 32:19. If the first stage was already so terrifying, how powerful would the next few stages be? However, Bian Xian didn't care. The law of fire? He was also good at it. The law fragments danced and condensed into a law sword, which was held in Lin Xian's hand. On the other side, the black leopard also took the form of a large black bow. Countless fragments of the law of fire danced at his fingertips, forming a black flame that danced and took the shape of an arrow. Then, the leopard knocked the black arrow on the bow, and the aura on his body burst out. With a buzzing sound, the arrow flew out. Lin Xian roared, his divine body bloomed, and the great dragon sword soul in his body roared. He took a step forward, turned into a fiend godlike shadow, and rushed over. The law sword flickered in the air, cutting open the void. After a strike, a sonorous sound rang out, and the 2 flame fragments in the void kept colliding, erupting into a phenomenon of heaven and earth. As for Lin Xian, he sheathed his sword. Puff! The black leopard was split in half, and its body couldn't be reassembled at all. His voice turned into black flames, burning fiercely. Then, it formed a black door. Congratulations, you've passed the first stage. Next, it was the second stage of the assessment. The gray-robed man next to him said coldly. Lin Xian walked into the black door and then disappeared. The next moment, he appeared again. He was still surrounded by an empty hall, ancient and mysterious, very similar to the first level. There was even someone next to him. Lin Xian suspected that he didn't leave at all. But at this time, his opponent changed. It was no longer a gray leopard, but an even more terrifying existence. The opponent's aura was much more terrifying than the black leopard on the first level. Kill! Lin Xian didn't hesitate and resolutely used all his strength to kill. In this trial, Lin Xian used his strongest state to deal with it. He was curious to see how far he could go. The second stage, the third stage, and the fourth stage. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. Within 3 moves, he could easily kill his opponent. Of course, Lin Xian didn't hold back at all. The great dragon sword soul, 2 law fragments, and a powerful physique made his strength incomparably powerful. Just like that, Lin Xian made his way through with great momentum. Outside, Boss Yu Heng opened his eyes. He was barely able to stop his injuries. However, his expression was incomparably ugly. After such a battle, it would be very difficult for him to reach his peak in a short period of time. If that was the case, the results of his test in the abyss wouldn't be obvious at all. Perhaps, his ranking might even drop. This was unbearable for him. Damn it! Damn it! Eldest brother Yu Hung was so angry that he vomited blood. Beside him, second brother and third brother said, Big brother, that brat is too hateful. When he comes out, we must join hands and kill him. That's right. He was too arrogant. He actually dared to injure big brother. No matter how powerful he is not a match for us three brothers. Yu Hung and his brothers gnashed their teeth. The surrounding experts felt their scalps go numb. This was because Lin Xian was simply too domineering. He defeated Boss Yu Hung so easily. They were all guessing what level this brat could reach. They didn't know that Boss Yu Hung was ranked 24th in the orange rank. That brat could defeat him so easily. They estimated that he could at least rush to the top 10 in the orange rank. That's right. It wouldn't be a problem for him to rush to the top 5 in the orange rank. However, as for whether he could reach the purple rank, they didn't know. It was hard to say. Those who reached the purple rank were all earth-shattering peerless experts without exception. They were either the successors of great emperors, possessed mysterious and powerful bloodlines, or had terrifying magic treasures. Didn't they see that the successor of great emperors only reached 4th that day? No matter how powerful that brat was, it would be difficult for him to reach the purple rank. That was indeed the case. This was what everyone thought. The people of the White Crane clan had gloomy expressions. That was because the other party's limelight was too strong. They had to think of a way to suppress him. Boss, should we ask for the lightning strike would back first? Third brother asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, Boss Yu Heng's eyes shone with a piercing light. He stared at the dark red divine dragon in the distance. If he wasn't wrong, Lin Xian had given the lightning strike wood to that dragon previously. Alright, let's snatch it back first. Boss Yu Heng gritted his teeth. How could he give something as precious as the lightning strike wood to the other party? If it wasn't for the sake of saving his life, he wouldn't have taken it out even if he was beaten to death. That was the key treasure for him to comprehend the laws. Buzz! He stood up. Next to him, second brother and third brother also stood up. The three of them had a powerful aura. They were like gods and demons as they quickly walked toward the dark red divine dragon. Oh my, what? You're not convinced? You want to fight your grandpa dragon? Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon sneered. How could he not know what the three of them were thinking? Damn it, hand over the lightning strike wood. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning you into meat skewers. Haha, how dare you threaten me? The dark red divine dragon also used the extremely terrifying law of lightning. The surrounding half-sages all turned their heads. The heavens wanted to watch another battle? From the looks of it, the three Yu Hung brothers had joined forces this time. Could this dragon stop them? Damn it! You want to bully me with numbers? The dark red divine dragon's gaze turned. It could see that the abyss below was not ordinary. To achieve good results, one had to be in peak condition. If it fought with the other party now, it would probably be at a disadvantage when it entered the trial later. Therefore, the dark red divine dragon did not plan to make a move. It roared, and the dragon's roar pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons, you dare to touch me? I, dragons, will not let you off. The dark red divine dragon was indeed a dragon. As for the nest of 10,000 dragons, it was casually made up. The purpose was to intimidate the other party. Sure enough, Yu Hung and his brother stopped when they heard this. The surrounding half-sages also exclaimed. Nest of 10,000 dragons? Could it be that? The nest of 10,000 dragons was the holy land of dragons. It was said that a great emperor had appeared there. Did this dragon really come from the nest of 10,000 dragons? No wonder. No wonder it was so powerful and could still walk together with that kid. Thinking about it, that kid should also be related to the nest of 10,000 dragons. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The three Yu Heng brothers' expressions were even more uncertain. They had naturally heard of the nest of 10,000 dragons. That was a very huge force in the myriad worlds. If the other party really came from the nest of 10,000 dragons, they really did not dare to make a move. Thinking of this, the second and third brothers asked, "Boss, what should we do?" Yu Heng's face was gloomy. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's spare it this time. We'll wait for that kid to come out and attack him. The three of us will kill that kid!" They did not dare to make a move against this dragon, but they did not have any scruples about Lin Xian. It was actually scared away. The dark red divine dragon was also surprised. He had just casually mentioned the nest of 10,000 dragons. After all, the nest of 10,000 dragons was only in the true spirit world. He wondered if the people of the myriad worlds had heard of it. But now it seemed that the other party had heard of it. Moreover, the nest of 10,000 dragons should be a very terrifying existence in the eyes of these people. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.